wants to call or re-raise. He knows Daniel's likely to call if he re-raises.
Just a call. Williams folds, the Doyle Brunson hand, and Davis folds as well. 6-8 deuce on the flop, 2 hearts.
Daniel's flopped a pair of sixes.
Leads out, betting 2,200.
You know I don't have anything that little.
I have to. That's like so my neighborhood. Right, at least 1-6.
Daniel showed the 6.
All right, I'll start you off. You got it.
Medrano wins a little pot of just under $6,000.
So your wife, where's she from?
Germany.
Your wife's German?
Yeah, it might be a German thing. I don't know. They don't like all the chitter chatter.
So she likes Phil Ivey then?
Yes, big Ivy fan.
I've got German ancestors. Frankfurt.
Ich bin ein Godfather.
Dude, I struggle with English.
Godfather was English.
Action to begin on Daniel. Queen 6 suited. Folds. Ooh, pocket kings for poker royalty.
Another good starting hand.
Raised to 1,200. David Williams, King 9 suited. Makes the call. Ace 8 for the loose cannon, Will Davis. He folds.
He wanted to so bad that
I
time.
wanted to. Doyle's a scary guy over there.
He ain't that scary, believe me.
Action folds around to Jason Calacanis.
Which one the hell is sauce?
Calls.
Calls with
Yeah,
a
but
weak
some
ace
others.
out of position.
So 3 players to the flop. Deuce, deuce 6. Calacanis checks.
Safe flop for Doyle. Going to try to get some value.
Bets 3,300. Williams folds. So does Calacanis.
My favorite hand.
The 10 deuce?
2 aces.
No, I had seemed like my regular hand in one of these games. You know what it is.
Kings? You always, Doyle on TV, he goes, I never get a hand in there. Every time I look, he's got someone's raised, and he's calling with kings. Like every third hand he plays, it's kings.
I had a king. It could have been devastating.
So David Williams avoids any possible devastation. Action will begin with him this hand. Looking at 5-3 offsuit. We saw him play 6 high earlier, but he'll get rid of this one. Queen 4 suited for Will Davis. Raises to 1,200.
Willie the Kid raising light from the cutoff.
Abe calls. Calacanis folds. So's Daniel. Jack 6 suited for Doyle Brunson. Getting a discount, makes the call.
Let's see if Will can follow through with this on the flop.
7-9-5. Masseri flops a set of 9s. Doyle checks.
Continuation bet from Will is the right idea, just at the wrong time.
Bets 2,400.
Abe's going to try to build a pot here with his set of 9s.
Right.
Raises to 6,000. That'll get Doyle out of the way. And the loose cannon as well.
Lucky for the cannon, he was making a play this hand.
So Abe Masseri picks up a pot of nearly $13,000.
Well, he is all about the action, but unless you've been following my tweets on the best damn deuce to 7 triple draw players in the world, you've probably never heard of Abe before. He's a big-time cash limit player, and he's a WSOP bracelet holder, so look out.
And he is a former day trader on Wall Street. He understands how to handle pressure. Quack, quack for Will Davis, the loose cannon. Raises to 1,200. Masseri folds. Calacanis folds.
Garbage.
Daniel does as well.
I'm not going to get your stack if you're not getting in there.
There's plenty of time. There will be plenty of time for that.
David Williams will play, pocket 10s. Pair versus pair. 5-4-4 on the flop. Williams checks.
The way the pre-flop action went, pretty safe board for deuces.
What's that?
Davis bets 2,100. Williams just calls.
A conservative play, trying to get a feel for how the loose cannon plays.
King of clubs on the turn. Williams with a flush draw now checks. So does Davis. A deuce of clubs on the river.
This is an action card. Will Davis is filled up, made a boat. David Williams has a flush.
He checks.
Will Davis should bet here, try to get some value out of his hand.
He does. Leads out 6,000.
This is a pretty big bet considering the size of the pot. It's going to be tough for David to call with a club as small as a 10. Also, with a paired board, David has to consider full house possibilities. Now, if David knows he's playing against an amateur, to bet this size on the river definitely reps strength.
Guess we can't call the clock on him, can we?
Williams folds.
She gave me a big hand. I misplayed it probably. Didn't re-raise on pre-flop.
Turns out hindsight is 10-10.
It is in this hand. We're back with more after this. Welcome back to the big game in Las Vegas, Nevada. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I am Chris Rose. Action begins this hand with Abe Mosseri. Folds. Jason Calacanis. Itty bitty pocket pair. Raises to 1,200. Negrano folds. Hair ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Pocket Queen's definitely a re-raising hand. See if Doyle goes for it.
Raise the pot.
He does to 4,800. Gets an evil stare from Calacanis. Williams folds. Pocket jacks for the loose cannon.
Two very big hands here. Could see a lot of money go into the pot.
A tough spot for our loose cannon. Let's see how he plays it.
How much to call?
4,800, so 4,400 more.
The first big decision for Will Davis. Getting the stare down from Doyle. Re-raise to 14,800.
Looks like a raise.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Calacanis folds.
10,000 more.
Those are the two guys I would not want to get into it with.
Will's supposed to be the amateur. He's certainly not playing scared. Might be his undoing. Decides he wants to go toe-to-toe with Doyle Brunson. Re-raising with jacks, not always recommended. When you get action, usually you're racing at best.
I'm all in.
Here's re-raising pot.
Once again, it is
Yeah,
pot
that's
limit
cool.
pre-flop,
Close enough anyway.
so Doyle can only raise to 46,400.
Will's looking a little sick right now.
Can he get away from this?
I have no idea what's going on here.
Neviem, prečo takto hrajú.
Yeah, for real.
Neviem, prečo navyšujú a zvyšujú a navýšujú a potom sa posere.
Be a devastating pot.
Nerozumiem, prečo si vlastne nepozrie flop. Nedorovná na
Wasn't able to move
4000.
all in the way he
Nepozrie
wanted
flop.
to, but this fifth bet
Podľa
should be
toho
a
sa
big
zariadíme.
indication to Will as to what kind of shape he's in.
You're like the one guy I didn't want to get involved in the pot with. This hurts.
That's why you decided to re-raise him to
You're
10,000.
supposed to fold.
A little 5-bet says you're supposed to fold.
Lebo chcel, aby foldol. Prečo za kokotinu? Chci jeden, aby protivník
My
foldol.
children drown.
Doyle's referring to the chips he's
Kto ich to
already
učí
got in the
takú
pot. To my
kokotinu?
knowledge, both Pam and Todd Brunson are capable swimmers.
Kto ich to učí?
Okay, nice hand.
Že keď neviem, čo má v
Doyle's
ruke,
hand is sunk.
tak nemôžem na neho
Minus
tlačiť.
an awful lot of dough.
That was some power poker, a 60K pot
Nemôžem.
without a flop.
Will Davis doesn't look all that happy, but the loose cannon dodged a huge bullet there. So he lives to fight again and keeps his dream of busting kids
Ale ty
poker
kokotina,
alive.
lebo
I'm Will Davis, and I'm on the big game.
z ESA mi to pochopím. Jedine z ESA mi to pochopím. ESA a King, že tlačíš jak svina.
Your wife doesn't like me.
Ale ostatné,
This
čo?
Daniel just really rubs my wife the wrong way. She told me before I came out here, you had better bust Daniel Negreanu. She just doesn't like his table talk, I guess.
I talk too much? Okay, well, I'm guilty then. Guilty as charged.
We got married March 28th, a year ago, and I lost for 2 weeks straight at the poker tables. And I took the ring off and I started winning, so I never wear the ring when I play. we lost it mysteriously
Pojď,
right
že jo.
before we came out here. I know she had something.
Dva
Maybe it's
týdny.
good luck. She doesn't want it anywhere.
A nemůžu mluvit.
She is my biggest fan, and you know, a lot of times we'll take walks together, and I'll just tell her about hands. And she's a great listener and a great sounding board, and she's fully supportive of it. We haven't had the money to take the honeymoon. If I could win it, I would love to give her the honeymoon that she deserves.
Well, I guess it's probably better than Daniel rubbing his wife the right way.
Well, the action will begin on Mrs. Davis's favorite player, Daniel Negreanu. Ace Jack offsuit. Raises to 1500. Doyle Brunson pocket queens.
Queens again.
He's also had kings. Doyle makes the call.
Just call is going to mix it up a little this time.
Oops, sorry.
Action folds around. Jason Calacanis, who folds as well. So it's just Daniel and Doyle. King 7-8. Pair of spades on the flop. Negreanu checks.
Doyle seems confident in his hand. Doesn't think Daniel would check a king to him.
Doyle bets 3,300. Daniel folds.
You did a good job here, by the way.
I give a little credit to the dealer.
So far in 10 hands, Doyle has had pocket queens twice and kings once.
I would have won a tournament by now and then the final table.
Me too.
What'd you have that first hand?
Flush.
Really?
Really?
I believe. Looked like you had,
Can't lie.
looked like you had something. I mean, you fired. But I know it's a bet Maseri.
Dave just beat me to an honest Abe reference.
So you're not gonna play a lot of tournaments, World Series? No. Cash games?
I'd like
There
to.
might not be any.
I mean, the only reason I played the other tournament last year that I won is because there was no cash game. That's it.
Abe's talking about the deuce to 7 bracelet he won in 09.
Another pocket pair for Doyle Brunson. Raising to 1,200 with his sevens. Action folds on over to the loose cannon, Will Davis.
Yeah, he says, I don't want to get in a pot with Doyle.
I haven't learned.
Re-raises to 4,300.
This is a very aggressive play with Queen Jack, even in position.
Now back on over to Doyle, who makes the call. So these two will tango yet again.
Wait a second, I've seen this movie.
The flop, Queen Tray 10, top pair for Davis. Check by Brunson. Check by Davis.
Will re-raise pretty light pre-flop. Now he's checking top pair.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
Could be that he didn't want to be check raised by Doyle.
Doyle's checked on over to Will Davis. Bets 5,300.
Will's got an inside straight draw now to go with his pair of queens. 3 overcards out there. Doyle's 7s aren't looking so hot.
Never let you go this time.
Doyle folds. Davis wins a pot of more than
Are
15K.
you winning or losing? You're pretty close. You won a couple, you lost one.
Gambling, we know that.
Yeah.
You're gonna play. When are you gonna get in a pot? Let's go.
Me?
Let's mix it up.
Let's go, let's do it.
Oh, our loose cannon poking the Canadian bear. See if Daniel wakes up when we come back. Welcome back to the big game where Daniel Negreanu has been targeted by our loose cannon. I guess you could call this a moving target.
Even though Will Davis is down a little bit, those are not tournament chips, folks. He's still got 89 grand in cold hard cash to come after Kid Poker.
But remember, he only keeps what he wins over 100 grand.
What's going on with the loose cannon? He's dying to bust you.
He's dying to bust me, but and he's talking about how he's trying to stay out of Doyle's way, and he keeps re-raising Doyle. That's not usually smart, because Doyle, when he's in there, he's got something. Me, I'm kind of crazy.
Doyle's good. He's running over the table.
Doyle's, I think Doyle's getting cards. Every time Doyle's on TV, he talks about how he's unlucky and blah, blah, but he's always got big hands. This loose cannon guy, though, I don't know. He's like, we were all shocked that he's like re-raising and gambling. We thought he'd wait a little bit, but, he's pretty tough.
Okay, I think they're waiting on you.
Okay, see ya.
Now, Chris, I know Will isn't playing with his own money, but I can't recommend purposely antagonizing Daniel Negreanu. If he's gonna poke the bear, he has to remember he's not at the zoo. He's on safari, and if provoked, the animals will bite back.
Will Davis does dream of being a big-time poker pro. One of those sharks out there, much like David Williams. The action will start on him. 10-6 suited. Gets rid of it. Davis folds. Action folds over to the 39-year-old internet entrepreneur.
A walk.
Yeah, he'll get a walk.
With Daniel on my right.
Jason raises 1,200. King deuce suited.
Hang on a minute. do a little math in my head here. You made it 12, right? Okay, I'm gonna put more in.
Daniel settling in to win some of that Silicon Valley money.
6, just go 4 yellow.
Raised to 4,000.
Daniel straight up playing the man here.
Another pair for Doyle Brunson, albeit a small one.
Not so quick to call. Maybe he doesn't want to get stuck between a whale and a hard place. He did just call Daniel a hard place.
Doyle folds.
Haha, caught him again.
Calicanis folds.
Yeah.
Daniel shows that deuce of diamonds.
That's a setup.
Had a mountain necklace of it.
I probably would have folded if he folded.
After you saw the deuce, huh?
If he would have folded, I probably just would have folded. Let Doyle how to walk.
You'd have played a pot if you'd have hung on.
If I would have, what, played against you? No, I didn't have anything.
I saw you did.
Bluffing.
The deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, every time I get it, I'm gonna re-raise with it.
The deuce of diamonds. That specific one.
Quick side note, Calicanis showed up to play today with an iPad loaded with every hand any of his opponents have ever played on television.
So he's got a full scouting report on the rest of the table.
Yeah, it pays to have an assistant.
Doyle Brunson folds, so does David Williams. Loose cannon as well. Abe Mosseri on the button. Raises to 1,200.
You did that with a smile.
Scouting report says
I fold.
fold for Jason Calicanis.
Okay, I'll gamble with you.
Yeah, of course you're gonna gamble.
Daniel calls.
Picked up a deuce, so I can gamble with
If
you.
you didn't have the deuce of diamond, he'd have popped it.
Kind of a loose defense from Daniel. He knows Abe plays a lot of hands.
Queen, deuce, queen.
Hey, there's my deuce.
Not lying. Check by Negreanu. Abe fires 1,300.
Bet back.
Daniel knows Abe is going to continuation bet with a lot of hands. Not going to fold his deuces.
Daniel calls. The 4 diamonds on the turn. Check by Negreanu, check by Mosseri. Jack of diamonds on the river. Check,
I
check.
got a deuce. What do you think I got? I told you I had a deuce. And he's still betting. He couldn't be.
Once you called the flop, he knew you were serious. He said, okay, he's got the
Hey,
deuce.
there's my deuce.
And you one deuce of diamonds though.
Nah, that's why I didn't re-raise it.
So it narrowed the field.
Earlier tonight, we saw David Williams fold a flush against the loose cannon. How did he get away from that hand? Let's find out as we go behind the poker face.
Early in the session, Will, the loose cannon, raised to 1,200 under the gun. And I was in the big blind and I had 2 black tens. I briefly thought about 3-betting Will, but I felt that I hadn't seen him play much, didn't know how he was playing, figured he would probably be playing pretty tight. So I felt the safest play here, until I figured more out about how he plays, would be to just call, keep the pot small, I can get some information, I have a strong hand, and you know, my hand is very disguised that way. And the flop was 4-4-5 with 2 clubs. So I checked to him, you know, to see if he would follow through or if he would check behind and give me off any information. And he bet 2,100, which is, you know, probably a medium-sized bet. I didn't really think he was going to be bluffing at this stage, so I felt he definitely had something. So I just called to see if, you know, maybe if he was, he may not have courage to fire another bullet. The turn came with King of Clubs to complete the flush and put out an overcard, which was actually not that great of a card for me because I felt if he was, you know, continuation betting with a hand like Ace-King or King-Queen, you know, he got there against me, so I was prepared to give it up. I checked to him, and he seemed fairly uninterested in the pot, and he checked also. At this point, I was pretty sure I had the best hand. Now, the river came with deuce of clubs, putting a 4 flush on the board, and I did have the 10 of clubs. But I felt there was no value in betting this card with my 10 high flush, because he's pretty much not going to call me with the hand that I'm beating at this stage. I felt he was new, fresh, but maybe a little scared. And once I checked, now he decided to make a fairly large bet.
That is 6,000.
My gut reaction was to fold right away. I mean, I felt he's not going to bluff 6,000 here. It just didn't feel right. His body language was so calm. He seemed very strong, like he had a really big hand. And since he's, you know, an internet player, I doubt he really is practiced in hiding tells. And he really felt strong to me. And, you know, I really thought he must have some sort of full house. I mean, for him to make that bet, it just didn't make sense to me that he would do that with a bluff. So I confidently folded. I just paid 6,000 for the information, but I'm actually very confident in my fold, and I think I made a good move.
Sleduj Tukan.
Great lay down from David Williams, getting away from Will's full house.
Ukážem ti
Being
Tukan.
able to go behind the poker face. See what these guys are thinking during their hands.
Ukážem ti Tukan, keď
Pretty
to
cool
pôjde.
stuff you're going to be seeing here on the big game. Ace-4 suited for David Williams. Raises
Tam keby sa mi
1200.
podarilo,
10 suited. Davis makes the
tam
call.
keby sa mi podarilo skončiť
Pulls around to Daniel. Gets rid of it. Doyle.
kešovanie pozícií, to by bolo
Makes
mas.
the calls well. 3 players to the flop. queen, 8, 2 spades.
Check it.
Another spade could be serious trouble for Will Davis.
Brunson is checked. Williams bets 3,000.
David's got the best hand and a very strong draw.
Davis calls. Doyle folds.
Another spade comes. Will may use it to dig his own grave.
And there it is, the deuce of spades.
Very big trouble for Will. Williams has the nut flush. Davis has the second nut flush. This could spell doom for the loose cannon.
Williams bets 7,000.
Trying to extract some value from his ace-high flush. Very difficult for Will to know he's beat here.
Just calls, does Davis. 3 of spades on the river.
By just calling and that fourth spade hitting the board, Will may save some money here. He knows all David needs is just the ace of spades to beat him.
Williams bets 20,000.
I call.
Quick call.
That was quick.
Wow. That's saved.
Wow.
Good river.
He didn't like that river.
Godzilla. I mean, probably the same thing. I don't know if he raises me. He might raise me.
Of course he's gonna raise you.
Hey, it's sarcasm.
Oh, he didn't raise you on the turn?
Will Davis did lose more than 31,000 on that hand.
You know, it could be worse. Right? Could have been your actual money. Right?
Yeah, think of it that way.
Just 20 dimes, whatever.
Chris, I'm impressed. Will's taking it on the chin, but it beats taking it lying down. The loose cannon is holding his own and hanging in.
More from Las Vegas coming your way after this. Welcome back to the big game. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose. We played 18 out of 150 hands so far as we take a quick look at the leaderboard.
As you can see, our loose cannon Will Davis is taking a beating, but the quality and style of his play ain't bad at all. I think he's still got plenty of time and chips to climb his way back up.
And let's remember, Will Davis only gets to keep whatever he wins over $100,000. Action folds around to Jason Calacanis. The internet entrepreneur races to 1,200.
Raises his button with an actual hand this time. I don't think Daniel's going anywhere with gold like Jack-9 suited, though. Right in his wheelhouse.
Daniel calls, Doyle folds. King-Jack offsuit for David Williams. Makes the call. 3-person party to the flop. 5-ace tray. Top pair for Calacanis. Williams checks.
Accepting donations.
Calacanis bets 3,500.
Hang on. All right.
Daniel folds. David folds.
Felt like you had an ace.
Yeah. You can feel it. That's it. You get to that level where you can just feel it.
You just feel it. You just feel it, yeah.
Oh.
Here's how you feel it. When the amateur bets, he has it.
Feel it. What's the record tip?
Your tip, I'm sorry.
How much was that?
100.
100. So here's 200.
Jason Calacanis, the internet entrepreneur, seems very interested in the poker world, Joe.
Guy's already made his millions. Now, seems to have his sights set on playing with the best.
Starts off this hand, 9 high, and folds. Daniel, queen 10 offsuit. Races to 1,200. Doyle folds. Williams folds. The loose cannon, Will Davis. Out of here.
How come sometimes 12, sometimes 15?
I'll explain this all to you in my next book.
8 calls.
Am I going to write a chapter in that one too?
Yeah.
Chapter 8, how to be variable.
2 to the flop. 8-9 king, 2 spades.
How to confuse nits. I don't think I'm a nit. Not you. Referring to the sort of proverbial nit.
That my chapter say, why didn't Abe write the triple draw instead of Daniel?
Both players check.
Referring to Doyle Poker Bible Super System 2.
6 of hearts on the turn. Masseri checks as he hits 6s. Daniel bets 2,500. Abe calls.
So when you're in position, you're bet, 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 and when you're out, you just check, check, call, check, call, check, call.
Check call, check call.
Sure I got it right.
Another 6 on the river.
3 6s for Mosseri. The book Super System says you're supposed to check to the man with the lead.
Made a boo-boo. You made a boo-boo. You're supposed to check there. For sure. Let me bet, and then you can snap.
Guess I'll let Daniel handle the analysis from here on out.
That's okay, Daniel.
I had nothing.
You did? You're the one that made the boo-boo.
No, no. Head outs.
thought you had something.
Yeah, queen high.
I thought you had like a pair of nines.
You had that crush.
Jason, how did you get involved in this? Do you play poker often, like tournaments and things like that?
I play a lot of poker in LA.
Action begins with Daniel Negreanu, 7-4 suited. And it looks like he wants to play.
I think they wanted more dead money at the table.
Raised to 1,200. Pocket kings again for Brunson.
Doyle's fourth big pocket pair, and we're only 22 hands in.
Just calls.
Playing it tricky.
Find out.
Williams folds. Davis folds. Abe's in with pocket eights.
All I know is I'm the least experienced player at this table. You know, by far.
We should just make it triple draw, just for you.
Yeah.
Another big pocket pair for Doyle. Gonna try another slow play.
Jack deuce tray, 2 diamonds. Aseri checks. Negreanu bets 3,200.
Daniel raised pre-flop. He's continuation betting here. Something tells me it's not gonna work. Doyle looks like he's thinking about a raise. Try to get some value.
Doyle with a re-raise to 15-2.
It's tough to get value out of a re-raise that big. Abe may have liked his eighth before. Probably not so much now.
Gets rid of him. And Daniel folds.
Tell him how smart you are.
I have no idea.
Don't tell him.
I really don't know. Kings? Kings?
Yeah, I mean, how you don't beat this guy? He knows what you got all the time.
I should have said kings. Kings, always kings.
You know, many pots we've played, that's the way
He
we
always has kings. I raise, he calls, he has kings.
How many more pocket pairs could Doyle get? Find out when we come back. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the mothership of poker. It's the big game.
There's our leaderboard, and right now the godfather of poker and David Williams are riding high, while our loose cannon, Will Davis, still has a lot of ground to make up.
We continue with hand 24 out of 150.
You play live poker or internet poker mostly?
Mostly internet, some live.
I miss that place.
Back in the day, they didn't play no internet poker.
That was when you were a real player.
Back then, yeah. It's true. I was a professional poker player back then.
Now you gotta work on your image, your endorsements. Yeah. Commercials, movies, everything.
Just us?
Just us. The two nits.
Yes, let's go, Mohammed.
2 of the best to the flop. Trey, Jack, Trey. 2 spades. Giving Davis a flush draw.
Calacanis is ahead for now, but as you can see by the percentages, it's a statistical dead heat.
Davis bets 3,300.
You got a pair? Nines? Tens?
This is a semi-bluff.
Maybe.
Setting his flush draw.
Gotta give you credit.
Calacanis folds.
Tight laydown.
Feeling just a little better.
He had a 6 of spades, he had a flush draw.
Man, who's being a nit now? I would never afford that.
Well, so far this wealthy businessman and internet entrepreneur is playing a little tight.
Yeah, but the man has deep pockets, and you don't get to be where he is by being meek and easily intimidated. And Chris, are you buying any of this Taekwondo stuff?
I think he could buy his own dojo a million times. So yeah, I'm buying
Did
it.
you go to old poker games when you were playing in Texas with a gun every game?
always be one-handed, let's put it that way.
Big fans of the Second Amendment in Texas.
Classic.
Action folds over to Daniel. Racing 7 high again. Doyle calls. David Williams looks like he wants to play 4 high and does.
Just 800 more to call out of the big blind.
The flop, Trey 7 deuce, a pair of spades.
Daniel has a very strong hand with a pair of flush draw.
Doyle checked it. David Williams, middle pair checks. Daniel bets 3,000, top pair and a flush draw. Doyle folds.
Where is it?
Raised by David Williams to 8,500.
This is a bad spot for David to try to make a play. Not only is Daniel in the lead right now, but he knows he's also the favorite against some very different draws. Even against a set, he has a decent redraw, so Daniel's certainly not afraid to get some more money into this pot. We're almost certain to see a raise. The only question is how much.
It'll be a re-raise to 23-5.
By raising this much, you get your money in as a favorite, and there's always the chance your opponent will fold. That way you win the pot for free. I think David's Hollywooding a little bit here. You see him calling with a pair of trays.
Now he's looking at his chips.
Get the Academy Award speech ready. Best fake decision by a poker player.
One more look,
Still just a pair of threes.
and the fold.
You can pick a card, either card. This one?
Daniel shows his 5.
What, the 4 spades? Show the 4 spades.
Huh? No, well, it's obviously something like that, right? Could be a 7 of spade, could have been.
Could have been an ace 4. Could have been an ace or a ace 4, 7.
Daniel keeps David Williams guessing. We'll get more answers when we come back to the big game. Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas.
I really don't see how people advance in the World Series of poker.
You mean the main event?
I mean, I know. First day gets me. I mean, everybody's just trying to get me all in.
Me too. I can't get him to fold a hand. I can't.
No, I mean, so, I mean,
On day one?
how many hands can you have the best? I mean, who's got the best hand? What difference it makes?
Action folds around to David Williams, ace-7 offsuit, a raise to 1,400.
I don't like the deep stack games.
What are you doing here?
David rakes in the pot.
I want to be on TV. I wanted to play with Phil Hellmuth.
Everybody wants to play with phone. Anybody who likes money wants to play with.
You know, Yevgeny said something on TV that was the funniest ever. Helmuth was talking about, I just love the way I'm playing right now. And Yevgeny goes, we all do too, Phil.
Yevgeny
We
Timoshenko.
all love the way you're playing too.
I'm ready to bet on him winning bracelets against any 10 people that anybody wants to
Or
play.
any 10, right?
Yep.
On
And
bracelets?
and no limit hold'em.
Oh, why don't you make it specific to...
That's what I think he
Okay,
can
no
play.
limit hold'em. All right, I'll find 10 for you. Okay.
Action on David Williams.
What, I
Raises.
have to have 10? A full 10?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I wanted, and then I can win something.
Yeah, I
Eight
know.
calls.
You did. You got me on this bet once before. Last time he won a bracelet. Yeah, so maybe I'll be his good luck charm. I'm thinking I can already name a few.
King 4 Jack, 2 diamonds on the flop.
No limit. That's the tough part. You figure out who's gonna play those.
Williams continues, has 3,000. Abe folds. Another pot for Williams.
Every single person had the same exact reaction when they came in. Phil's not playing? Oh,
I wouldn't take Ivy. I don't play enough of them.
You kidding?
Huh? There no
Are you
limits?
kidding? He'll play every one of them.
But he's gonna play the other tournaments, like the stud average Omaha, so he won't have as many.
Who knows how many opportunities because he's going to be a day 2.
I'd rather take Durr or something like that, but not Durr next
You
week.
can have Durr.
I don't want Durr. I'm just saying. Someone like Scott Sieber, I'd take him in a heartbeat.
You can have him.
Oh, I will take
I
him.
know who he
That whole
is.
crew. Him, Bonomo, Haxton.
I can take the whole crew.
That whole crew.
J.C. Tran.
That's another one.
Doyle, what do you think of Durr and his style? And
I think he's an amazing man after the flop.
Doyle looking at ace-3.
I think he can
Folds.
really play.
David Williams.
I didn't for a while.
Raise.
Just like it took me a long time to admit that Phil Ivey was maybe the best player.
Williams again. A winner.
First, it's like, what the hell's going on here?
I was hard-headed about it. And I still haven't ever seen anything bad happen to him over a period of time.
Yeah, where he went. You know what he's good at? That was the one thing. When he starts losing, he quits.
Must be, that's Ivy then. not
Yeah.
Durr.
Ivy, like, so he'll,
Well, you know, when he quits, though, he goes to the pit.
yeah, but yeah, exactly. So he's not going to lose in poker, he'll lose in craps. But
David Williams has quietly scooped 3 pots amidst the chatter.
We're off to hand 30 out of 150. Action begins with David Williams, who folds. Loose cannon, pocket rockets.
Aces are very easy to misplay. Let's see how the loose cannon handles them.
Raised to 1,200. Abe Masseri, Jack 6 suited, calls. Calacanis folds. Negreanu, king 3 suited. Folds. Doyle Brunson, out as well.
Will's played it all right so far, narrowed the field down to one opponent.
5-5-8, 2 hearts on the flop.
This flop probably looks pretty safe to Will. As we can see, Abe's got a flush draw. He's at least going to call one bet.
Davis's bet is 3,200. Mosseri calls. The turn. Deuce of diamonds. That's Daniel's card.
Abe misses. A decent bet here from Will may get Abe to fold.
Davis's bet, 9,000.
Say it's decent. Abe seems intent on drawing to his flush, even though he's not getting the right odds.
And so he makes the call. The river card, deuce of spades.
The deuce doesn't complete any obvious draws. Let's see if Will's confident enough in his aces to value bet.
He is double-fisted, 23,000 and a Mosseri fold.
Hearts or straight?
You know, nobody was rooting for you, right, Abe? Like, not one person.
We're actually rooting to call and lose, not to fold.
Isn't it nice to have everyone on your side when they're not against you?
Very nice read by the loose cannon.
So Will Davis, our aspiring poker pro from Hilliard, Ohio, picks up a nice little pot, but he is still stuck over $28,000. David Williams and Doyle Brunson, they find themselves atop the leaderboard.
Will is still down, but he's got another 120 hands to go. I think he's playing some pretty solid poker.
All right, guys, guess what? The session is coming to an end. Loose cannon, Will, you're still hanging in there? Maybe you'll catch some more cards next time. The left side of the table looks like it's killing it, Doyle. You've been running it over.
You know, I got this big idiot sitting right to my right here.
You are kind of an idiot, Daniel. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now, and remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. See you next time.
For Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose. We'll see you tomorrow night.
It must be crazy to left that idiot. And they just said it was all over the TV.
How much are you up?
I think I'm even.
Anything?
I'm even.
Doyle's killing you guys.
Must be a 15
My favorite
point
player. Sticking it to you.
The following is a presentation from PokerStars.com. Last night, on the big game, Doyle Brunson got hit in the head with the deck.
Tell them how smart you are.
Every time I look, he's calling the kings.
And our loose cannon, Will Davis, had marching orders to bust Daniel.
You know what the loose cannon just told me?
What?
His wife doesn't really like you very much.
Your wife doesn't like me very much?
He wants to bust you today.
Will he be able to navigate through this table full of sharks at Belt Kid Poker?
Let's go for it.
We shall see tonight on the big game.
Wow.
Welcome to the newest game in Las Vegas. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose. Where tonight there's over $500,000 on the table as play continues in our state-of-the-art poker room.
Tonight's lineup includes the debonair hipster poker pro David Williams. He's up over 20 dimes.
Nearly the same amount as the man who always shoots from the hip, Texas Dolly, Doyle Brunson.
Kid poker Daniel Negreanu is only down a few orbits of blinds and antes, just a couple of grand.
To his right is internet entrepreneur Jason Calacanis. He is up a whopping small blind.
And as you can see, cash game specialist and triple draw guru Abe Mosseri is down about 10,000.
And the final player at this table is 29-year-old aspiring poker pro Will Davis out of Hilliard, Ohio. As tonight's loose cannon, he was staked 100 grand. He's stuck over 28,000, and he's standing by with Amanda Leatherman.
All right, Will. Rough start. You've got a little bit of catching up to do. You have a game plan going in there today?
You know, pretty much the same. I want to keep it aggressive, and I think I'm going to steer clear of Doyle.
Yeah, he's scaring you a little bit?
Yeah, he's pretty tough.
Yeah? You said he had an evil stare.
Not so much evil, it's just, I swear, he can read your soul when he's looking through you, so.
All right, go get him, Tiger.
Thanks.
Quick reminder that each cannon staked 100 grand and keeps all profits above the initial $100,000. At season's end, the loose cannon has won the most money, earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50K.
And And Chris, before the show, our loose cannon wouldn't stop talking to everyone, including me, about his other life passion, the video game StarCraft.
So what is it about StarCraft that makes you guys like good at poker? Because that's what you play at StarCraft, right?
I think it's the competition thing.
But isn't it like a strategy game or something like that?
Yeah, you know,
That's a cool way to get chicks, huh? StarCraft?
Absolutely. Staying home in your mom's basement playing video games for 12 hours.
Action folds around to Doyle Brunson, who also folds, so our first hand ends in a walk for David Williams.
I like it. I'm sure he's happy to take a walk with 4-6 offsuit. Everyone must be too distracted with these tales of StarCraft.
Once again, here are the rules of the big game. As you know, each table lasts exactly 150 hands. Action pre-flop is pot limit, then becomes no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 with a $100 ante, all of which is paid by the player on the button. And every player begins with at least 100K, but can rebuy for as little as 50,000, all the way up to $500,000.
Chris, you look like a StarCraft guy. Do you play as Protoss, Human, or Zerg?
Actually, Joe, I don't live with my parents anymore.
You know it's really not so bad.
Ava Sintry raises. Big split for Calecanis, announcing a raise. To 4,000. Daniel folds. Doyle folds the key. Williams folds. Loose cannon. And Abe calls.
Very loose call from Abe. Everybody wants a chance to play against the blogging millionaire. Let's see if someone presses the like button on this flop.
10 deuce trade, 3 spades hit the board. Masseri checks his flush draw. Calecanis checks as well.
Not a great flop for Calecanis.
8 of clubs on the turn. Masseri connects.
Even worse card on the turn now that Abe's got a pair.
And bet 6,500.
Jason's drawing to a non-spade ace or a king.
And folds. So Abe Masseri picks up a nice little pot.
Bet, bet, bet.
That's bad. If you don't want it, I'm gonna take it.
I don't want it.
I don't believe him. I think he wanted it. Abe definitely wanted it.
You might never see Elkie again when StarCraft 2 comes out.
Elkie Gros-Pellier.
Why, think?
Has he been playing the beta lately? Because my friends have been playing the beta, all my friends that love
I
it.
haven't played it. I've been too busy, but.
So are there really StarCraft groupies?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's
I
funny.
can't imagine what those groupies look like.
Huh?
Can't imagine what the groupies look like.
Where?
StarCraft, video game groupies.
Probably the same group as the Magic groupies.
Oh yeah, you played Magic. Did you ever play Magic too? Magic the Gathering? You never heard of that?
Who didn't? Yeah.
You played that too? Who didn't? Yeah, I bet you Doyle's never played Magic.
Any proper dork played Magic.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I still play it every day.
Who else played Magic? You played it?
Eric Froelich, Rock Parker,
Rock Parker. That kid's good.
Justin Bonomo, Isaac Axon, Scott Seaver, we all
They all
play.
played it.
We all still do. We all live in Panorama. We play every night. We're playing tonight after this.
2 in a row for David.
You have a regular Magic game?
Yeah. Bunch of poker guys. We all play and play for money, and we just to relax after poker games. We play Magic. That's why we all live in the same building. We get together.
Do you guys ever try girls? Is it
Magic
pastime?
is girl repellent.
Chicks love Magic.
Or did y'all ever go rabbit hunting or anything?
But Noah and Justin like kick it up and play real high, and we've had some disputes over money because they're playing for a few thousand. This is not.
Abe raises from the button.
A lot of arguments.
And takes it down.
Just or somebody doing something semi-sketchy, like what counts as what, because they're playing for a few thousand. So we don't play for as much until Noah and Justin get involved, and they both got these big egos against each other.
As far as this game goes, 29-year-old David Williams burst onto the scene as the runner-up in the 04 main event. He does have one bracelet to his name, and so far in the big game, he's up over 21 grand.
And he shares a life coach with Phil Hellmuth Jr.
Hopefully they're not sharing sessions.
Just explain it.
It's a card game. You explain it.
It's a strategy card game. I like to say it's you play one-on-one.
It's like Dungeons and Dragons?
Still talking about Magic the Gathering.
Here's how I talk about that part. The cards themselves have art on it, right? But when you play chess, the pieces, like the knight is shaped like a horse, the king has a crown, but that actually is irrelevant, right? The pieces in chess could all be shaped like whatever, and you can just say that this piece moves this way. But they give you that to help you remember or help you give it some.
Each card does a different thing.
So each card has pictures on it that people say is like Dungeons and Dragons, but that's irrelevant. They all have text that tells you how it works, which is akin to like a chess piece saying this is how it works, and there's 10,000 different pieces in
Raise a pot.
Doyle, paying attention to this game, re-raises Will Davis.
You wanted to know how it works.
Chicks dig Magic, right?
I love Magic.
You love Magic?
Yeah.
You watch them play and stuff, and like with signs up.
No, but I heard David's the best.
David's the best. You're the best.
Not in the world. I mean, of the poker players, probably. There's a few of us, but I'm up there.
Action on the loose cannon, Will Davis.
Stay on it in practice to be the best. So the guys that play all the time, professionally still.
And he makes the call.
Good luck, Cannon.
Dead heat going into the flop.
4 Queen 8.
We're rooting for you.
After a re-raise pre-flop, we're likely to see a continuation bet from Doyle.
The Hall of Famer fires 7,000, and Davis folds.
I'm going to announce this now in case even if it happens to me, I feel the same. If he does double up off any of us, I am going to applaud and be happy. So don't have your feelings hurt if any of the rest of you. If he doubles through you, and you can do the same to me.
Well, our loose cannon Will has to like the way David Williams is talking. We're back with more right after this.
I'm Abe Mosseri, also known as Easy Peasy. One thing you do know is that loose cannon is going to have to gamble at some point. He's either going to try to double a stack or to go bust. So you know he's going to have to gamble, so that dynamic is in there. So it makes the game a little bit more interesting.
Well, as Abe just told you, all eyes are on the loose cannon, Will Davis, the aspiring poker pro from Hilliard, Ohio. Once again, anything he wins over $100,000, he gets to keep.
Cannon, what's your day job?
This.
Are you a professional poker player? Oh, what do you got a job for real?
No.
Will has told us that he's dedicated to giving poker a full-time shot.
Well, tonight could be the first step in making that dream come true.
We got a professional.
I thought the whole concept here was.
He's played more poker than anybody.
That surprised me.
We got a professional.
Wait a second. I think that's a tell.
About 1 million hands this year so far.
So far?
So far.
And it's the middle of
Played 1 million hands this year.
5 months.
You played live some too, all right?
Yeah. I was just out here playing over at Mirage, the 2-5.
The setup.
I feel like we're being punched.
You don't see anybody handling chips like that.
No, that's what I noticed too.
No, he looks at his cards normal. He handles chips better than Durr did when Durr first started playing. That was the funniest, watching Durr in Bobby's room when he first started. Didn't know how to pick up his cards and chips.
Will knows how to fold. Abe raises.
That would let me play when I was 20. They didn't serve alcohol, so yeah, I started
You started when you were 20. How old are you now?
29.
Okay, so you're old now. Poker-wise, you're kind of old.
Have you ever held a job? Or have you always just played poker for a living?
I was a cook once.
When's the last time you were gainfully employed?
David defends.
Outside of poker.
Nobody here is gainfully employed.
Well, I know that.
To the flop.
The last time I was gainfully employed was 1955.
What is gainfully exactly?
Check.
So, yeah, just mean
Check.
It's a nice way of saying
gainfully employed?
Deuce of spades on the turn. Williams checks. Mosseri checks. 10 of clubs on the river.
2 pair for David.
Bets 3,000. Mosseri folds.
No, just showing the camera to make sure it's
I had the worst hand possible. Almost. Very close to the worst hand possible.
Those are 3, and it has to be 8-9.
Right, what I had, 8-9.
Very deductive read.
So, when was the last year that you actually worked?
03, 04.
Very 304, 1955. Was the last time you worked in a job?
I don't know, it depends on the day. I don't know, as a teenager.
Went to an office, like...
Office?
Or anything like punch the clock or
If
nothing?
I was going to an office as a teenager, it wasn't to work.
I've had a million jobs.
Really? You've actually
It
worked
was
for
to
a
see
living?
if there was anything I could steal.
The only office Daniel's ever seen is the one that comes on TV.
Well, Joe, in case Kevin from the office is watching, let's read these slowly. Doyle Brunson, David Williams atop the leaderboard. The loose cannon, Will Davis, he was staked $100,000. He only gets to keep whatever he wins over the original $100K. He's stuck over $35,000. Joe, what do you make of it so far?
Well, let's take a look at the numbers. Right here, we've got a flop seam percentage, which is just another way of saying who's playing the most hands. Abe's been splashing around the most, but we've seen that the loose cannon is certainly not afraid to get wet. So far, the big winner is Doyle Brunson. He's catching cards, and it doesn't hurt that he knows how to play them.
Once again, those stats are through 42 hands, so the loose cannon Will Davis has plenty of time to make up his deficit. Action will begin on Will Davis.
Use a HUD.
And he folds. Abe Masseri, ace-deuce suited, raises.
What is a HUD?
Heads up this way.
It's the thing that was over there on the computer over their head. There's like a square that says all the numbers.
I know how to pick my chips up here and call.
Doyle's just working his way up to the VCR.
David Williams folds. 2 players to the flop. Deuce, 8, deuce.
Trip deuces for Abe.
Check by Brunson. Check by Mosseri.
Setting a trap.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Check.
All right, now that flush and straight draws are out there, we should see a bet from Abe.
Brunson is checked on over to Abe, who makes it 1,500 to go. Doyle calls.
He's got an open-ended straight draw.
The river. The king of hearts.
This is a scare card for both players.
Doyle checks. Mosseri bets 4,000.
When Doyle checks, Abe feels safe enough to bet his hand.
What did you do?
Oh, that's for next time.
Doyle just messing with Abe. He did fold.
That should be mine.
Try and get it. Come and get it.
Yeah, this is the guy who carries guns.
More. Obviously, the only guns he's talking about is firing with 3 barrels on the flop-turning river.
He's got a guy carrying it.
You had to get back to the car. You know, that's when you needed it.
Or maybe not.
Action begins on Abe Mosseri.
Oh, that's yeah. Get in there. Do this. It's not a goal.
Fold. Jason Calacanis out of the way. Daniel, pocket 3s.
You raise it again?
Yeah.
I'm out, man.
Doyle folds. David Williams, Queen Jack. Gets a discount to call. And the loose can is out.
Got a little coin flippage right now.
King deuce 4.
Check.
Check by Williams.
With that check, it's a pretty safe flop for Daniel to think he has the best hand.
That's 2,200.
Seems like an easy fold. Looks like David might be up to something.
Williams calls.
This move is called a reverse float, which is just a float out of position. It's when you make a call in order to try to take it away on the street.
7 of hearts on the turn. No help to David Williams,
Check.
who checks over to Daniel. Right back at you, pal.
David's probably going to try to bluff at it on the river.
Ace of diamonds is the river card.
Now the ace may change things.
Check.
Yeah.
Check by David. Check by Daniel.
Not no pair.
Oh, sweet. That's good news.
Daniel wins a pot of almost $8,000.
Looked like David was going to try to take Daniel off of ace high, but had to put the brakes on when the ace hit the river.
While Daniel stacks up his chips, we're going to take a short break, but we're coming right back to Las Vegas with lots more of the big game. Hold tight. Remember, the loose cannon who finishes the season with the most cash gets a North American Poker Tour passport worth 50 grand. Last week's LC, Ernest Wiggins, had a solid run, winning over 50 grand, but right now Will Davis has got to kick it into gear.
Forget the passport. Will's got to kick it into gear if he wants to walk home with anything.
Whatever happened to that vegetarian thing?
I'd be so stupid. I told him my assistant could have cooked for him, and he would have been fine. He would have had all this fake meat. He would have been fine. After like a little while, he settled for like $150,000 because he wanted a steak.
The most expensive steak ever.
Now let's put a little more on
How many
steak.
months was it?
Daniel races to 1,500.
I've noticed every time it's my birthday, when someone else's
I'm
fault.
gonna explain all this to you in the book. I'm gonna explain the 15 for you. Sometimes I give it to you for 12.
Right.
Usually 15 for you.
Will Davis calls. So does Abe Mosseri.
It all depends on the strength of my hand. This is a better hand, so I'm raising more. Makes sense.
And then you raise more. I don't know. It could be the opposite.
I don't lose the diamonds in this one.
It could be the other way around.
Deuce, trade, trade.
That's you.
Check by Davis. Check by Mosseri.
Daniel's got the best hand.
And bets 3,000. Will folds. So does Abe.
I got you beat.
Show him the next.
For sure.
Show him the next.
Daniel shows the queen.
He doesn't seem too impressed.
I didn't make the show. It just flipped over.
Had him beat. Had you beat it at all times.
King Queen here?
I didn't say that. I said I had you beat it all times.
Was it queen deuce or queen tray? So it's ace, king, or
queen. Yeah. But I didn't say it was a king.
Unless he's lying.
Unless I'm lying, exactly.
Just sitting here on the TV lying.
Actually, in television, it's called producing.
Daniel folds.
16.
Doyle raises to 1,600 with pocket sixes. Action folds around to Jason Calacanis. Pocket kings.
Chris.
Pretty much never go wrong re-raising with kings.
Raised to 5,600.
So that's how much over it is.
56 total. Since it's pot limit pre-flop, Doyle's getting the right odds to call, try to hit his set.
Doyle does call. 2 players to the flop. Tray 6-7. Doyle flops a set.
Putting on a running good seminar.
15,000.
Calacanis bets 15,000.
Where it's gotta look safe to Jason. With a bet like that, Calacanis has to have something. Doyle wants to extract as much value as he can right now. It's very unlikely that a set of sixes is beat.
It's a 30.
Doyle makes it 30,000.
Now, if you notice, Doyle's only raised the minimum here. It's because he definitely wants a call. Maybe it'll even entice the amateur to ship over the top. Jason's not a very experienced player. He's probably not sure how to interpret a min raise. There's no ace on board. There's nothing really that scary out there. It's going to be very difficult for him to get away from this.
Jason calls.
See, if you got it all in, we could run it twice. We're going to be the guest.
Now, I'm not sure why Jason just called. If it was good enough to call, it's probably good enough to get it in.
The turn. 10 of clubs.
All in.
I call.
Jason's about to see some very bad news.
3 sixes.
Run it 10 times.
Wait.
Hang on.
You can run it 3 times if you want.
Sure.
3 times.
3 times.
You understand that? Okay.
That means you'll see the river card 3 times, playing for 1/3 of the pot each run. The first river, 5 of spades.
One for the good guys.
Jason won. 2 out of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too mad.
Run number 2, 10 of hearts.
2.
And last chance for Jason to salvage something. It's a deuce and a sweep for Doyle.
Chipped.
I presume I got you.
Yeah, you got him covered.
That is correct. Doyle wins a pot of more than $204,000.
Oh, brutal.
Looks like the internet millionaire just had a server crash.
Jason Calacanis, you've just been pwned by a legend. There's a reason Doyle's in the Poker Hall of Fame. More action coming your way from the big game after this. Welcome back to the big game, where there has been a seismic shift in chips as Big Papa just stacked off wealthy internet tycoon Jason Calacanis.
Calacanis now all of a sudden at the bottom of the pile. Doyle remains at the top. And this just in, Chris, Calacanis has had no choice but to officially defriend Doyle Brunson.
Well, our friend Amanda Leatherman is hanging out with the boys at the table.
Jason,
Yeah.
what did you put Doyle on that hand?
I thought he could have aces. Or I thought maybe he was raising into a player who he might be able to bluff out of the pot. So I thought it was a coin toss.
So what'd you buy back in for?
100.
100. Okay, good luck. Doyle, still killing it. My favorite.
Oh, yeah. Let's keep that one.
That's one of the many reasons Doyle's been smiling all week long. Doyle Brunson, the Hall of Famer, a true presence at the table.
I'm Doyle Brunson, and they call me Texas Dolly. Well, I guess I am the elder statesman every time I sit in, just about. I've always noticed that when poker players get to be 50 years old, their games start declining. So I feel very fortunate that I may not be quite as good as I used to be, but I'm close. I've never considered myself to be any kind of a celebrity. I'm a poker player that came along at the right time. These younger guys, I think they should realize, how lucky they are to come along at this particular time. If they had to go back to the old days back when we were on the road. We were in danger all the time. We got cheated, we got robbed, we got arrested. It was quite a different lifestyle back then. What really keeps me coming back is just that I love to compete. I think it's kept me young all these years. My body's breaking down, but I still enjoy playing. You know, it's been a great life. I've had a good time, and I've enjoyed myself. I have made some money. I hope just to keep playing until they throw dirt in my face.
There's a reason he's called the Godfather of Poker, and that's because he's outlasted everyone else, both in life and in the game.
From a legend of poker to a guy who's a legend in his own mind, we have another Phil Hellmuth story that Daniel is telling.
And then he tweeted, like, I'm just so proud to see that Justin Timberlake's a big fan of mine. But he didn't even know who the hell he was.
Did you read the one where he's like, Jennifer Aniston didn't recognize me or something? I'm going to be sending her, or sending Sienna Miller my book.
I tell you, I hate to say it because I actually like Phil, but I think he has kind of lost it a little bit.
Yeah, I like him too.
I love Phil.
Doyle doesn't love that hand. David's out. The loose cannon raises to 1,200. Action folds around to Daniel.
You got it.
Who folds?
We're really having some problems getting in the hands together here.
He knows that your wife wants him to bust you, so he's staying out of your way, so that won't happen.
Trying to disappoint your wife, like you probably haven't known him. Oh! I don't know why that came out of my mouth.
Watch out, she's German. She's going to be here in a few hours.
That was gold there.
You're on your own.
I mean, that was so impromptu.
Score one for Daniel. Doyle gets the assist just because.
Will Davis will be second to act this hand. Williams folds. Pocket sixes for the loose cannon. Raises to 1,200. Action folds around to Doyle Brunson. Ah, with the Brunson.
And he's reaching for chips.
Raise the pot.
I guess if the hand's named after you, that does make you pot committed.
A raise to 4,400.
32 more?
Yeah, correct.
Will calls.
I don't know if anyone's the real favorite against 10 deuce when Doyle's holding it.
8 queen deuce on the flop. Bottom pair for Doyle.
What you got, approximately?
Oh, now you sound like an internet player.
No, not just approximately. No, that's good. I can
50,
see.
55, 60.
I'm all in.
Doyle's all in.
Wow. Fire up the TiVo. It's the Doyle Show.
Doyle Brunson poker, baby.
Will folds.
You said it.
Doyle shows the Brunson.
You just can't help it with that hand. Doyle just can't help it. This is Doyle's hand, right here.
It's very loose with my money.
It's a world champ.
I know his hand.
First, Will gets zinged by Daniel, then he gets smoked by Doyle, putting on a show for the people at home. Brutal.
I've never heard you say that before. How much you playing over there?
I don't, and that's right. I never say that.
That's the first time I've ever heard you do
I
that.
couldn't sit. You know why? It's because
can see the
I can't
grades.
see back there.
Sorry.
And they're, it's hard to distinguish the color.
So apparently the loose cannon is sitting right here.
No, I've never asked anybody that, and I've never counted my chips down for anybody.
You know, like the kids today, like, how much do you have exactly? You got like 380,000 or something. Are you being serious?
I just tell them that there they are. If you want to do
Yeah.
that, count them. Well, okay, I'm not going to count them.
Abe Masseri raises. Calicanis is out. Negreanu. Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10 suited is a hand that plays very well in position.
Raises to 4,000. Action folds. And Abe calls.
Me and Abe.
Me and Daniel.
Position.
You got position. Better player.
Better hand.
Better hair.
Better hand.
Better hand.
5 deuce king.
What about the better hand part?
Abe checks.
Daniel's repped a big hand, so when it's checked him, he's likely to continuation bet.
He does. 5,500.
You have the nut go pair? Ace queen.
And Abe folds.
Pick a card, any card.
Deuce of diamonds.
Don't tell me that.
Daniel shows the 10.
Let's see a 10.
God, I want to hit that deuce of diamonds.
I have a feeling I would have seen a 10 no matter what card I
I
played.
never usually get curious about people's hands, but just pick either card you want. I'm going to have to remember that.
It's fun.
The funny thing is, I usually don't care either. Once I see one, I want to know the other now. I'm like, what the hell's the other one?
That's what he does. It's like a slow needle. It's like a little needle.
Because a 10 could be like anything.
It would have been sweet if it was a deuce of diamonds for a lot of reasons. Because of Doyle's previous hand, because of your deuce of diamonds re-raising, there was a deuce on the move. So
Abe Masseri, pocket pair, here on hand 50 out of 150. Raised to 1200. Action folds to Doyle. Let's go ace-jack on the button.
Tight laydown.
9-6 suited for David Williams makes the call. And the loose cannon folds.
Even though David has a raggy hand like 9-6, it's pretty much a coin flip against 2 5s.
Queen, jack, deuce, 2 hearts. Check by Williams. Check by Mosseri.
Abe's got the best hand. He's checking for pot control.
10 of diamonds on the turn.
Williams has picked up an open-ended straight draw.
And fires 2300. Abe calls.
Good read by Abe.
The river. The deuce of diamonds, Daniel's card.
David's missed. He can only win with a bluff.
And here it comes, 5700. And it gets Abe to lay down the best hand.
I'll either look very smart or very dumb.
Doyle's running the table over, still not satisfied. You can't win every pot.
Well, more cash will be changing hands. Who will be smarting and who will be smiling? Find out when we come back. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the big game. Joe Stapleton and Chris Rose watching hand 51 out of 150. Jason Calacanis, Jack, Ace.
Yeah, you should definitely.
Raises to 1200.
What a great show that was.
Daniel folds.
Missed that show.
Another pair of ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Check his face for bruises. He's getting smacked with the deck.
He just calls. David Williams folds on the button. The loose cannon does as well. Abe Masseri, though, he's playing.
Doyle's just called with his queens, maybe trying to trap Jason yet again.
3 to the flop. 4 deuce jack, 3 diamonds.
No one's got a diamond.
Abe checks. Calacanis bets 4,000.
This is another very bad flop for Jason. It's a pretty safe board for Doyle. It's hard to put someone on a flop flush.
Doyle smooth calls.
Doyle's calling for pot control and to watch the diamond situation.
And Abe folds.
Easy fold for Abe.
So it's Calacanis and his top pair against Doyle Brunson and queens. To the third, another queen, giving Doyle a set.
If Doyle liked his hand before, he loves it now.
Calacanis is checked on over to the Hall of Famer.
He's probably going to bet now, try to build this pot.
Makes it 8,000 to go.
Another difficult spot. He lets it go. The tech guru must have seen the README file on Doyle.
Can we pick a card?
Yeah, you can.
The front one, this one right here.
That's it, look. Thank you, John.
How about the other one?
Yeah, the same card.
The other one was the best it could be there. I think it was Queen of Diamonds.
This ain't Doyle's first rodeo, and this ain't the first pot he's won tonight either. Doyle's leading the table in all of the following categories. 3-bet percentage, which is just re-raising pre-flop. Continuation bet percentage, which is betting the flop after raising pre-flop. And showdowns, Doyle hasn't lost a single one. And of course, the most important stat, profit, he leads there too.
So how much can you bet altogether?
2,000 first in.
Doyle discussing our format, which is pot limit pre-flop.
You haven't realized that by now? We played about 50 hands. You haven't realized?
No, nobody's ever done it.
I did it.
He did it once.
As a joke. I said all in, but
Oh, this is like the Omaha. Something's 3 times something. I don't know what that is. Huh?
With the ante, it changed that.
Doyle folds, as does David. The loose cannon, Will Davis. Raises to 1,200, gets Abe to fold. Jason Calacanis calls with pocket 7s. Daniel, ace, jack.
I think this could be the one. Me and you, we just woo,
Let's do it.
woo, get a little crazy. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna raise that guy and this guy, both of them.
Daniel's deciding how much.
Playing hands and talking now.
To 4,700.
I'm scared.
Oh, the LC folds. So does Jason.
That's what we call a squeeze, ladies and gentlemen. That's a squeeze play.
That usually implies you don't have much when you make a squeeze play.
Squeeze?
Squeezing with, kings is not too impressive.
Daniel's managed to squeeze a few more bucks out of each of the amateurs.
You can even find squeeze percentage on there.
Really?
Yes. You can see how often someone does it. Most of the guys do it between 4 to 4%.
Action folds on over to Abe. Queen 4. Fold. That's to Jason.
How do you know all this stuff?
I talk to these kids, I'm learning.
Daniel limps in. Doyle gets a free look at the flop.
Daniel's hip with the kids.
Ace 8 versus Ace 8. Jack 6 Jack. Check by Daniel. Check by Doyle. 3 hearts on the turn. Another check. And another check.
This is some power poker we're seeing here.
The river, king of hearts. Check.
Check. He made it. I'm tired.
Oh, what a semi-slow roll.
That's a slow roll of the day so far.
I can handle it. If I get half my money back, I'm fine.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah.
Has Doyle ever really slow rolled you in a game?
Doyle has slow rolled me in a game one time by accident, for sure. Or so he says. I think he was trying to get me stuck and steaming because I was already down a bunch of money. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see I had that. All right, whatever you say.
When was that?
It was a stud hand, like a year and a half ago, probably.
I don't believe you.
Huh?
I don't believe you.
You're good read because I was bluffing. Never happened. And he bought it for a second, too.
I know they're cueing the music, but we're not going to a break. No, really, we're not. We're not. All right, we're going to a break.
6 slow roll, Chris.
Welcome back to the big game from Las Vegas. Rejoining the table, hand 57 out of 150. Jason Calacanis folds. Daniel folds. As does Doyle. David Williams is in, raising to 1,200. Ace Queen suited for the loose cannon, Will Davis.
There's the pot.
Decent re-raising hand, 6-handed.
Will Davis makes it 4,600. Abe Masseri, 9-6 suited out of the big blind. The quizzical look, and then the fold.
Okay.
And David folds.
Well played by the loose cannon.
Rays gets it done for the aspiring poker pro who plays under the screen name of Willie Beer 22 on PokerStars.net.
So you play like you're a multi-table guy?
Yeah.
You play like 8 screens?
You play a million hands, not multi-tabling.
How many screens you play at once?
Play like 20 tables.
With no HUD? Wow, you must be really good. That's crazy.
HUD stands for heads-up display, which is a computer program people use to track the way their opponents play. It's very popular amongst the kids these days.
I was telling you that we got the short end of it. So we got a tough one. I heard about him before we started.
Well, how in the hell do you play 20 games at once?
We are focusing on one game here. One game at a time.
1,200.
Action folds around to Abe Masseri, who raises. Pocket 10s for Jason Calacanis. Calls.
1,200's bet.
Daniel's out. Doyle's in. Makes the call. Jack 10 offsuit,
Calacanis got the best hand going into the flop.
which is 9 Jack 10, a monster flop.
Expect to see a lot of action here. Doyle checks his top 2.
8 bets 3,000.
He's got a flush draw and a gut shot.
And a set for Calacanis,
Raise.
announcing a raise to 13,000.
I like this raise. This board is sopping wet. He's going to want to try to protect his set. Doyle should be suspicious of a raise coming from an amateur. Tough for him to get away from top 2.
What is it?
Doyle announcing a re-raise to $83,000.
Doyle's drawing very slim. He must be putting both his opponents on draws. He's right on 1 count. Abe is drawing.
Come on, we deal 3 times, eh?
Good, huh?
Abe has to know he's behind at the moment. He's not getting great odds. He's got to commit all of his chips. He's not even drawing to the nuts. Calacanis is shuffling chips like he's drinking Adderall-flavored coffee. You know, Abe's only got 4,200 invested in this pot. He has no fold equity because Doyle's essentially moved all in.
All right, I'm all in.
Moves in anyway. This is a crazy move from Abe. Someone could easily have ace-10 of hearts or something like that.
You got more than 83?
Nah, probably not. I don't think so.
Whether he thinks he's ahead or behind, I'm sure Doyle would have rather Abe folded.
Wow.
Even though Jason has the best hand, the way the betting went, Abe and Doyle are both representing absolute monsters.
Don't think I can lay this down. This will be the biggest flame out in high stakes history. Vorvi. Absolutely brilliant.
Glad to see Stalin. Don't you tell you what his snap called?
Somebody have a set of jacks here. And somebody have a straight ready. And queen ready. Somebody a sick lay down.
Sounds like 3 9s.
Wow. This is ridiculous if I lay this down.
Remember, Calicanis is already stuck 100 dimes to Doyle.
Somebody wants to flop a straight.
Jason shows his hand, but it's not dead. This is a cash game.
You think you're gonna pick something up off of us by showing us the hand and telling us what you got?
No, I just was looking for some sympathy, actually. But apparently I'm not going to get any.
He folds.
Wow.
We had me crushed.
You had me crushed too. What you have? You don't have ace-10 of hearts, do you?
No.
Good.
Oh my god.
2 pair.
Oh my god. Please, I got
Now you
it.
want to see a heart, right?
How much time do you want to run this?
3's good.
Let's run a 2. Let's run a 2 for simplicity.
It's up to you. I'd never argue about that.
Well, I know it's gonna be hard for you. It's gonna be hard for you to make a full house now.
You're doing it twice, right?
Twice.
For the love of God, let it be a flush and a full house.
Tough spot.
Flush and a straight. Okay. For the love of God.
No, flush and a full house is what I'd like to see.
You want a jack to come on one, so you can feel real good about that.
I actually feel kind of bad about this for some reason.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you feel bad about getting him out of the pot?
I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Doyle.
No, I mean, I feel bad about the results.
I feel terrible about the results so far.
He was held over me too long.
Oh, stop it. You've held over me.
Yeah. Boom.
First run, 4 diamonds.
One more blank, then it won't be so painful. Boom. Yeah.
Abe makes a flush.
That's the boom.
Thank you, guys.
Just like I figured.
I had the same hand come up on a TV cash game show. I had a set of 10s. I folded. One guy had a beggar set, one guy had a straight.
Wait, did you criticize my fault?
It wasn't these players, and it wasn't this.
Wait, were you doing it? Oh, that was such a bad play?
It was definitely, it's one of those decisions where either way, it wasn't a big deal. Right. It's like if you fold, it's fine. If you call, it's fine.
Good for Doyle anyways. Sucked for me.
I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
I give us the queen of clubs.
Second run,
Queen of clubs? All right.
makes Doyle a full house.
Ooh.
It'll be a split pot.
Trying to get your money back on the third one.
I would be leaving right now.
How much did you take back here?
I took back all my money, man.
Even though Jason laid down the best hand, he would have lost both runs. The wrong laydown at the right time.
Good fold. Look at that.
But that is a good moan, Abe. I've held over you. You're that much superior to me.
Well, it was
Grounded me every time you come to town, but that's because you're better, so much better.
well, you know. I don't know, Doyle. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I'll let the results speak for themselves, buddy.
Can't remember a split pot being that much fun. Well, let's take a look at the standings. Doyle Brunson up over 143K. David Williams, Daniel Negreanu also on the plus side. And our loose cannon, Will Davis, stuck 46K. He now has 90 hands left to turn a profit and walk away with some cash.
Hey guys, it's that time again. Session's coming to a close. Jason, I think you dodged a couple bullets.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel like I need to double up and then double up again.
Yeah? Are you frustrated out here?
I think I made a great laydown, and I think I made a horrible all in versus Doyle. I should know better.
Which great laydown.
The 10s.
Wasn't great.
Well, it's great. It's great if I would have. After the results, it's great.
That's it. We're done. It's the end of the show. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. See you next time.
For Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Are you gonna win? You said you're gonna be the winner.
I'm trying.
How much you up?
I'm up like 10,000.
That's good.
Yeah, hey, you know, for my sweet plays, get those just that much better.
The following is a presentation from PokerStars.com. Last night on the big game, Jason Calacanis pushed all in with Cowboys, only to be felted by Doyle's set of sixes. Then, while on line tilt, Jason flopped a set of tens and made a tough laydown.
Sick laydown.
We had me crushed.
And our loose cannon is looking for a comeback, and he's trying to take down his wife's most hated poker pro.
His wife doesn't really like you very much.
Can Will do it? Find out tonight on the big game.
Big game.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Las Vegas for the newest game in town, the big game. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose, where tonight there's over $500,000 on the table as play continues in our state-of-the-art poker room.
Tonight's lineup includes Magic the Gathering aficionado David Williams. He's added $28,000 to his mana pool.
Daniel Negreanu started the week with $200,000. He's been up and down. Right now, he's on the plus side of things.
Up next is internet mogul Jason Calacanis, and as you can see, he's been a little unplugged, stuck $124,000.
Poker pro Abe Mosseri is known almost exclusively as a high-stakes limit player, which may explain why he's been losing.
And this is our loose cannon, Will Davis. He's a 29-year-old aspiring poker pro. He's currently down 46 dimes.
Let's keep in mind the rules for Will are a little bit different than everybody else at the table. He's been staked $100,000 and keeps all profits above the initial $100,000. At season 10, the loose cannon who's won the most money earns a North American Poker Tour passport worth $50K. And standing by with Amanda Leatherman is our sixth player, the godfather of poker, Doyle Brunson.
Doyle, I don't know what you've been drinking this week, but you've been killing it the last few days. What's going on?
Well, Amanda, poker's about timing, and my timing's been real good, and there's a certain amount of luck to it, too.
Do you think it has anything to do with that good luck kiss I gave you the other day?
I think it did. I think we should try it more often.
I'm going to. Well, you know where your seat is. Get out there, kill him some more, all right?
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Doyle would like it if that was actually a rule in the big game. It's not. Each table does last exactly 150 hands. The action pre-flop is pot limit and the no limit after the flop. Blinds are 2 and 400 with $100 candy eligible to take on the player on the button. Every player gets $100K but can rebuy $500,000. We'll start with hand 61.
Ty jsi nechal tučka.
I'm the what?
You've been the tightest guy at the
That is
table.
guaranteed not true.
Chris, what do you say we start off with a good luck kiss?
Jeden z mojich posledných turnajů.
Davis folds.
What's your VPI, PFR aggro factor? You know?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's great to see a flop. That's what we're doing.
Abe is raised to 1,200. Action folds around. David Williams getting a discount. So two players to the first flop, which is Jack, Ace, Queen, 2 spades. Checked by Williams with a gut shot straight draw. Mosseri bets 2,000 and Williams folds.
We could have, that'd be fun for the show. We could bet our VPIP. You probably know it because you're writing it down somewhere.
He can tell you all that stuff.
Voluntary put in check, put in play pre-flop. VPIP, what?
And there it is. It's just a fancy way of saying how often you're entering the pot pre-flop. You can see everyone's pretty much even. Will and Jason are the lowest to be expected from the lower stakes player, and Abe's the highest to be expected because he's primarily a limit player.
I know it's early, but it'll be interesting to see if this trend continues.
You know I'm the only sane poker player.
You must be. Yeah, that's great. When someone, I'm the only sane one here. They're usually the craziest person in the room. I mean, it's true.
Everybody's crazy but me.
I love that he gets so offended he was on the bucket list. Like, you know, this guy puts out the people that are most likely to die in the year. He was so offended, he sent the guy a note saying, I'll lay you 10 to 1 I don't die this year. That's Doyle for you.
I don't know if that guy ever paid, and went to donate it to charity.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that guy ever did it or not.
I like a game we played once where the last person to Annie had to Annie twice. That's a good game. It's annoying after a while.
Yeah. Squeeze Busters is the game. You'll see some funny hands.
Adversary raises. Calicanis folds, as does Daniel.
Squeeze Busters is a game where
Strašně peškvaný Nick.
Doyle calls.
Hey, man.
500 fold.
Pair of jacks for Will Davis.
Raise the pot.
Bouncing a raise.
Good raise from Will to thin the field.
Strašně peškvaný Nick.
5,600. 8 folds.
Kdo by si chcel dať Nick Mucinko, ty kono. Strašně peškvaný Nick.
Doyle's thinking about a call. He wants to try to snap the amateur off, and he's in position.
Zatiaľ, čo som spoznal Dončových, tak všetko je to katastrofa. Som zvedavý, ja som strašne zvedavý, či matka bude rozumnejší, alebo otec. Či sa s ním bude dať reálne, normálne hodiť reč. Lebo brat je totálne imbecil, ty kokos. Ja keď stretnem Dvonča, mladšieho, tak ak bude mať hlas, tak to zaručí. Tak to zaručí, ty kokos.
Huge semi-bluff.
Oh, God.
I wouldn't worry about counting it.
All right, I call Doyle. Nice hand.
Call? No. We have action. Loose cannon is ahead.
Loose cannon is ahead, but Doyle has a lot of outs.
You gonna run it more than once? It's up to him.
Up to you.
It's up to you. I never call it. I don't care. Once, twice.
I guess it's up to you then.
All right, I guess we're running it once.
Okay.
One time for my man. Gambolero.
Will agrees to run it once like a real ball.
Tento turnaj potrebujem kešovať.
13 outs.
Vyspí pupuk zo špajze.
I get the deuce of spades and you can have it.
Ach, to je tučko. Nejdeš si si upnúť. Prestan pičiarni zastrepať. Prestan. Nejdeš spať po obede, čo si vytretý? Si vytretý? Šíle. Toto zase bude hra. Toto bude hra, ale imbecil. Pôzi mu.
Still take it now a deuce, 7 or a 9.
Do what you want.
Let's get it over with.
I like that. Gusto. Let's run it one time.
If Will Davis fades those outs, our loose cannon will double up. If not, he's going home. The river, the 6 of clubs, and Will survives.
Count it up.
Everybody's happy now.
One more time.
One more time.
That guy.
You want my stack? Now you gotta stack to beat me.
Oh, the loose cannon fires a shot at Daniel. And for the first time, Will is working with a profit. See if he can hang on to it. The big game is just getting going. Much more from Las Vegas coming your way after this.
Oh, I like this concept. I've never ever played top limit before the flop and no limit after the flop. This is the first time, and I really like it. I think it's a great concept. I've enjoyed it, and I think that this is going to be one of the more popular TV shows.
Doyle may love the concept, but it didn't exactly work out for him on the last hand.
Well, let's hear what our loose cannon has to say about doubling through a legend with Amanda.
Well, you just doubled up. What was going through your mind in that hand, especially on the river?
We just opened it down. I was one of the one guys that did it, and that's Doyle. And then, of course, after I ended up with him. So,
Right in there, mess with him.
no choice at that point. So,
All right, we'll get back to the table.
thank you.
Well, even though Doyle just took a hit, he is still atop the leaderboard. But the big news
We've seen Will play with a deficit. Now let's see how he plays with some money in his pocket.
And as you can see, Will is now less than $40,000 away from taking the lead away from last week's loose cannon, Ernest Wiggins.
And remember, who has any profit after playing 150 hands left to decide whether to keep the money or come back and risk it all and play another round.
David Williams. He folds.
Well, we got Daniel.
The loose cannon.
Fold.
Out of here.
Daniel, Joe?
Abe. Jack 7 suited raises to 1200. Calecanis, ace 10 offsuit, makes the call. Daniel, suited connector. He's in.
I'll gamble with you. See? There you go.
You know, scared you with that. We're not going to invite you back anymore.
Yeah, that was it.
Doyle, 8-5 offsuit.
You want to do?
Thinking about defending his big blind, and he does.
Doyle looked like he was going to do a pose.
I wanted to push it all in. That's what I wanted to do.
Protect against these maniacs. Right?
4 players to the flop.
All poker tournaments are pot limit too.
Before the flop?
The whole way.
No way.
9 deuce 4.
Everyone misses.
Daniel checks. Doyle checks. Abe checks. Jason checks. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Doyle's made a pair.
Daniel with an up and down straight draw. Checks. Doyle, that's 3,500. Abe folds. Jason folds. Daniel folds.
Daniel was trying to freeze the bet by.
No, I had a straight draw.
Gutter. See, that's
No,
the.
I had to open and straight draw.
It's 6-8.
6-7 of spades, buddy. And I was thinking, should I bet? And I was like, no. Let you bet, Abe, and I'll check it.
What was he gonna bet?
What kind of car do you drive?
I just bought a new one. 07 Accord.
Nice.
Yeah. Once you get married, you're not allowed to buy cool things anymore.
Amen. Abe races to 1,200. Jason folds. Daniel out. Doyle's out. David Williams defends.
You drive a Range Rover, like Land Rover or Porsche?
I have a hybrid SUV Lexus.
Daniel's also a vegan. He drives green and eats green.
King ace queen on the flop. Goes check check. The turn.
We've got 2 pair.
Williams with a flush draw. Makes the bet. 2,000. Abe calls.
This isn't a great board for Abe, but he's probably not going to lay down 2 pair to just 1 bet.
7 of hearts on the river.
Bluff and chips.
Williams throws out 8,800 of them.
This is an overbet from David. Abe can't really like it. There's a lot out there that beats him. A jack, a flush, a better 2 pair. This would be a tough call.
Makes the call.
Flush.
Liar.
Looks like a 9 high flush.
Come on, man. He might want.
I hear you.
He might just look at it and
See, that's the way you play a missed flush draw. Give it your all. Safe flush.
confidence.
What would you have done if you mucked your hand?
Taking the pot. He's a professional if he wants to mug his hand.
Oh yeah.
Might not have beat the 9.
He's a big boy.
Nice pot for Abe.
Let's go.
You really want to take in that pot if I was looking with you.
If you instant
Sometimes you miscall his hand. Can you just turn it up?
no, I understand. If you instant muck, no, I would have taken it. Once you stared at the 9-4 clubs for a while, and then if you mucked, at that point, once you stared at it forever, I was trying to immediately just threw your hand and I would have given it a pot.
If you would have just turned it up, then I think you can take the pot 100% of the time.
You know the Jennifer story.
That's Jennifer Hart.
You don't know that?
Which one? Oh, she got mad at you or something? Hair?
Mad. She said she was doing triple draw. I called we both through it. I had a 10, cut her 10. I checked, she bet. I called it. She broke it. This was at 7.
Ty je tučňák.
My hand away. Jennifer, you got 2 deuces.
Ty je tučňák.
That's fine.
Still sounds bitter.
Nemám čo hrať, ty kokos.
I know in single draw low ball,
Nemám čo hrať.
used to be the pair loses.
Nedá sa nič hrať, ty kokos.
You mucked your hand without. I think you handed unretrievable.
Teraz toto zahrám a prehám na to.
With her the pot.
Yeah.
That's what I told her. She said, I would never take a shot. And I told her, you still the
Ty vypečený.
My rhyming to never leave my wall around Jennifer Harmon.
Ty katastrofálny flop.
We have a razor and a caller. Maseri and Calacanis. 7-6 diamonds. Check by Maseri. Calacanis bets 2,000 with a flush draw.
Prečo to robia? Prečo to robia? Ja to nechápam. Ja to neviem pochopiť. To je smiešné. Čo získal? Čo ty získal? Hovnomákové vzádko. Hovnomákové vzádko získal. Štvorku som potreboval. Štvorku. Štvorku som potreboval. Štvorku.
So the self-proclaimed CEO of poker increases his portfolio, but he is still over $100,000.
God damn it. To je jedno veľké hovno. To není zlý, to není zlý. To není zlý.
Internet entrepreneur Jason Calacanis are at opposite ends of the spectrum, and our loose cannon Will Davis, he gets to keep profits. He is currently
Green Jack, znova. Začali chodiť kombinácie? Začali chodiť kombinácie? S ktorými sa dá operovať? Fajn. Kombinácia len nevíde, páni. Ja ten pritvrdil.
Interestingly, even though Abe is getting involved so much, he's yet to 3-bet even once, which means he's not taking full control of some of these pots and is probably getting in there with a lot of marginal hands.
I find it really interesting, Joe, that the loose cannon is second at the table for 3-bet percentage. To me, that means he's not afraid to mix it up.
Povedz Tučňakovi nejde spať. Tučňak nemá ísť spať. Tučňak má makať. Čo je taký zádumený? Čo je zádumený? Čo je vypetený? Katastrofálny turnaj. Katastrofálny turnaj. Úplná galiba. Neviem, čo chce ísť silou mocou spať. Inokedy stále sere, že on nepôjde spať cez deň. Že on nepôjde spať cez deň. A teraz chce ísť spať silou mocou. Tučná broskyňa. Schátraná tučná broskyňa. Raz mi dojde ruka a imbecil dá za milión. Nič som nechytil. Jebám to. Nič som nechytil, nebudem sa s tým jebať. Budem sa s tým jebať. Ja mám nádej. Nádej zhasla. Nemám čo chytiť, žiadna silná kombinácia. Žiadny backup, nič tam nie. Pičná ruka, ale parmazán. Nerozumiem Tučkovi. Tuto to vidíš, král. Mám tu turnaj. Budem mať turnaj za Adara. Ten ma ešte môže postaviť na nohy, ak šéf dá. Ak šéf dá, tu mám turnaj. Ten ma môže postaviť naspäť na nohy. 5000-kový turnaj. 5000 odmena, 5000 prize pool, hej. A 8. decembra o 3. A hej. Tu máš zadarmo, máš lístok na ten turnaj. Keby sa mi tam podarilo kešovať, na tom turnaji, tak to by bolo slušné. Ale keď nebudú chodiť také karty ako v tomto turnaji, tak si môžem si akurát tak násoliť prvého solničkou. A zajtra mám Power of Exile. Ale tak už nemám drobné. Mám ešte na jeden turnaj. Ešte na jedna desina bude. Skončili sme. Turnaje sú ťažké. Na turnaje treba strašne veľa financií, ty kokos. Turnaje to sú také, že môžeš jať 10 a úplne ťa rozdrtia. Kešovky sú v pohode. Kešovky sú na zarábanie a turnaje sú na rekreáciu. Na turnajoch len rekreuješ. Pozri, toto je to tučko. Sleduješ tučko? Sleduješ tučko? Tuto je ten lístok. Máš 5000 odmenu dokopy. 5000 prize pool. Aj toto je on. Price pool je 5000 a máš na výber, buď o 15:21 alebo o 3:00. Ja pôjdem na tento asi. 8. decembra, to znamená sobotu. Typujem, že tu bude strašne veľa hráčov. Tu bude, hádam, aj 10 000. Alebo koľko. Toto bude plné imbecilov, plné feederov, plné práskačov. Ale keby sa jej podarilo to kešovať, a to bolo másne. A toto je ďalšia katastrofa. Jeden už má 24 000. Nafidovaný jak piča. 24 000. Ja toto nechápem. Boss ich musí milovať, ty kokos. Mne nedojdu žiadne karty a keď mi dojdu, každý to foldne. Proste s tým sa nedá nič robiť. Ako doslova do písmena sa nedá nič robiť. To je stratený turnaj toto zasa. Z týho turnajom si môžem vytrať zadok. Tu sú imbecili nafidované prasata. Boss mi to dáva úplne viedať. Viedam turnaje. Čučriedky v lese. Katastrofa. Posad sa, tučko, posad sa. Tieto knockouty sú extrémne ťažké. Tieto knockouty sú ešte ťažšie ako tie one. Tie knockouty sú ťažšie. Máte si doma vykadený som do turnaje v zadku. Prestan trebať pičoviny. Spali sme, spal si. Prestan už s tým otravovať, že by si stále iba spal. Pôjdeme o polnoci. Tu máš už iba 9 hodín. To je nič. Už si prestan s tým spáním stále. Kto to má stále čítať, že ide spať? Je vypetený. Posad sa. Nechápem, že jak je možné, že ľudia takto nafídujú, jak piča. Ja tomu nerozumiem. Ako naozaj? Naozaj? Toto? Jak je to vôbec možné, tak rýchlo nafídujú? Čo je to za idiotov? Čo ste za idiotov vy, sračky, čo ste vypadli? Čo ste za retardovaných prasiackých hajzlov? Čo ste za idiotov? Čo ste spravili? All in na každú kokotinu stále dokola ako piče? Aké turnaje sú tu najväčšie? Kaž to si pozor. Aké turnaje sú tu najväčšie? Stovky, ukáž. 109. Ja by som nemohol chodiť aj tak. Tieto médiumy ukáž. 22, taká klasika. 22. 22, 27. Potom Starkovi. Čo má s týmto robiť? Musím zvýšiť na 120. To je katastrofálny turnaj to. Katastrofálny turnaj. Toto je zase jeden z tých turnajov, kde sa idem pokadiť. Kde si nakadím do zadku. Čo je to? Idiot mal Queena Ace a vyhral. Sú dve sedmičky? A to je 7 a 8 rovnaké farby, ale... Toto je najlepšie, čo som videl za posledný rok. S týmto idem vyhrať. S týmto idem úplne rozdrtiť. Toto lepšie nebude. Tieto karty, to sú topky. To sú topky, čo som mohol dostať. To sú topky. Topky karty. To sú topky karty. Topky. Najvyššie mastodonské topky. Najvyššie mastodonské topky. Piče, čo má? No a topky by to vyhrali. Pičiak. Stupidista. Skam, neviem či Skam či už opravili tie zabagované sračky. Strašne veľa tam má každý famepointov, je to strašné hovno. V strašných prtkatiach. Až tých prtkatiach. Ja by som hral Skam. Lenže keď má každý milióny famepointov, to je o ničom. To je o ničom. To je hovno v zadku v Čalamáde. To je o ničom. Čalamádový nákyp. Čalamádový nákyp. No. Nafidovaní bastardi. 20 000 má Brazílčan. Ja by som týchto ľudí chcel sledovať. Ja by som si toto normálne pozrel. Že ako sa tento vyjebaný Brazílčan s akými kartami sa dostal na 20 000, ako naozaj. Ako seriózne by som si to pozrel od začiatku. Že či mu proste len chodili dobré karty, alebo vyhral z 5, 6, 7, 10 a podobné šity. Ale asi mu chodili karty. Ale toto by som si pozrel od začiatku, že čo robil, akých kokotov mal proti sebe. Že má toľko čipov. To sú nehorázne veci. S týmto musím hrať ako kokot teraz. 9 ESO. Lebo ak to nebudem hrať, nemám čo hrať. Dojde mi nejaké ESO, tak môžem ďakovať bossovi. Ďaká boss, že si mi dal ESO. Ďaká boss za ESO. To je božstvo. Hente by to zvýšil na 300. Teraz čo mám s ním robiť? To je 100 na vrch. To je kokot. Teraz čo mám robiť? Musí foldnúť do piče. Vďaka za ISO bolo k ničomu, ale cením si ho. Nič, toto je hra all-inov proste. Toto je hra all-inov. Počkám si na pár, idem all-in. Počkám si na pár, idem all-in. Proste pár, all-in. Toto je o ničom táto hra. Toto nemá nejakú stratégiu, ako čo mám robiť s týmto? To je... Nič, zahrám to rozumné. Rozumné je čeknúť. Je tam hovno. Nemôžem ani pritvrdzovať, lebo nemám na to čipy. Môžem akurát tak foldnúť a... Ale prestaň, král. Povedz mu, nech sa posadí. Povedz Tučkovi, nech sa posadí. Povedz, nech drie. Čo tam robí? Stále jediné, čo vie robiť Tučko, je pojedať. Je pojedať a spať. To je všetko. Pojedať a spať. Však to je katastrofa. Môže sa odtiaľto vytratiť. Môže sa odtiaľto vytratiť. Čo mám robiť? S týmto ich nekerknem asi. Neskús, boss. Boss, neskús dať ananásy. Boss, neskús dať ananásy. Vďaka Bohu. Boss, vďaka pánu. Neskús dať 2 ananásy. Vďaka pánu. To sú ananásy. Nevidíš, že je to ananás? Aj prestaň, Tučko. Zabanujem aj teba. Ja to musím hrať, to sú geniálne karty, čo mám robiť. Ja neviem, čo mám robiť. Ja som stratený. Ja trpím. Ja trpím ako špak. Trpím ako špak v tejto hre. Netrpím, je to pohoda, ale... Trojka Queena ide all-in. Trojka Queena ide all-in, tej koko. Tí ľudia to hrajú ako kokoti. To je neskutočné. Oni to hrajú ako kokoti. Ako pičné. Tága. On má jednu kráľovnu a trojku a ide all-in, tej kokot mu to zoberie s ešte väčšou pičovinou. Mne sa hlava na týto zastavuje. Mne hlava vypeká z nich. Idem do nich bušiť s jednou trojkou? Idem. Očividne. Čo mám byť? Ďaká Bohu za SO a 10, to je božstvo. To je božstvo, z toho vidia vyhrať. Božstvo. Teraz potrebujeme chytiť flop. Jack, Queen a King. Jack, Queen a King. Jack, Queen a King. Mám tam desinu. To je moje. Môžem na to betnúť ďalších 240. Ako ja túto ruku musím vyhrať. Ako ja túto ruku musím vyhrať. Čo majú tie piče zas do Kristovej nohy? Čo majú tie hajzle? 2, 3, 4. Ja túto ruku musím vyhrať. Či sa mi to páči, alebo nie, proste. Nemám čipy. Ak toto foldnem, som v sračke. Túto ruku musím vyhrať. Som myslel, že to je jezne, mal som ísť holi na toho kokota. Ušetril som mu čipy. Piče. Odteraz nebudem špekulovať. Budem mať silnú ruku, idem all-in. Som myslel, že ma rejzne. Som myslel, že je prešpekulovaný a že on na mňa urobí all-in. A toto je presne to, že keď príliš rozmýšľaš o vyjebanom pokry, tak ostrejš samého seba. A možno nie, možno keby som išiel all in, možno by to foldol. To je ťažko povedať. Či som z neho vytiahol maximum, alebo či by išiel all in. To je ťažko. No. To nevieme. To sú dohady Šalamúnov všetky. Čo si robil, Kurt? Čo si spravil? Čo je to? Takto sa to hrá? Takto sa to hrá all in pred flopom? Takto sa to hrá, páni? Takto sa to hrá, kokoti? Feedujete sa jak piče? Sa idete feedovať vysračky? Sa idete feedovať jak piče? Takto sa to hrá? Feederské piče. Zle mi je z nich. Žiadna stratégia, nič. Mám pár all in. Jak je kopice. Pár all in. To dokáže aj kokot. Čo je na tom umné? Teraz si myslí, aký je geniálny hráč? Lebo dostal pára all in, jak kokot. All in. A znova to spravil ten kokot. All in. Vypičenec. Vypičená mačka. Pár all in. Queen 7 all in. Ja kokot. To je katastrofa. Škoda, táto hra by bola tak geniálna, keby nemohli ísť all in pred flopom. Tak geniálna by bola do piče. Tak nehorázne geniálna by bola, keby kokoti nemohli chodiť all in pred flopom. Toho je veľká škoda tohto. Že... Kokot, tam máš. Piče, to je kokot. All in, znova. Bluff. All in, dostal som 2 queeny. All in. Mám 2 queeny. All in, kokot vyhral. Hej? Proste... Vypičená hlava, vytretá. A takíto ľudia si myslia, akí sú gangsteri. 4 ESO, kokot zobeje all in. 4 ESO, all in, prásk, už je v piči. Im to jebe tým ľuďom. Pár all in, ESO all in, král all in. Teraz ma kokot utláča. Ja som zabudol, že je tu kokot. Teraz môžem ísť, už len all in hrám. Už hrám len all in. Už znova nemôžem nič hrať. Je tu nafidovaná piča, ktorá mi strká mi vtáka do zadku a je mi z toho zle. To je presne ono. No, môžem ísť do piče so všetkým. Vďaka tomu, že toto robíš, ty piča, tak budem naťahovať čas. Za to, že si ma zvýšil na tisku, ti dojebem celý turnaj. Nezískaš čipy, lebo nebudeš hrať veľa hier. Ty kokot, si skončil. Čau. Poser sa. Ja ti dám piču mi lízať, ja ti dám vtákami do zadku dávať. Tam si budeš čučať. Skurviak. Vylízaný. Vylízaný klán. Vypičenec. Tieto turnaje, ty koňo, toto sú len také, tieto turnaje to nie je na zarábanie, to je hobby, to je hobby, ktoré môže výsť a nemusí výsť, toto turnaje sú hobby, na nich sa ťažko zarába. Osobne ja neviem, to ťa musí boss požehnať, to turnaje sú len hobby. Kešovky, v podstate kešovky budú základ zarábania, to bude základ a turnaje budú hobby. Tam vždy prerobím nejaké peniaze, hej? Tam vždy prerobím nejaké peniaze, by som mi povedal. Čo zvyšuješ? Ja to foldujem, chod do piče, že som ma dvojkou. Strci ho do zadku. Si ho napchaj do zadku, dobre, ja som ma dvojku. Pár ESO King. Dobre, to je všetko, čo zoberiem. Slušný pár, alebo ESO King. Ostatné chodte do piče. Bohužiaľ, toto má sere na tejto hre, sa to nedá hrať. Nedá sa to hrať, lebo tu sú nafidovaní idioti. Čokoľvek, čo kolnem, mi zvýšia. To znamená, čokoľvek, čo kolnem, je automaticky all-in. Tým pádom nemôžem nič hrať, len páry a ESO King vyskúšam. ESO King, nech mi to prehá tá kokotina. Ostatné foldujem do piče. No a foldujem do piče. Proste nemôžem nič robiť, tento kokočo. Môžem na neho zaolinovať s týmto, možno to zobere. Je to celkom slušný all-in. Lenže to je riziko, to je kokotina, to je vyjebané riziko. To je kokotina proste. Ja nemôžem mať ako chuj. Ja nemôžem mať ako chuj. No zoberiem to, dám tomu šancu. Toto je celkom šanca. Celkom dobre rozrobené. Toto je moja šanca. To je moja šanca, udrieť na neho. Udrieť na neho obidvoch. Tých pičových začal. No čo, máš gule? Máš gule, Betty? Nemáš gule, čo? Stratil si gule. Odpadli ti gule. Čo? Tlačíš na mňa? Vtáka mi chceš dať do zadku? Chceš? Tam si dostal vtáka do zadku naspäť. Skurviak. Pičový zač. Som mu jeho vlastného vtáka zobral, odtrhol a napchal som ho do jeho vlastného zadku. Čo, odkiaľ je? Skurvený Brit. Nafidovali ťa kokoti a teraz si vyšľapávaš. Nafidovali ťa kokoti a teraz si vyšľapávaš na mňa. Idem s Ace Jackom all-in. Ak ma donútia. Čo mám robiť? Čo má ten kokot? Nechal som sa uniesť, robil som pičovinu. Nechal som sa uniesť, ja som ako oni, ako kokot. Neviem, čo som to spravil. Lebo ma to ser. Ser ma celý tento vyjebaný systém, aký tu je. Že jednoducho nafidujú ich a ja nemôžem hrať. Už nemôžem hrať, už som skončil. Som v piči. Chvála Bohu. Chvála Bohu. Chvála Bohu. Piče. Nie, toto je kokotina. Som sa nechal uniesť. Nervy z tejto kokotiny. Zdržujem naspäť. Počkám si na pár. Bohužiaľ. Musím to hrať ako chuj, lebo táto hra je chujská. Čo mám robiť? Čo mám robiť, ako? Čo mám robiť? Pokiaľ mi nevíde začiatok, naozaj, že mi nevíde začiatok, tak sa to nedá hrať. Geniálne. Nič, naťahujem čas. Možno naťahujem čas. Ja neviem, čo mám robiť, ani na celý čas ma nespasí. Či spasí? Nemyslím si. Problém je, že keď pôjdem rýchlo, tak sa rýchlo otočia kola. Rýchlo budem platiť. Im chodia dve queeny, im chodia dve sa, to je jedno. To nemá nič. Ja som s týmto prehral všetko. Ak to kolnem, tak ma donútia ísť all-in. Ja nemôžem mať svoju hru, nemám na to čipy. S týmto ísť all-in je kokotina, kolnu to je kokotina. God damn it. On a table full of sharks, it's time to either sink or swim tonight on the big game. Can you feel the love? Ale nefungovalo to. Rozhodol som sa dať šancu šašo stratégii, nefungovalo to, hej. Mal 2 deviatky a porazil ma. Nemôžem hrať, teraz mi toto je najviac, ako šéf si zo mňa robí totálnu piču. Keby na začiatku, keď som tieto karty mohol hrať a keby som s týmito kartami mohol vyhrať, tak vtedy mi nechodili. Teraz, keď mi chodia karty, ktoré sú geniálne, tak ich nemôžem hrať, lebo nemám čipy. Normálne, šéf sa musí normálne šúľať. On sa musí zošťať zo mňa. Úplne musí byť smiechom pocikaný. Holy fuck. Ne. Nemôže sa nechávať unášať a hrať ako oni, ako kripli. Nemôže sa nechávať unášať a hrať ako oni, ako kripli. A to bolo prvý a posledný krát. Vlastne treba sa zmeniť do situáciu, aká je. Situácia je, aká je. Hand creepel. Hej? Toto vôbec nemusel robiť. Túto pičovinu vôbec nemusel spraviť. No a teraz je môj čas. Došlo to, stihli dosť Jackovia. Či Jackovia obstoja, to už ťažko povedať, ale... Jeden z nich aj s pičovinou na mňa pritlačí. Mám šancu vyhrať veľký pot. Mám šancu vyhrať slušný pot, keby to zobralo viac hráčov. No čo Betty? Jasné, že Betty to zoberie. Betty zoberie všetko. A takto hrajú. A 2 SA, šéf. Šéf, máš zo mňa srandu? Máš zo mňa srandu, že? Máš zo mňa srandu. Máš zo mňa srandu. Ja viem. Je to sranda. Je to veľká sranda. Máš zo mňa srandu. OK. Máš zo mňa srandu. Ty to nikto není. Jež musím vyhrať naspäť v kešelke. Nemám na to peniaze. Čo? Šampánska? Máš zo mňa srandu? Ja mám čestu. Ty kokos. To bola veľká sranda. 2 SA, samozrejme, že 2 SA. Čo iné by to bolo? Samozrejme, že má 2 SA, keď má 2 jackov. Čo iné by mal? Čo iné by mal? Čo iné by mal ako 2 SA? Čo iné by mal? Počkaj. Čo iné by mal? To bol turnaj, ty kokos. Keď mi došli karty... To je nič, si sa to je? Ináč ono... Na začiatku sa oplatí riskovať. Lebo ono je to jedno. Či vypadneš... Ty potrebuješ... Ako... Na začiatku, keď zariskuješ a vypadneš... Je to jedno, lebo keď nezariskuješ na začiatku a nemáš čipy, tak si v piči. Potom už nepomôžu žiadne karty. Žiadne. To znamená, čo treba... Začiatok. Blafovať začiatky. Rozmýšľam nad tým, jak to spančovať. Nie, mňa hra je dobrá. Problém je, že nemám čipy, že nemôžem hrať. Umná hra je dobrá, lenže ja nemôžem hrať, keď nemáš čipy, nemôžeš hrať. To znamená, pokiaľ ty nedostaneš aspoň 10, 11, 12 tisíc čipov na začiatku, ty nemôžeš hrať. Hej, ja som nemohol hrať, ja som nehral, hej. Ja som skoro celú hru nehral, lebo som nemal čipy, hej. To znamená, ja som nehral nič, ja som nehral poker, ja som nehral, ja som tam aj nebol v tej hre, hej. To znamená, ako docieliť to. To sa nedá docieliť, Ty potrebuješ páry. Ty potrebuješ na začiatku páry. Hociaký pár na začiatku potrebuješ riskovať all-in a dúfať, že to zobere. Hociaký pár, hociakého kráľa, hociaké ESO. Ako naozaj. Lebo ty keď nedostaneš tie čipy na začiatku, ty si skončil aj tak. Ty nemôžeš hrať, ty si aj tak skončil. To znamená, či vypadneš nie na začiatku, alebo vypadneš po pol hodine utrpenia, povedzme, to je jedno. Neviem vôbec, lebo neviem vôbec, jak to spraviť. Bosti musí pomôcť v začiatkoch. Možno to je to, čo sa boss snaží povedať. Že na začiatku choď all-iny s esami, alebo choď do konca, blufuj. Nie, ale povedzme, že blufuj. Že keď idem s tým esom, pozriem flop a na flope dám all-in, nech mi dajú aspoň ten pod alebo čo, neviem. Neviem, rozmýšľam nad tým, jak to spraviť najlepšie. Lebo keď dám all-in s esom a oni mi to foldnú, to mi nepomôže. Ja potrebujem aspoň niečo získať. To znamená na začiatku dať za 240, na hociaké eso, hociakého kráľa, hociaký pár dať 240. Hej. A na flope, keď ten flop nie je moc biedný, že tam máme nie, to je jedno. Nech je flop aký je, na flope dať povedzme za 700 a potom ísť all-in za každú cenu. A dúfať, že sa posere. Alebo na flope dať za 400 alebo za 300. To nie je, že ja viem hrať. Ty keď nemáš čipy, ty si skončil. Ja viem, že si sa chceš napiť zo mňa, ale teraz si to nevíde. Ty nemôžeš hrať, keď nemáš čipy. Ty musíš všetko foldovať. Ty všetko folduješ a ideš iba all-iny na páry. A videl si, že ani to nefunguje potom už. All-iny sú pičovina. Ty sa musíš vyhnúť all-inom. Vyhnúť all-in, ty potrebuješ čipy. Ty potrebuješ mať prvou prestávkou mať aspoň 10 000. Aby si mohol hrať svoju hru. Vidíš toto, král? Vidíš toto? Ja sa idem pozrieť na týchto kokotov. S čím chodia all-iny? Ja keby som nevedel, s hociakým kráľom, s hociakým mesom, to je piči. Jakže si dovolil pozrieť si flop? Ty si môžeš pozerať flop? Prečo na neho nepritvrdí? Čo robia? Prečo čekujú? Prečo nezvýši? Čo robí ten kokot? Teraz dal. Zaolinuj na neho. Pointa je taká, že či budú riskovať all-in na flope, keď nechytia niečo silné, alebo či pôjdu za 400. Že by si na flope dal 400, alebo že by si na flope dal 300, že by si dal 240 na hociakého kráľa, hociaké eso. Lenže keď na teba zaolinujú, tak si v piči. To musíš foldnúť potom. Dal by si za 120. Na hociakého kráľa, hociaké sú, hociaký pár by si dal 120. Hociaký queen, hociaký jack by si dal 120. Hociaký, úplne jedno aké, by si dal 120. A na flope by si dal za 300. Je úplne jedno aký je flop. Ty nemôžeš dať karty, ty musíš hrať hráčov, bohužiaľ. To znamená, hociaký, na začiatku hovorím, hej. To znamená, dáš za 120, na flope dáš za 300, ak dá na flope za 300, tak v ďalšom kole ideš all-in. V ďalšom kole ideš all-in, nech je situácia akákoľvek. Proste hráš hráča. Buď nech to foldne, alebo nech to ide riskovať. Ja neviem ma napadnúť inak, ako to hrať, aby si sa nafidoval. Lebo ak ti to foldne, tak si získal 400, hej? Ak ti to nefoldne, tak dúfáš, že boss ti pomôže. Neviem si predstaviť, jak to inak hrať. Lebo ak pôjdeš all-in na začiatku, oni to zoberú a ty môžeš prehrať. Kdežto ak pôjdeš all-in po 4. karte, oni sa môžu zosrať, že máš niečo silné, niečo masívne silné, čo oni nemajú a povedia si, že ja serem na to, pôjdem all-in potom, hej? Väčšinou je veľmi ťažké chytiť silnú kombináciu, hej? Je ťažké chytiť silnú kombináciu po 4 kartách, hej? To znamená, ty keď za-all-inuješ na nich po 4. karte, tam je slušná šanca, že to foldnú a ty získaš Ne, ako, ja si myslím, že toto môže fungovať. Ja si myslím, že toto môže fungovať. Ja to chcem vyskúšať do piča, že nemám peniaze, nej turnaj. Nemám peniaze, piče, to je škoda, to chcem vyskúšať. Ja nájdem systém, ktorý bude fungovať väčšinu času. Jasné, to nebude fungovať každý turnaj, hej? Ale ty potrebuješ nájsť systém, kde aspoň každý druhý turnaj sa ti podarí kešovať. A jediné, čo ma napadá také najrozumnejšie, je naozaj toto, že hociaký král, hociaký pár, hociaký jack, hociaký queen, to znamená hociaké ESO, na začiatku 120, ak dajú, na flope dáš 400, ak dajú, ideš all-in na 4. kartu. Nehráš karty, hráš hráča, vytváraš na neho tlak. Lebo ako som povedal, väčšinu času oni nechytia niečo silné. A keď to urobíš ako prvý, keď ty si ten agresor, tak on je pod tým tlakom, on si povie do piče. S týmto to nevyhrám a on to foldne. A keď to nefoldne a porazí ťa, tak si skončil, lebo to už je na bossovi. A král, napádate niečo? Však povedz, že napáda niečo, ako povedzme každý druhý turnaj zabezpečiť, aby začiatok naozaj si sa dokázal dostať na 10 000. Ty potrebuješ ten čip. Ak nemáš čipy, ty nemôžeš hrať. Lebo ty musíš hrať ruky. A tie ruky naozaj, ktoré zahráš, ty potrebuješ z nich vyťažiť aspoň 400, 300. Ty potrebuješ tie ruky, ktoré zahráš, vyhrávať. Ja si myslím, že šéf sa ma snaží naučiť hrať. Ja si myslím, že kvôli tomu prehrávam teraz, lebo sa ma snaží podľa mňa šéf sa ma snaží práve do tohto dostať. Aby som začal rozmýšľať, že čo chce odo mňa, ako chce, aby som hral. Momentálne vidím, že potrebujem na začiatku, lebo každý jeden turnaj, skoro každý jeden turnaj mám piče karty. No. Lebo skoro každý turnaj mám hovno karty. A typujem, že keď mám ja hovno karty, tak aj oni majú väčšinu času hovno karty. Nie? To znamená, väčšinu času nechytia flop. Väčšinu času nechytia kvalitné nič. To znamená, ak ja zaolinujem na 4. karte, tak oni budú rozmýšľať do piče. Holy shit, on má niečo silné. Nechcem ísť za veľa, rozmýšľam takto, král. Preto chcem ísť na začiatku iba za 120 a za 300, aby si tí ľudia povedali potom, že stratil som 400, vieš, aby im nebolo ľúto foldnúť, aby si povedali, že 400 som stratil, to nie je také zlé, hej. Ak teraz foldnem, stále mám 2500 povedzme, stále sa z toho môžem dostať, toto mi nestojí za to riziko, hej. Ja neviem, toto ma napáda na začiatku ako momentálne najlepšia stratégia, rozmýšľam ešte, jak inak to zahrať. Ale ty nemôžeš dať karty, ty musíš dať tú agresivitu. Bohužiaľ. Lebo naozaj ty potrebuješ, aby ti tie ruky, ktoré zahráš, aby ti na začiatku vyhrali. Aby ťa na začiatku nabalili, zazobali. Škoda, že to nemôžem vyskúšať do piče. Som to chcel vyskúšať. Nemôžem. Ono je to ale zas také, že keď ti šéf nepomôže, ty na neho zaolinuješ, on si povie jebať, mám 2 SA a pôjde s tými all-in. A prehráš. Ale to sa nedá obísť proste. Ty potrebuješ nájsť spôsob, ako sa dostať na najmenej 10 000. Najmenej, to je úplne minimum, ktoré potrebuješ pred prvou prestávkou. 8-10 tisíc. A keď to máš, tak po druhej prestávke v podstate pokračuješ ako? V podobnom štýle asi. V podobnom štýle s tým rozdielom, že pozrieš, čo je na flope, skalkuluje si svoje šance, či si chytil pár, či si chytil niečo, či keď zaolinuješ a on ti to zoberie, že či máš šance ho poslať do riti. Hej? Toto v podstate bude jediná vec, ktorá sa zmení, že tie all-iny budú pokračovať, ale budú iba vtedy, ak kompletne nemyslím flop, hej, že kompletne som v piči, nemám nič, nemám ani pár, nemám ani šancu na flash, nemám šancu na postupku, nemám šancu na nič, hej. Vtedy to foldnem. Na flope povedzme, ale ak sa tam niečo bude rysovať, hej, tak na 4. kartu idem all-in. Zase, tamto potom záleží od toho, koľko má čipov ten proti mne, hej. Tam už je to zložité. Tam už koľko má čipov on, koľko má čipov ja a podobne. Lebo ako som povedal, dôležité je na začiatku vyhrávať aspoň 300-400 z tých potov. S tými jackami, s tými queenami, s tými aceami. Proste dať im do hlavy, že nemôžu ísť all-in, že to prehrávajú. A spoliehať sa na to, že ak niekto zoberie ten all-in, že ťa podrží boss. Fasa. Nemôžeš dať karty na začiatku. A ak toto nebude fungovať, aspoň každý druhý turnaj, tak treba nájsť niečo iné. Treba nájsť systém, ktorý bude fungovať aspoň každý druhý turnaj. V podstate ja som cashoval 3 turnaje v rade. Ako som to spravil? Ja mám chuť pozrieť si svoje videá. Ako som cashoval ten prvý turnaj. Ako som skončil 15. Ako je to možné? Čo som robil? Aj, tuším. Neviem, čo som robil. Niekedy si prípadám, že čím viac špekulujem, tým viac prehrám turnaj. Niekedy si prípadám, že čím viac sa vyznám do pokeru, tým viac prehrávam turnaj. Fiti. Kto to foldol? Ja si pozriem tohto kokota prvého. Tohto Brazílčana, vypečeného. Že čo robí? Čo mu funguje? Kde je? Kto je on? Kto je on? Toto je on. Zase išiel all-in a kokot. Tak jemu sa ľahko ide all-in do piče, keď mám 112 000 a títo chudáci majú piču. Jemu sa ľahko ide. Jemu sa ľahko ide all-in. On aj keď prehrá, má to upiči. Hociaké. Mal 9 ISO automaticky all-in a vyšlo mu to. Proste tu nie je stratégia. Toto je katastrofa. Hociaké ESO je all-in. Išiel 9 ESO a vyšlo mu to. Ja by som na to už vypadol. Ja by som na to vypadol. Boss ťa miluje? Boss miluje Brazíliu? Jemu sa ľahko užia. Teraz dal zase 4000, má to upiče. A ak to títo dvaja foldnú, tak zase zaolinuje. Toto je katastrofálna hra. On zaolinuje na ňo, aj keď mal kokotinu, jemu je to jedno. Teraz asi nie, Podľa toho, ako má ruku. Ale jemu je to jedno, na upiče. Na King Jacka automaticky all-in. Na King Jacka automaticky all-in a prehral jak piča. Nie, neprehral ako piča. Stále je tam, to je v piči. On ide tie kombinácie, ktoré ja hovorím, automaticky all-in. To je celá stratégia. On ide tie kombinácie, ktoré ja hovorím, automaticky all-in non-stop ako kokot. A potom ľudia hovoria, že to je dobrý pokerový hráč. To dokáže aj 8-ročné dieťa. Mu napíšem na papier kombinácie, toto choď all-in, keď dostaneš. To dokáže aj 6-ročné dieťa. 7. Sa pozrie na papier, aha, to je to číslo, to je ten značík, all-in. Hej? A takýchto ľudí niekto obdivuje? Či toto sú tí hráči? Hej? Ako ja neviem. Tu nie je nejaká stratégia alebo niečo, tu je hovno. Teraz to foldol, musím mať veľmi zlú ruku. Ja hovorím, že to bude stále to isté. On hociaké ESO, hociaký král, hociaké kombinácie ide all-in. A modlí sa k Bohu, aby mu to vyšlo. Sledujem až do konca. Ale to je tak, ako hovorím. Ak má kráľa, alebo ESO zaolinuje znova. 10 000. Znači sa iba zaolinuje. Ak má kráľa, alebo ESO zaolinuje. Na neho. ESO, jasné, hociaké ESO, hociaké číslo. Hej. A prehral, hej, ako kokot. Ale je mu to jedno. Je mu to jedno, že prehral. Ale hovorím, toto je katastrofálna stratégia. Katastrofálna. To nie je stratégia, to je kokotizmus. To je kokotizmus. On strátil 600 000. On strátil 60 000, lebo hrá ako kokot. On strátil 60 000. Zbytočne. Úplne zbytočne. Išiel all-in na kokotinu. Úplne zbytočne to strátil. Išiel all-in na SO2, ani nie rovnaké farby. A prehral na to. Lenže to je iná cesta. To je iná cesta, ako to hrať. Bohužiaľ, to je na tomto smutné. Že to je iná cesta. To je iná cesta, ako toto hrať. Hociaké sú, hociaký král all-in. Pozerám až do konca. Ja by som chcel vidieť od začiatku tohto imbecila. Od začiatku, že či od začiatku takto hral. Ale typujem, že hej. Typujem, že od začiatku až do konca hrá takisto. ESO, all-in. Král, all-in. Typujem, že to je stále to isté. Pár, hociaký pár, all-in. To dokáže každý kokot. Neviem. Zle mi je z neho. Už dlho nedostal kvalitnú kartu, tak folduje. Folduje, lebo nemá kombinácie žiadne. Veľmi primitívny systém. A to mne je žiadny ani nič. To, čo on robí. Mal by som pozrieť tohto Rusa. Či hrá takisto primitívne. Ne, ostajem už na tomto. Ostajem na tomto primitívovi. Počkaj, mám otvoreného. To je kokotina, je zase all in. A tento čo? Foldne. Či chce bojovať s dvoma? Jack Ace 4-4. S dvoma štvorkami išiel all in. Ne, mi nikto nič nehovorí. Dve štvorky išiel all in ako kokot. Ne, mi nikto nič nehovorí. Takto sa feedujú proste, takto sa feedujú. Ja sa čudujem, že ich to takto baví hrať. Ja sa naozaj čudujem, že ich to takto baví hrať. Feedujú sa jak piče. Dve štvorky a išiel all-in. Však to je piča ruka. Už dlho nerobil Brazílčan all-in. Čakám, kedy to spraví. Nemá kráľa, nemá ESO. Škoda, že nevidím jeho karty. Nemá kráľa asi a nemá ani ESO. Tak dlho? Asi tak dlho. Strašné sračky mu asi chodia. Tento má nejakú silnú masnú vec. Tento ho chce izolovať. Tento išiel all-in, má v piči. Tento foldol. Dve sa na dvoch jackov. Žiadna stratégia, hej. Prehral takisto ako ja. Jack proti sám. Žiadna stratégia tu nie je v tejto hre. Len hlúposť. Hlúposť a polotovary. Hlúposť a polotovary. Ja si to si otvorím. To si otvorím. A budem pozerať od začiatku idiota, s čím išiel all-in. A to je jedno. Oni chodia all-in, to je... Tam nedá sa čo zistiť. Oni majú ESO, majú kráľa, idú all-in. Oni majú ESO, idú all-in. Tu nie je nejaká stratégia. ESO znamená automaticky all-in. Automaticky. To je celý systém. Zase má ESO alebo niečo. Má silnú ruku, jak má sivitku. A to niekto zoberie, pôjde all-in. Pôjde all-in na flope? Ne. Na 7000. Klasický all-in. Chcem tohto izolovať, tento mu to zobral, 2 šestky all-in, dosť holy shit. Holy Jesus. Tomuto niekto aj verí ako? Dostal 4 šestky. Niektorých ľudí šéf úplne miluje. Úplne ich miluje. Kokos. To je neskutočné. 4 šestky dostal. To mi podrž vajco. Kde je? Tu je. Našiel som ho, tu je. To je v prdeli. 4 šestky. To nevidím moc často. Takže po teba boss miloval. Boss, ako ma budeš milovať? Ako sa dohodneme?
Again with the happy man, David Williams, Colts. Known as our loose cannon, and Abe's out. Jason Calacanis announced the raise.
Takto sa feedujú. Takto sa feedujú. Pôjde Oli na neho. Pôjde Oli na neho, to bolo úplne jasné. Chce ho utlačiť chudáka. Chudáka chce utlačiť. Proste kokot. Čierny kokot. Napchal mu svojho čierneho vtáka do zadku. Napchal mu ho do zadku. Vyjebanec. Využil silu postavenia a napchal mu vtáka do zadku. Katastrofa. Katastrofa. Mal mu to zobrať. Mal mu to zobrať. Mal hovno. On mal hovno. On nič nemal v ruke. Zase sa snaží napchať vtáka čierneho do zadku niekomu. Tomuto. Zase mu napchal. A tento rozmýšľa. Tento rozmýšľa, čo spraví. Taká klasika. Čierno mu napchal čiernochovi naspäť do zadku. Som ja tak dlho rozmýšľal nad tým. Ináč toto si všímam, že toto sa stáva veľmi často. Že oni keď majú dve SA, tak strašne dlho rozmýšľajú, neviem kvôli čomu. To je nejaká ich mentálna stratégia, mám dve SA, rozmýšľam, akože mu dám do hlavy, že to foldnem, dávam mu do hlavy, že to foldnem, nakoniec idem s majsami. Úplne zbytočné, mohol hneď dať kol. Nemusí to naťahovať. Už dlho nič nehral. Strašne dlho nič nehral, neviem aké karty mu chodia. Černo robí Oli na neho. Robil. Asi nemal kráľa alebo ESO. Tak sa poslal z toho.
Percentage here at the table. All the other players raise in that position at least half the time, while our loose cannon leads in the stat with a whopping 75%.
Well, Doyle will be on the button this hand. Let's see if he folds 4. 8 folds.
You know, they say you're supposed to raise your button. Doyle's done it the least and he's up the most.
Calacanis limps in. Daniel 7-4 suited. Where's Abe's hand?
Zvýši, musí dať. Nedal nič. Prečo nevsadil? Prečo nevsádza? Prečo nevsádza? To nechápem. Teraz dal. Prečo mu tak dlho trvá? To sú kokoti. Toto aj nie je dobrý hráč. Toto je idiot. Aj tento je idiot. To sú idioti. Oni hrajú jak idioti. Už na flope mal pritvrdiť. Nechápem. Ja nerozumiem im. Prečo hrajú ako idioti? To je dobrá otázka, prečo hrajú ako idioti. Na flope mal dať 15 000 povedzme. Neviem prečo nedal. Tento mal dať na flope 15 000. Keby dal tento na flope 15 000, tento imbecil by to foldol. Nechápem ako hrajú. Hrajú veľmi zdegenerované.
Now not raising pre-flop may have helped out Calacanis. This bet looks a little bluffy.
You got me confused by that.
That is the idea, isn't it?
It's the idea. Just trying to confuse me.
Work last time.
What?
What?
Last hand it didn't work really well. You got me on.
Early we saw Jason talk Daniel out of 35, giving it one more go.
Daniel folds.
Hit a push. Push.
Did he have flush?
Don't show it.
Nah, it's alright.
Daniel makes the right move. And more action right after this.
You start being a king.
You're starting to realize that, huh?
Welcome back to Las Vegas as we continue the big game alongside Joe Stapleton. I'm Chris Rose. Action for hand 117 out of 150 starts with Jason Calacanis looking at King 10 suited. And he limps in. Daniel 10-9 offsuit, races to 1600. Action folds around to the loose cannon. Will Davis is out of here. Gabe Lasseri, he's in. So too is Calacanis.
Limb calling worked out for Calacanis last time. This time he's got both his opponents dominated.
The flop, 6 ace king, check by Lasseri. Calacanis checks as well. Daniel bets 3,500.
Calacanis flopped a pair this time. He's playing in flow, checking to the razor.
Ace out. Calacanis calls. From 3 on the flop to 2 on the turn. Four of hearts. Check by Calacanis.
Calacanis continues to play in flow.
And a check by Negrano. The river, Queen of Spades. Bet.
That was the big payday. Just going for a little small payday, huh? But you're not getting one.
Daniel folds.
That was good. By a long shot. Huh? I had a feeling. Get me crushed.
Our loose cannon's been pretty quiet lately.
I'm gonna bet that you shuffle chips better than every loose cannon we're gonna have. Huh? I'm gonna bet that's I'll bet that without somebody. You like my side?
Not with me.
I'm about to be a loose cannon here in a minute. Pot limit before the flop stuff's got me angry. I'm ready to zip this 40 in right now.
He's gonna zip it.
Doyle Brunson, another pocket pair.
That's another pair for the card rack, Mr. Brunson. No biggie.
Raises to 1,500. King 10 suited.
Kde je Kál? Kál? Kál Parmazán.
Re-raise.
Kál Parmazán.
4,800.
God damn it, there you go.
Risky play re-raising Doyle this week, especially right after announcing how tilted.
Action is folded back on over to Doyle Brunson.
Awful good speech here.
Doyle folds.
You pick one.
Najbližší turné je strašne ďaleko.
Seemed like a tight laydown, but
2 hodiny
you're
25.
up 125K
Holy shit.
against the guy who wants to get it all in.
It's harder almost to
I didn't bluff you. I didn't bluff.
Môžem to skúšiť na čipových turnajoch v podstate.
Wow. 210?
Môžem tú stratégiu skúsiť bez peňazí.
I figured that's the best I could do.
That is, and that's fine.
V podstate.
David looking at Queen 10.
Oni hrajú rovnako aj tam, aj tu.
Under the gun. Raises to 1,200.
To je jedno.
Will Davis is going to play this hand. Call.
Our loose cannon getting a little loose.
Action folds over to Daniel, who makes the call. Doyle makes it a 4-person party. The flop. Ace, ace, 4, 2 clubs. Daniel checks. Doyle checks. Williams fires 4,000.
Tohto Rusa by som mal pozerať. Nedá miliardu čipov. Pozerať Rusa.
Doyle.
And the C-bet is good.
He's ready to that was
Proste Rus.
action.
Rus je ten šmák.
Not a good like I'll bluff you. Yeah.
Čo je to za puča?
Williams picks up a pot of more than 9,000, and our loose cannon's got to get it going.
Má 12 bounty. Jemu sa ľahko potom už aký má milión čipov, lebo aj keď vypadne, aj keď prehrá, tuto už nie. Tuto už potrebuje vyhrať tie all-iny, tuto už je rozumnejšie tie all-iny. Tuto už, lebo tu majú veľa čipov všetci, tu sa nemôže stratiť 76, 130 tisíc, nesa. Tu už je rozumnejšie. Ja to ide utláčať, ten mu to foldne. Na Rus mu to foldne, ak nič nemá. Chcel by som vidieť jeho karty. Blafuje na to ESO.
Lays it down. Nice little pop for Will. It's a step in the right direction. Looked like Jason was maybe up to something nefarious with that ace-4, but decided to kick it in.
All in.
So Will Davis picks up a nice
Check ace is awesome. Skončil.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. All smiles, the only player up over 6 figures. Daniel Negrano also showing a profit.
And remember, our loose cannon, Will Davis, gets nothing if he doesn't make a profit in the next 29 hands.
Fellas, it's come to an end again. Will,
Ten to zober all in.
you only have one
Čiže 14
more
000.
session left. Do you think you can do it?
That's up to Daniel. Are you ready?
I'm ready to gamble. You just gotta start getting your gambling shoes on.
My gambling shoes are good.
You're too tight for a loose cannon.
All right, guys, join us tomorrow night to see if the loose cannon can stay alive. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now, and remember, if you've got the cash and the guts, there's always a seat open at the big game. See you next time.
For Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rhodes. We'll see you tomorrow night.
One more, huh?
That's it.
Tired?
No, are you tired?
Tu nehajú all iny.
Doyle's not tired.
Tu nehajú all iny už.
For good luck. One session.
Tu ide oveľa. Tu už iba zvýšujú sáčky.
The following is a presentation from PokerStars.com. This week on the big game, Texas Dolly gave a wealthy businessman a $100,000 poker lesson,
But don't get on. That's good.
and then flashed his new hairpiece.
This makes me as attractive as anybody else.
And our loose cannon entered on a mission to bust Daniel.
You know what the loose cannon just told me?
What?
His wife doesn't really like you very much. He wants to bust you today.
But he's been losing, and with less than 30 hands to play, Will has just one last chance to turn a profit tonight on the big game.
Musí sa prepnúť. O 30 minút ide až.
Big game.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the big game. Alongside Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose, and tonight, some of the world's best have ponied up big cash. There's
O
over
7 minút ide.
$700,000 on the table as play continues in our state-of-the-art poker room.
Despite his unflappable style, David Williams is starting off stuck today, $57,000.
The living legend of poker is sitting atop the heap. Doyle Brunson has almost $113,000 in profit.
Kid Poker is yucking it up because he's made a big Canadian comeback.
Vyskúšam si stratégiu tu.
Wealthy internet entrepreneur Jason Calacanis is down over $35,000.
peniaze.
He's wealthy.
High stakes cash game player and specialist Aiden Mosseri, his plugged, he's down almost $30,000.
Vyskúšam si stratégiu tu.
Equalizer on our sixth player, the Cannon Will Davis. He was staked $100,000. His current
Vyskúšam si
score
to tu.
is $76,000, and time is running out to make a profit.
Tuto sa...
Will is with Amanda Leatherman.
Will, this is it. Your stack is under 100,000.
Toto už je...
What are you gonna do really to get in there and change your strategy?
I'm gonna get hyper aggressive.
Stiahne idiot chcel povedať, aby nešiel spať. Prečo je taký tučný?
Double up and be okay.
Not nervous at all.
Vyprahnutý tučniak.
All right, Will, go get him.
Thank you.
Quick reminder that each cannon is staked $100,000 and keeps all profits above the initial $100,000. And
Povedal som, aby nešiel
most
spať.
money earns an
Vyprahnutý tučne.
Are we ready to gamble? We've been ready to gamble. The question is, are you?
Tučne jak podrábný all-in išiel na neho. 8 ESO, Queen 10 zober, idiot. Idiot vyhral s 8 majetkom. To som nejedol. Kokot išiel all-in s Queen 10. To som nevidel ešte. Zazobal toho pičného psa. Zazobal toho skurvisnického psa. Oni hrajú jak idioti. Oni hrajú jak idioti. Vyskúšam stratégiu za... V podstate oni hrajú rovnako, či za peniaze, alebo za tieto čipy. To sa nejako nemení. Oni majú upiči aj hento, aj toto. Vyskúšam, či to bude fungovať, či to budú foldovať, či sa poserú a či to zložia na 4. karte, alebo pôjdu all-in. Som zvedavý. Kokos, keby som vyhral tou stratégiou turnaj, došťal by som sa. Ten 5000-ový prize pool. Ten 5000-ový prize pool pôjdem hrať. Tuto. Tu je král. 5000-ový prize pool 8. decembra. Kým pôjdem toto hrať o 2 dní v sobotu o 3. Potrebujem zistiť, čo má šancu fungovať. Ako to bohužiaľ musím zahrať. Ak robím all-in a hneď na začiatku vypadnem, tak bohužiaľ. Hovorím, ak na začiatku si nedokážeš nabaliť, tak je to jedno. Na začiatku sa potrebuješ nabaliť, aby si mohol hrať. Aby si mohol hrať. Tak to poviem, hej? Aby si mohol hrať. Lebo čakať 20 rúk, potom ísť all-in na pár a prehrať, to nie je hra. Ty nehráš. Ty nič nerobíš, ty si skončený, ty trpíš. Ty dožívaš, to je dožívanie iba. Dožívanie nie je riešenie. To nepomôže nikdy, nikomu. All-in. Call. Jack 10, ďalcek king. PL. Idiot. Tohto poznám, tohto kokota. Niečo mi to hovorí, tento Nigol Maj. Prečo tu tak málo hráčov, iba 21? Prečo je tu iba 21 hráčov zaregistrovaných? Nikto nehrá za tieto čipy? Nikto nemá čipy? Tu nie sú žiadni hráči. Čo to je za kokotinu? Čo to je? Á, to je jedno. Vyskúšam si stratégiu. Vyskúšam si agresívny štýl na začiatku, ako pôjde. Ja som zabudol, že za čipy nehrá veľa hráčov vlastne. Za čipy sú asi menšie. Tučné stehno, zobu tučné stehna, nech nespí. Zobu tučného stehna. To nemá zmysel mi pozerať, čo. Ja veľmi presne viem, ako hrajú. Na čo to pozerám? Z nich sa nedá nič. Od nich sa nedá nič naučiť, prečo mám tak málo čipov? Dobre, ideme klasickú stratégiu. Počkám na kráľa, počkám na ESO, na hociaký pár. A zahrám to. Zahrám to na agresivitu. Uvidím, ako to pôjde. Neviem. Uvidím. A Jacka zoberiem aj kráľovnu. Ja som za kokotinu som dal. Čo som zapol? Len toto. Kokotinu som zapol. Bože, bože, kokotinu som zapol. Kokotinu som zapol. Čo to je to piče?
That's right. There's no benefit to Will ending the day below 100,000. He has no
Kokotinu som zapol.
seeing all of his chips going in very soon.
150 karátne. Čo som to zapol? Čo tak dlho rozmýšľajú? Tu ani... Čo? Čo odo mňa chce? Nevyber, čo odo mňa chce. Chcem zvýšiť. Chcem zvýšiť na 240. Kokos, čo som to zapol? Idem all in. A oni to foldli, posrali sa. Pozri aké karty. ESO, král, Queen. Na čo toto hrám? Oni to foldujú. Stand pad. Whatever. Kokotinu som zapol. Stovku. Oni to foldujú, všetko mi. Tu mi non-stop foldujú. Nemám meso, nemám nič, čo tu mám. Čo je toto za hra? To nechcem hrať. Ja to nechcem hrať, čo je to? Ja robím každý kolo robím to isté, čo odo mňa chcú? Kokocká hra, Omaha, alebo čo to je? Hovno. Stand pad, whatever. Aj za 120. Prosto mi to foldujú. Oni ma zazobávajú ako sviňu. A mi to oni všetko... To je... Prečo to robia? Čo? Čo robia? Čo ja to nechápem? Čo robia? Prečo to foldujú? Prečo to foldujú non-stop? Čo je to? Tak... Zoberte mi to niekedy. No. Stand pad. Na 180 idem all in. Ne. Čo robia? Prečo to foldujú? Prečo to foldujú stále? Prečo to foldujú? Čo robia? Čo je to za hráčov? Jebem ich, foldem to ja, nemám ani nervy. Čo je toto? Však oni mi non-stop foldujú, každý jeden mi všetko folduje. Prečo? Stand pad.
Added aces to his repertoire this week. I think he's going to bet for the cycle.
King several times, queen several times. Oh, boy. Go well.
Nemôže byť. To není on? Čo to kokoč?
But he just calls.
David's playing it a little slow.
The loose cannon calls.
Everybody wants to have some action.
Abe in.
Stank pot.
Calicanis. So 5 players to the flop.
Bet. All in.
Jack Trey, a monster flop.
Ooh la la gaga. David Williams has flopped a set. Will Davis has flipped a flush.
The action starts with Abe, who checks.
Zabavili sme sa. Ale toto potrebujem.
Daniel does. Jason bets 4,000.
Leading out and drawing dead.
Toto je no limit hold'em. 200
Daniel
000.
calls.
You'd expect Davis to raise here, try to thin the field. He's playing against 4 other opponents right now.
17 minút.
Every move he makes is perfect.
Calls.
It's a risky call.
All in.
And the loose cannon's all in.
Cannon time.
Loose Cannon's moved in to try to protect his flush. Take that.
Abe and Jason are out.
17 minút.
Oh boy.
You don't have much money.
26.
Count what you got. Let's have a count of the loose cannon one time.
All right, here you go.
This could be that time here.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's running it one time. David's only got 26. So if you have limits, I don't care.
David's very short. Daniel's trying to figure out what's in the side pot and what's in the main pot.
I wouldn't want to, what's in the pot puts me, I think, just above.
Yeah, yeah. True.
What about this 100?
Protect the chips, right? And the cards.
Oh, this is fun. I like this. This is fun.
If it weren't for the fact that the loose cannon might be making a move, this could be an easy fold for Daniel. He's behind to even 1 king. He can easily not have the best hand, and it's possible he doesn't even have the best draw. You can see he's a dog right now.
So we've got 69.
Daniel's doing some calculations now. He's actually not getting very good odds, only about 1.25 to 1.
I mean, you're supposed to gamble sooner or later.
Daniel calls.
Clear the board, I'll call.
David's in 2.
Got a flush.
Oh no! Okay.
Wow.
We would have busted me anyway. Okay, I got a big side pot working. So let's just have a spade.
Let's pair the board.
Just do one time, right?
I would like to do more than one, but actually screw that one time.
Six. He left the flush.
This is what I was looking for, right? You know?
David has less money than Daniel and Will, so he can only win the main pot. Daniel and Will can win both pots.
Funny. You were waiting for him to raise, huh? Before the flop.
I got about 40% equity.
You know. You're the one that knows
Well,
that.
Phil knows this.
How does that many else? Ace.
Leave it in front like that. Decide how many times you gotta do it.
I think it can come 9, 10.
I'm just going once.
Yeah, once is good.
Once is fine.
One time, gamble for the money. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Spade.
So it's all come down to this for Will Davis. Will his hand hold up.
Here's the diamonds. Anybody fold spade?
If Will can fade a spade, he's still in the game. If he can also avoid the board pairing, he'll have a profit of nearly $100,000.
The turn.
Spade is key. Just any spade.
Preja všetko.
Spade.
Good hand.
Will's out.
So I won that pot for sure. Go ahead, pair the board. What the hell?
Alright, he wants to pair it, so just pair it.
David Williams still alive. Looking for the board to pair on the river. It doesn't.
Stupid. Sick hand,
Nice
buddy.
hand.
Sick hand. Tell your wife I'm sorry.
But he didn't burn.
You're right.
Great play with you, man. Good luck.
Heartbreaking turn card for Will, but he is taking it like the pro he aspires to be.
Hey,
So that's all for the 29-year-old loose cannon. His dreams of busting kid poker and winning the North American Poker Tour passport right here. And David Williams calls it a night as well.
Oh man.
Sorry, buddy. I got lucky against you today twice.
That happens.
Sorry, dude.
Poker.
Pleasure playing with you.
Take care.
Hey.
Yeah, that's how I do it. Up gets flushed, top set. Whatever.
We have some seats to fill here at the big game. And we will, right after this. Moving back to the big game, Daniel Negreanu sits at the top of the leaderboard after his double belting of David Williams and our aspiring poker pro, the loose cannon Will Davis. And right now, the man from Hilliard, Ohio, is standing by.
Will, you were in your dream situation today. I think you could have gotten it in better. You lost a flush. Your wife wanted you to knock out Daniel, and instead he knocked you out.
Hey, I got him to make the call. I'm happy about that. And, the cards didn't work out. That's okay.
So what's going through your mind right now?
It was a great experience. I'm happy. I got to play with some world-class players. I'm really excited about that. I got the chips in good at the end, and that's okay. I'm happy with that.
Are you satisfied with the way you played?
Oh, absolutely. I think I played pretty well.
All right, well, thank you for being our loose cannon.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you, guys. And while the cannon's chair has been removed, seat 6 has now been filled by young pro Andrew Roble.
Roble is a 23-year-old phenom, also known as Good to See You. Don't let his age deceive you, folks. He's won and lost and then won millions of dollars playing poker. He knows what he's doing, and he should be comfortable playing at these nosebleed stakes. But seriously, with a name like that, how do you not make your screen name RoboCop? That way, every time you win a hand, you can say thank you for your cooperation.
But you got to do it in the right voice.
Thank you for your cooperation. Listen to his voice. He's got the voice.
Come on. Action begins with Doyle Brunson. Here on hand 131 out of 150 and another pocket pair.
Doyle took a hand off from having pocket pairs just long enough for two guys to go broke.
Doyle raises 1,500. Abe's in. Jason Calacanis, queen 5 suited out. Who's Daniel? So the good friends play an awful lot of poker together. See the flop. Deuce. 8, 5, little sloppy. Doyle checks.
This isn't a scary board for 2-3s. Doyle checked because he's out of position. He's going to let Abe bet for him.
Abe with the flush draw, bets 2,300.
Bit of a semi-bluff from Abe. He also has 2 overcards.
Doyle calls. The turn. 3 of hearts and action. Doyle checks.
This is the worst card ever for Doyle.
Strašne ma sere ten Dugan.
Flush.
Podradný tuk išiel spať silou mocou, vôbec netrénuje. Jediné čo robí, leží
And right now,
a pojedá.
it's tough to put someone on a made flush.
Leží a pojedá.
Little trouble if he gets
Tak
frisky here.
vytrtý.
Looks like he might. Back in chips, firing 5.
Tie činnosti, ktoré vie robiť. Ležať a pojedať.
Abe's probably trying to decide how much to raise. He doesn't have a lot of chips left, so his options are limited.
Come on. Abe's all in. And Doyle calls.
Abe showing Doyle's king high flush. Doyle's dead to the board pairing.
One time? Okay, one time.
Looks like they've agreed to run it one time.
I don't like to choose, you choose. All right, twice.
2 times. I would take 2 times, sir.
Well, now they're bickering, and so they've decided to run it twice. So that means that we will see the river card twice, playing for half the pot each time.
Interesting history between these guys. Interesting side bet as well. Doyle has laid Abe 100 to 1 that Abe will make it into the Poker Hall of Fame within Doyle's lifetime. Abe has bet against himself. Doyle expects to live a very long time.
Well, despite that bet, I'm sure that Abe's rooting for himself with his hand. The first river card, the 4 of clubs. Abe takes it down. He has won half the pot. The second river card, the 6 of spades, so make it a sweep for Abe Mosseri.
Start counting those Hall of Fame votes.
Oh, and I love the sheepish grin on Mosseri's face. So Doyle takes a bit of a hit. He's still up, but he lost over half his profits in that pot.
And it might tilt him a little bit to know he lost that money to Abe, but hey, at least it's to a future Hall of Famer.
So you were at home on YouTube, like, watching all the high
He's
stakes
got
poker?
all of them on his iPad. Got every hand on the iPad.
That's why I'm only lost 55, 45. If I didn't have those scouting reports, I would have lost 200. Yeah. Scouting report didn't help me.
Helped you win 35 extra.
Definitely helped me.
You had the scouting report, just threw the guy a fastball.
Abe raises.
Listened to my own scouting report about going. Daniel, I played perfect.
Pocket aces again for Doyle.
That's why he's the legend.
36 months.
A re-raise.
think about it this way. It's gonna help my Hall of Fame candidacy.
Right.
You make 100 back that way.
Looks like Robocop is contemplating a call. Maybe gonna try to set mine, try to flop a 3.
I call. There's the call. And Abe folds.
Lost the guy who was after him, got the guy I didn't want.
Godfather has got it in for Abe.
Can't always get what you want.
9-7 jack on the flop.
Good flop for Doyle, but it might be hard for him to extract value.
Doyle checks.
Doyle's trying to let Andrew bet at it.
Roble checks. Doesn't bite. The turn, 10 of hearts.
Board just got a lot scarier.
Doyle checks.
Maybe checking just to slow things down a little bit, keep the pot under control.
Roble checks as well. The river, deuce of clubs.
Seems safe now with that many checks. Doyle bets.
Fires 10,000.
Andrew seems very reluctant to give up his baby pair. There's something to prove for the new guy at the table. I want to sit down in the first few minutes and get bluffed.
You get a duel.
That's worked before.
I'm gonna do the Daniel Negreanu. I'm gonna guess you have 2 kings.
And fold.
You're close.
But see, I usually call. They go, yep, 2 kings, all right.
You see, I learned, you know, you always have the right read, but I decided I'm gonna play like Daniel Negreanu, put him on the right hand, but I'm gonna make the.
I 10-9.
You see me?
I folded because of him.
I would rather be steaming.
Abe and Doyle still jabbing away. Can one of them land a haymaker? We'll see when we come back. To the big game, only 15 hands left for these 5 pros to either increase their winnings or climb out of their deficit.
He was a pretty good poker player. Now if you went on the internet, now then you go completely berserk. Listen to all that stuff.
Doyle's still smiling. He's got pocket kings.
Only pocket kings this time. Must have angered the poker gods.
Brunson raises to 1,500. Roble folds. Ace queen suited for Doyle's good friend.
I mean,
I'm coming, Doyle. I'm coming.
Boy, Abe's got a hand he can play with.
Abe calls. Daniel's out.
I just want to see tears this hand.
you'll see him.
Physical tears. If you can do that for me, I'll make my day.
Thank you, Dirty Harry. 9-6 trade, 2 spades.
Doyle's still out in front with his 2 kings.
Fires 3,000. Abe folds.
What do I got, Daniel?
I don't know. Kings, I guess.
What? How do you know that?
You always have kings. You're the biggest card rack ever on TV, and you always talk about how you never hold a hand and how do y'all get these hands? And I look at the stats. I look at the numbers. Doyle's leading the league in queens, and
I
queens
heard
are
his
better.
interview though. He gave away his strategy. He says he complains about never getting hands. So no one knows he gets like aces and kings, you know. And then we
If there was a stat like leading the league on queens or better percentage, you'd be number 1.
Today.
Well, today
I haven't had it one time.
Well, the guys in the truck have been waiting to use this one, Joe.
This stat is only for the 4 players who played all 136 hands so far. It includes the following starting hands: pocket queens, pocket kings, and pocket aces. Abe's got a big fat bagel, and Doyle's woken up with monsters 3 times more than the rest of the table combined.
The stats do indeed prove that Doyle has been a card rack all night long. Daniel Negreanu on the button this hand.
Yeah, he must have sensed your strength, his powers.
Ace, no power to play this hand. Calacanis folds. Ace-8 suited for Daniel. Raises to 1,200. Doyle calls. No pocket pair, by the way.
I know
just doesn't seem to be buying what Doyle is selling.
Daniel calls.
Who beat that? That's nuts.
Doyle wins a pot of more than 18,000.
I was hoping you're gonna say 8-9. 6-8.
Look at that read. Put him on the deuce and then belly bet him to death.
Oh, yeah, but there's a history behind all that.
Doyle, of course, referring to Daniel's history with the deuce of diamonds, not value betting middle pair. We'll be back with much more after this. Welcome back to the big game. Let's take a quick look at the standings. Daniel's still on top after winning a monster pot earlier tonight.
Doyle's doing just fine, though he's not acting that way after losing a big pot to Abe. And amateur player, internet mogul Jason Calacanis is having a bit of a power outage. He's stuck almost 46,000.
Well, Daniel's bankroll got a bit better, even though he got in with the worst of it. Kid Poker relives his double knockout of David and Will as we go behind the poker face.
So here I am, first position with a pair of queens, and of course I raise it up. David Williams, he just called me. And I was kind of worried about that a little bit because he didn't have a lot of chips. But more importantly, the loose cannon calls, he's on the button. But at this point I know he's got to kick it into high gear. He's not going to play like he was before. He needs to gamble, and anything remotely good, he's going to play. Big blind also calls. Everybody likes action. You see a flop, looks pretty good for me. It's king, jack, 3, 4 spades. I do have the 6 spades. Now, strangely, Jason leads out for 4,000. That puts me in a weird spot. I've got a bunch of players behind me. Pretty good hand, but I'm dead. I just call. David Williams just called. When he does that, that scares me because he only called 4,000. I figured if he had something mediocre, he would have re-raised. But it looked like he was set maybe to 7. Now all of a sudden, out of the blue, we get the loose cannon, stick hit at 83,000. So now I'm thinking this is exactly the kind of stuff I was looking for. Get it all in against the cannon when he could have anything. In that spot, if he had just a pair of jacks, spade in his hand, or just the ace of spades, I know for a fact he has to move all in. That's the right play for him. So for me, the position is difficult because I've got David Williams behind me, but he's only got 28,000. Loose cannon's got 83,000. So I figure, well, David might have me beat. I'll do 28 there, but I'll pick up 83 from the loose cannon. So that alone makes it kind of worth it. Plus, against loose cannon, no matter what he had, unless he had nuts already, the ace high flush, I've got a decent hand. Spade or my queens are good. And that's basically what I was thinking. So I went ahead and made the call. David quickly calls. David has 3 kings.
Got a flush.
Oh no! Okay. He pops the flush, so I'm like, oops, okay, this couldn't work out any worse. Little spade hit the turn, and all of a sudden I felt like a genius. Orange and pair on the river, and knocked out 2 guys. Tell your wife I'm sorry. Sometimes it pays to be wrong in the right spots.
Daniel crushes the loose cannon's dreams. No wonder his wife didn't like him.
Daniel folds. Kid going on hand 140. Doyle folds. Andrew Roble on the button. Doyle fronts in hand. Raises to 1,500. Abe folds. Jason Calacanis, ace-9 suited. Calls.
Doyle's been lucky this week. Let's see if his hand is lucky for Andrew.
The flop. 10, king, 8. Middle pair for Roble. Calacanis. First to act.
Considering a donk bet, 3,400.
That's 3,400.
A donk bet is when you play out of flow and bet out of position into the pre-flop raiser. Andrew has middle pair and he's in position. He's watching the game from offset, but he probably doesn't know how Calacanis plays just yet.
Roble calls.
Sure, Calacanis didn't like to see that call. He's going to need some help here. Or will carefully study his opponent.
3 diamonds on the turn. Calacanis fires again. 6,000 this time.
Andrew's going to use this to his advantage. Calacanis keeps betting out of position.
There's a call by Andrew Roble.
Seems like Roble may have a read on Jason.
Man, he looks like a killer when he's
like a killer. Look at his eyes.
Use of spades on the river. Clegane has spent 16,000, but Roble with 2 pair now.
Clegane is fired on all 3 streets. With Roble making his second pair on the river, I think he's going to have a tough time believing his feet. Some players may raise a 2 pair in this spot, but it's very difficult to get called by a worse hand, so there's really no value in a raise. So I get it. Somebody's still looking for approval from Daddy.
But the big papa might be coming for your chips, Andy. Look out. Welcome back to the game where
Ten idiot to zobral s 8 a 7. Ten idiot to normálne zobral s 8 a 7. To nerozumiem. To som mal už? Nefunguje to. Lebo to už bol nafidovaný kokot. Vôbec neviem ako hrať. Vôbec neviem. Ak sa vrátim k rozumnému štýlu, tak nezískam dostatočne veľa čipov. Nezískam dostatočne veľa čipov. To je problém. Idiot zobral 8 a 7. A padlo mu to na flop. Vôbec neviem ako hrať. Vôbec neviem. Vôbec netuším. Skúsim ísť all-in od začiatku. S hociakým kráľom a s hociakým asom a s hociakým párom. Ako bohužiaľ, čo mám robiť? Čo mám robiť? Vôbec neviem. Dostal 3 kráľov. Mal kráľa a dostal 2 kráľov na flop. To je neuveriteľné. Ja tomu Já tomu nerozumím.
Well, I could have won 2 votes and I got about 10 dudes.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think you're winning. Oh, maybe. All in.
Tomu nerozumím.
You did bet enough to put him to a real decision.
Yeah, can you use the game then?
I did.
Já tomu nerozumím, ty kodo.
10 dudes, but it's...
To je nuda. Čo mám spraviť?
Count Texula.
Here.
A čo mám robiť? A čo mám robiť?
This is the 150th and final hand of the week. Action begins with Daniel.
Lock it up.
To je komédia. Toto je komédia. Toto je komédia, ale... To je strašná komédia, ale... To je totálna komédia. Ale totálna. Holy shit.
Five clubs on the third. Jason fires 1500.
Andrew's thinking he knows ace high is good a lot of the time.
Najvtipnejšie na tom je, že sa silou mocou snažím, aby mi turnaje zarábali, neviem na čo. Neviem na čo, keď môžem zarábať v cashovke. Neviem prečo silou mocou chcem kreknúť tieto vyjebané turnaje. Lebo ma to sere, keď niečo neviem kreknúť. Sere ma to, keď niečo neviem vybaviť. Není možné, že to nedokážem kreknúť. Není možné.
Better 2 pairs than he had on the turn, but he's playing it the exact same way he did with nothing. This guy's been more persistent than a pop-up ad. Andrew's playing with his money at the moment. It's up to him whether or not Robocop wants to make a hero call on the last hand of the night.
Alright, I'll pay off your 7.
Robo calls.
Prepared.
That's good too.
They have to queen too.
I appreciate it. Fraction of what I get into that.
Jason wins a pot of almost 19K.
Clegane has been pretty good at getting people to pay him off on the river.
Here are your final standings. Daniel was the only one to reach 6 figures.
Jason Clegane has lost a little more than 65K. David Williams
Im chodia som chcel vidieť, chcel som vidieť čo má.
twice. Now Loose Cannon will
Im chodia tie vyjebané páry proste.
All right, guys, that is it. Great night and a great week. Daniel and Doyle, you were the big winners.
Im chodia tie páry.
Loose Cannon's money, he lost his stack tonight and had to leave.
Im normálne chodia.
This week, a new Loose Cannon will get a chance
To neuveriteľné.
to sit in that seat. I'm Amanda Leatherman saying goodbye for now. And remember, if you've got the cash and the bets, there's always a seat open at the big game. See you next time.
For Joe Stapleton, I'm Chris Rose. We will see you next week from Las Vegas, Nevada, home of the big game.
You win the game?
Yeah, you won. Won like 11,000. So.
Neviem, jak to spraviť. To nepomôže. Neviem vôbec.
all around the world would love a spot on this table, but it's only open to an exclusive 8. There's a lot of dosh floating around this game. It's certainly high stakes, which explains why it's heating up.
And here we are, Aussie Millions Poker Championships high stakes cash game.
Im chodia páry.
Here are the players, and there is all that money. Now the difference is you're looking at a leaderboard, and that is real cash. The red figures that you see, that means the players are.
Chodia.
If you see them in white, that means they're in the white. That means they're doing well and making money, and that's what this game is all about. The money you see at the table is real cash. Grant Levy, 2007 winner of the APPT, sits with me. High stakes cash game, Grant. Tell me what you know.
Oh, it's exciting. It's always good to watch the high stakes cash game. There's a lot more table banter in a cash game than there is a tournament. There's a lot of money involved, and remember, this isn't just a $10,000 buy-in. This is $250,000 buy-in just to enter, and the chip values are actual dollar values.
Richard Young with Queen 8 of Spades, Mike Haxton with King 5, and look at this flop. A Jack 9-10 flop with 2 spades.
A little bit for everyone. Monster hand for Richard. He's flopped a straight. Got a flush draw to go with it. Patrick, top pair. Good kicker, open-ended draw. Isaac with a gut shot.
It checks to Patrick. He bets, looked like 12,000. Round to Richard Young. He makes the call. Over to Ike now. He lets it go. 2 players remain. The pot, $44,000. We go to the turn, and that is the King of Spades. So Richard Young, wow, what a hand.
Second notches for Richard. He's got a hammer lock on the hand. Patrick does have a straight, which is obviously no good. He's drawing dead with his straight.
Patrick bets 25,000. Little does he know, Richard Young has a big hand, and look at this. He picks up 2 plates, 25,000 each of those plates, makes it 50. Back over to Patrick.
Just a casual reach for a couple of plates.
I imagine it'd be quite hard for Patrick Antonius to let this go, but that is a scary minimum raise.
Well, there is 4 to a straight and 3 spades on board. Patrick's got to think, well, am I just going to call down for a chop here? Most of the time Patrick's going to be getting free-rolled, and that's a good fold.
Wow, that is a very good fold. So Patrick Antonius showing some serious cash game experience there. And Richard Young picks up a nice pot there. A pot of almost $120,000. Patrick doesn't seem to be too fazed by it. Grant Levy, 2007 APPT Grand Final winner. Tell me, you know, I don't know what stakes you've played at the highest level, but to me it always makes me nervous watching this kind of thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't played this high, Paul. There's some serious money on the table here. You're going to see a lot of 100K, 200K pots. These guys have got a lot of money to throw around.
It's opened by Low here, raised by Newey with Ace-4 of hearts. Here we see Low's hand is pocket 3s.
As you can see in a cash game, there's always a lot of banter, Paul. It's always a lot more relaxed than a high-stakes tournament. Maybe the fact that they can just reload if they lose all their chips.
And we'll have a look at the flop. 2 players to the flop. Little under 20K in the middle. Jack 8 deuce, all clubs.
And Low does have a club in his hand. It is only the 3 of clubs. He lit pre-flop. Newey the aggressor. I imagine he's going to continue, and he does.
He makes it 9,000. Low just sort of taking a little bit of a glare at Newey there.
Newey does cover Low. Newey's bought in for 500,000. The rest of the players for 250,000 each.
No nič, nefunguje to.
Calling this bet is could be faced with
Neostáva mi nič iné. Neostáva mi nič iné ako hrať svoj štýl. Keď dám ich štýl, tak vypadnem non-stop. Non-stop vypadnem. Nedá sa, ja nemôžem mať ich štýl. Dám all in a zistím, že má 3 kráľov. Zistím, že naozaj má toho kráľa. Nefunguje to.
Things are definitely heating up in the poker room. I thought I'd get away from the intensity and
Nefunguje to.
Olivia Vorvi, who's got a pretty impressive CV. The 5-star Oasis, that is, Crown Spa. Crown Spa is undeniably Australia's finest and most exclusive day spa. With tranquil surrounds and relaxing decor, you certainly won't be leaving in any hurry. A team of spa therapists and beauty professionals are on standby to indulge you in your choice of treatment.
Do you find that when you play poker, you probably need to get your nails done? I'm a bit of a tomboy. I tend to forget about such things, but get it done here at the Crown Spa is pretty nice.
Yeah, when you're in the right place.
Absolutely.
But you say you're a tomboy. What makes you a tomboy?
I guess I've always been typically attracted to male pursuits. You know, I grew up on a farm. I'd always just be out in the mud with the animals, the usual as a kid, and then I got into like heavy metal, and then
But what's it like being a woman in poker?
I love it. We stand out, we get more attention, we get opportunities, and also guys sometimes don't know how to play against girls, and that's fantastic.
So do you bring anyone on tour with you, or do you meet someone special here?
Romantic-wise, no, I'm definitely single. I'm happy as is.
You would be. You're 28 and you are doing very well. What goes on behind the scenes in poker? But is there any hookups, any parties, that sort of thing?
I mean, of course, there's the usual. I mean, poker players love to party, so yeah, there's some pretty wild parties, lots of shenanigans. There's always people to get into trouble with.
But now, astrophysics, that's a very impressive thing to do. How did that go?
The thing I love about physics is that it really helps my reasoning skills, my analysis, logic, and conveniently those all are things that poker call on very much, and it's a science. A science with a sprinkling of art as opposed to the other way around. Having a mathematical
There you have it. She's smart, beautiful, and successful.
Thank you there to Sherry and Liv Vorvi, giving us a bit of an insight to the mind of a female poker player. And there you see the high stakes cash game leaderboard. Different to a tournament leaderboard. When you see the white figures, that means they've made money, and the red ones means they're losing money. So I'm not sure if you noticed in the last hand, but Phil Ivey sat down. Just happens to be one of the best players, if not the best player in the world. Bit of a scary guy to sit down at a cash table with at a $250,000 buy-in, Grant.
Yeah, well, he's no stranger to $250,000 buy-in tournaments and probably $1 million buy-in cash games. He's notorious for playing some of the highest stakes games in the world and doing very well for a long time now.
Well, Newey opens. Just want to hand off low before. He's got pocket sevens. And it folds around to low again. We see that he has the 6 of diamonds. And he has a 9 to go with it. And the flop, a 4-5-7 flop.
Well, that's an interesting flop. We've got a top set for Newey, open-ended draw for low. The fact that he's got the 9, he actually makes a higher straight if the 8 does come, rather than just the middle pin straight.
Well, Newey didn't waste any time. He fired in with top set.
Well, low's not going anywhere. You don't play 9-6 off pre-flop and get the 5-7 4-flop and fold, that's for sure.
Well, this could be interesting to see how it pans out. Lots and lots of money could go in here. Remembering at home, this is real money. That was a real raise to $20,000. Back over to Newey, who's sitting there with top set. Turned around and looked at low straight away.
Yeah, Paul definitely loves that raise. He has top set.
And he calls, so we will see a turn. The turn is a deuce of diamonds.
Well, that actually gives Lowe a double gut shot, straight draw. The 3 is also now good. And will he continue with the aggression? We know that Newey certainly isn't going to go anywhere. Could see a big pot.
Well, this flop raise could mean that he's going to continue with his aggression here, or will he opt to back down?
Well, I'd be very surprised. It'd be a pretty ordinary line if he just decides to back down now. And he's reaching for the plaque. This is going to be a decent sized bet. About 34,000 by the look of it.
34,000 is correct. Each of those plaques being 25,000. Now Newey with a set of 7s.
Remember, Newey covers low. He sits there with almost 500,000 in chips. At some stage, Newey wants to get value from his hand. It's not easy to flop a set. He has top set here.
And it looks like a call. So Newey treading very carefully, waiting to peel the river. The river is a 4 of diamonds. That gives Newey a full house.
And the fact Newey has just called the turn, we might see Lowe continue with the story here, continue with the aggression.
Will he fire again?
The 4 certainly shouldn't change anything.
The pot now, $126,000. It's one of those situations you've invested so much. Do you take another stab knowing? Do you turn your hand into a bluff? I mean, that's what he's been doing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not turning it into a bluff. It's
He's
already
been
a bluff.
bluffing, that's right.
But, I mean, the only way you can take down this pot, win the money back that he's invested, plus Newey's 60-odd thousand, is by betting this. I mean, we know that Newey won't fold, and he's actually going to raise the river, but I'd expect a bet of around 80,000.
74,000 is the bet, and Newey watching every move now. You can see a bit of movement there. He's tapping his toe.
Well, there's 200,000 in the pot. As you can see, Lowe's got considerably less than that. I'd expect a shove here plenty of times from Newey.
Nemám posledný turnaj si dám.
He takes a little bit of a glare at how much he has.
Posledný turnaj si dám 18-0.
Dream scenario, having
18-20.
top house and getting a guy to bet. Check raise you on the flop and bet 2 more streets into you. Thinking how much value can I extract here? I think he's going to go for all of it.
And here it comes. Look at this, a very big raise. That's a lot of plucks.
Remember, each one of those plucks is worth 25,000. He's bet an even 200,000.
Almost $500,000 in the middle. And Lowe, who has 9 highs, is thinking, why did I triple barrel bluff?
Obviously, he's just going the Hollywood here. I've seen this on TV, Paul. How do I save face? Yeah, I'll just tank for a couple of minutes, pretend I have some type of decision. We know that that decision is going to be a fold.
Well, I must say, he's making it look pretty good.
Well, Lowe actually has the nut low. There is no hand that he could possibly be holding that is worse than 9-6 here.
Well, you don't want to show any weakness to the other players, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's disguising a very difficult fold.
Well, I
and
apologise.
oh, look at that, he lets it go.
I apologise, he could have 9-3. That is worse.
So Newey there with a very big pot of $400,000 cash.
Yeah, I thought he might have a 6. He could have pocket 6s, or he may have been open-ended on the straight. So 4 on the river was beautiful as long as you haven't got pocket 4s. He bet 75,000 on the river. Pretty 99.9% sure I was ahead at that point. So obviously raised him to try and get some more chips, but unfortunately he folded.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that he only made $400,000 in that pot grant, but
Yeah, big soul read there from Paul Newey saying, I'm 99% sure I'm ahead with the Nut full house. The second best possible hand you can have.
Poker players are never happy. There's Ike Haxton. He raises it up with ace jack of clubs. Phil Ivey just fiddling around with $5,000 plugs.
As well as cash game players there. Phil Ivey, Ike Haxton, and Doug Polk. Notorious high stakes cash game players. Big winners. A lot of respect for Doug Polk. He's been playing a few years now. It's actually a lot harder to win in the big nosebleed online cash games now compared to about 3 or 4 years ago, and Doug certainly does that.
Well, Polk is called. We can only see the Queen of Hearts.
I think you find Doug has 3-bet here with the Queen and some type of napkin.
And it's back on Ike.
These guys would be no strangers to each other online. Actually, I've spoken to Doug during the main event this year. He's told me that he's played a little bit with Ike.
We can now see that Polk has him dominated with ace Queen of Hearts. And look at this, Ike Haxton will let it go. So it's not like a tournament for the players at home that always want to learn from what they're seeing. Doug Polk raising with the best hand and Ike Haxton folding with the worst. And we'll be back with more high stakes cash game at the Aussie Millions after the break. Welcome back to the Aussie Millions Poker Championships high stakes cash game at Crown Melbourne. Here, take a look at the leaderboard. It's a different kind of leaderboard. It's basically a board that tells you who's making money and who's not. There you can see Paul Newey, he's made about $140,000. And Lo Xingfeng, he's down about $99,000. So a little bit of ground to make up for. This is real money, and this is the biggest stakes in the world.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks at some stage today, Paul. A lot of these guys, notorious gamblers, like to mix it up. You find cash games, there's always a little bit of ego about too. Always trying to one-up your opponent.
Well, Max Altegott with ace-10 offsuit raises it up. Patrick Antonius, so much experience at high-stakes cash game. And he has aces. Now, it looks like he's 3-bet on the button, which is a nice place to disguise the aces, Grant.
Yeah, well, I mean, Patrick is an aggressive player. Everyone knows that.
And Max lets it go, and what a good fold that was. It could have cost him so much more. Patrick takes a pot of about 35,000 there.
He's a very dangerous opponent.
And unlike tournament poker, in cash game, you're always happy to win a little pot with aces.
Always happy here. I bring my family here. I have my kids here, my wifey, and you know, I always come for a long time. I'm well rested. I really enjoy playing here, and I think that's the biggest key, that I enjoy playing so much. I play so well because of it.
Well, Patrick, a bit of an insight into Patrick's mind.
Ciężko.
Like I said a little bit earlier, Patrick is probably one of the more prominent cash game players in the world. He travels the world playing cash games. Grant, you played with Patrick before. He also has success in cash. Would you say he's better at one than the other?
Well, he's got probably more experience playing big live cash games and big online cash games. He's certainly been doing that for a long time and been very successful. But if you look at his tournament record, there's some massive tournament scores here, especially in Australia as well. So I think he's equally happy doing both.
Rolls around to Ike. Made a pretty good fold earlier with ace-jack of clubs against Doug Polk's ace-queen of hearts. This time he raises it up with 8-10 of spades.
Nice little cash game hand too here. Suited connectors, suited one-gappers, hands like that. They can flop well. Disguised hands. You see a lot of big pots played with hands like this against big pairs and, you know, your ace-king type hands.
Aj, tak tomu nerozumiem. Prečo all-inujú? Však každým jedným all-inom. Ja tomu nerozumiem, prečo all-inujú. Však každým jedným all-inom riskujem, že stratím strašne veľa čipov. K čomu je to dobré? Ja nerozumiem, kvôli čomu to piči, táto hra by bola o toľko lepšia, keby neboli dovolené all-iny. Piče. All-iny pred flopom.
stakes cash.
Im je to jedno, keď prehrajú. Im je to jedno, idem all in, ak prehrám, tak prehrám, mi to jedno, asi mi je to jedno. To je neskutočné. Idem all in, ak prehrám, tak tam to sa ide. Rozumiem.
Sort of involved a fair bit early on in this cash game.
Well, he's picked up some pretty big hands, Paul. His opponents don't know that, so I expect at some stage he's going to get played back at, which is just what he wants. It's establishing a looser image than a lot of the other players at the table.
Well, he raises it up with Jack-8 of clubs. And here's Max Altegott. He makes the call in position. And it folds around, so there will be two players to this flop.
Two very experienced online guys. I'm sure they've played a few hands together in their careers.
Here comes the flop. An ace, queen, 8 flop with 2 clubs.
That's a monster flop for Doug. He has bottom pair, he also has a flush draw. He decides to check it over to Max. Max has king, queen, king of clubs. He does have middle pair. He's also got a club for the backdoor draw.
And he has position, and it looks like he's about to use it to ask the question.
Well, we know Doug's not going anywhere.
So bets 9,000, pots up to 28,000 now. Doug Polk, pair and a flush draw. And he smooth calls, not taking any risks in making the pot bigger. The turn is a 7 of spades, and he quickly checks.
Max checks back.
And the river a 4 of hearts, so the draw doesn't get there. He's got a pair of 8s, but Max Altegott with a pair of queens, so Polk checks.
It looks as though Polk might have given up here. Just, is Max going to go for value here with the second pair? Don't think he has Doug on an ace. King, if I do bet, how much is Doug going to pay?
Pot's got 37,000 in the middle. He's really thinking about a value bet here.
I'd say somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 20,000 might get the job done.
And it looks like he is placing a value bet.
Prečo to ukazuje 70% šancu na výhru? Nerozumiem tomu. Prečo to ukazuje 70% šancu?
Well, Doug could have made this pot considerably bigger on the flop. He doesn't put many chips in the pot. I think he's going to find a fold here.
And he does fold. So Max Altegott, on his first trip down under, takes a very nice pot of over 55,000. And he has had some success here at the Aussie Millions. Here we take a look at the $25,000 tournament that was played earlier in the Aussie Millions. There was a buzz on the tournament floor of Crown Melbourne's poker room as the best players in the world paid $25,000 to enter the LK Boutique 25K Challenge. Names like Joe Hasham, our hometown hero and winner of the 2005 World Series of Poker, Daniel Negreanu, one of the most recognized poker players in the world, and the magician Antonio Esfandiari, the winner of the $1 million drop at the World Series of Poker. And they all got in there, but in the end, it was Jason Mercier coming in third from the United States. Dan Smith, also from the United States, came second, but it was a German in the end that won it. Max Altegott taking down first prize and $250,000. And we are back with more high-stakes cash games. Here $250,000 is all it would cost you to sit at this table. Grant, why aren't you there?
Oh, mate, it's just a little bit of money. I'd love to sit there, obviously, Paul, but you know, I'll just hang on to my house and things like that.
Oh, what a party pooper. I've been doing this a long time and I still can't get my head around the fact that they are playing with real cash, but they are. The pot is 7,000. There is Max Altegott. He took a nice pot a little bit earlier. This is really a profit-loss kind of game. He raises it up with King, Queen of clubs, and it looks like Lowe's coming along the ride with a interesting Jack-9 offsuit.
Yeah, Lowe, as we've already seen, isn't scared to mix it up a little bit. Lost a big pot earlier on with 9-6 off.
Je tučňák.
A three-way pot.
Naveli som.
The flop. Ace, ace, jack,
Aby som
two
mi spať.
It's a little bit for Isaac there. Flops trips.
Napísal si tučke?
Flops a gut shot with the king queen. Obviously being the pre-flop aggressor, wouldn't surprise me to see Max continue here. His two opponents haven't shown much aggression. They haven't played back at him pre-flop.
He does bet. Looks like 17.
Jak dojde dneska? Zajde.
Now, flop trips. He looks both sides of him.
Napísal si tučke?
Round to low, who's also got a piece of this. Well, his facial expression will tell you what he's thinking.
Napísal si tučke?
He's not in good shape. That's
Tučke.
It's a small piece of it, just with the jack. It's already a bet. And there's a call in front of him, and it's a very loose call.
Yeah, it is. It could cost him money, this call. Turn 7 of diamonds now. Could slow everybody down, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, it could. With the 2 diamonds on the flop, there's 2 callers after the
Tučka.
flop bet, and a diamond on the turn.
Napísal si tučke?
Considering he only has king high with a gut shot. Isaac trying to lay the trap. Max doesn't fall into it.
No, checks all the way around. And the river is a 3 of spades, so Ike Haxton with trips can't get any value for this. 81,000 in the middle.
Well, Isaac's checked. I'd imagine it's just going to go check. The fact that there was 2 callers on the flop, it's really going to be a deterrent to Max to actually bet here.
That looks like a check, and Max will check as well, and he gives it up with king high. And Ike Haxton will take down a pot of around $81,000. That will look very nice on the balance sheet. And we will be back with more high-stakes cash game at the Aussie Millions after the break. Welcome back to the Aussie Millions at Crown Melbourne for high-stakes cash game. The buy-in for this is $250,000, and there is the balance sheet. You can see right there down the bottom, Lo Xingfeng, he is $150,000 in the red at the moment, so he's got a lot of ground to make up. These players are making money off him at the moment. He needs to make something happen or turn that around. This is not a tournament, it is cash game. Folds around, there's Richard Yong from Malaysia, Phil Ivey, no stranger to cash game. Ike Haxton, been very active.
Just the opposite of Phil Ivey. Phil hasn't played a hand yet, but I'm sure he's going to spring to life before too long.
Ike raises it up with ace-9 of clubs.
And here's our action man, Mr. Fong.
And Lowe looks like he's got a very creative 8-3. But it is suited, Green.
Obviously playing blackjack. He's going to double down. Wants 1 more card.
And Paul Newey, the Brit at the table with king 10 offsuit. And the flop is a 10-4-7. And Newey grabs the lead.
Newey been smacked with the deck so far today. Flops top pair again.
Quickly checks. Ike, pre-flop aggressor, will continue.
Let's see what we're going to get here.
Surely Lowe can't make something out of this.
Well, he's unpredictable. Let's leave it at that for now. Looking at his chips.
And he picks them up. I love the determination of this man.
Is he going to get creative again?
No, he lets it go this time, but I'm sure he was thinking about it. Over to Newey, who will call the pot around 50k now. The turn.
Well, that is the nut turn card for Isaac Haxton.
It sure is.
He's gone from having a complete airball to having the nut flush with an open-ended straight draw. And his ace is live. It's a great card for him.
Well, Newey checks. Let's see how Haxton wants to play this one.
Well, I'd imagine he can just keep betting here. Paul's shown no aggression, no willingness to play back yet. Isaac wants to build a pot just in case he does get there on the river.
kind of hand that can get you into a lot of trouble, though, can't it? Because you're not there yet. It looks magnificent, but you're not there yet.
Absolutely. Isaac has definitely made the right play here. It's a decent sized bet too. It's bet 35,000 into 53. It's almost 70% pot. Trying to build a pot against Paul here, just in case he does make his hand on the river, and he can come out with a big bet, try and get for maximum.
Well, Newey with the top pair. Will look at that. He must have had him on something like 5-6 there and figured that he'd turn the straight or 2 pair or something. Haxton with a massive draw. We didn't get to see the river, but you know what? It's cash game. He'll be happy to take what's in the middle.
Absolutely. You book a win, you got to be happy.
Well, there is the balance sheet once again. Paul Newey sits atop still with $120,000 of profit. Ike Haxton now with $50,000 profit. And if you look down the bottom, 3 names in the red, and Lowe is down about $144,000, so he's got a bit of work to do.
Interestingly though, Paul, Lowe has added $250,000 to his stack. You can do that in a cash game. There's a difference between cash and tournaments. You can top up your stack whenever you want, as long as there's no cap. This game there is no cap. It was just a minimum buy-in of 250. So Lowe is sitting there with about 360,000 now, which covers most players.
Phil Ivey opens his first pot and gets called by Ike Haxton, and Lowe's in there as well.
What a shock.
As is Newey. Family pot.
Yeah, well, Lowe and Newey have battled a couple of times already. Newey taking a big pot off Lowe earlier with top set of 7s.
Looks like Patrick Antonius and Richard Jong are in there, so the 6-way pot.
You don't get a lot of this in tournament poker, but given that the stacks are so deep in cash games, a lot of people like to come along for a bit of a ride.
Oh, it is a ride. A 7-8 deuce flop. Checks around to Phil. He checks as well.
Isaac's looking pretty happy here with King Queen.
See now, the graphic is catching up and we're finding out what the players have. If you're at home, you can try and figure out what they have on your own. That is what these guys are so talented at doing.
Isaac's going to bet his draw. We see that Richard Yong has the ace of spades. We're not sure what other card he has there. But there's 2 spades on board. So he has at least a backdoor draw. He's called Isaac's bet. It's now 90,000 in the pot. And Phil calls as well.
Well, if Richard Yong has another spade, then Ike Haxton could be in a lot of trouble. The spade turns. And is that a spade?
That is
no,
a 3 of clubs.
It's a 3 of clubs. I apologise. I just thought I'd scare you at home. Ike Haxton with a big draw. We're waiting to find out whether Richard Yong has the nut draw. And look at this. Is that a 4 I see? I'm sure it is. We still don't know what Phil Ivey has.
Phil reluctant to show his cards to the camera at this point. He has obviously a piece of the board there. He has called on the flop up. Let the call.
To je doba, Stehno, to je doba. To je doba, Stehno. To je doba. Svet pripečených, barbarských. Pičo želtou. Pozitívna správa je, že zajde Paul v exile. Jeden deň, 2 hodiny. O jeden deň a 2 hodiny to vypukne. O jeden deň a 2 hodiny to vypukne.
And Richard Yong folds. Such a big draw.
O jeden deň a 2 hodiny to vypukne.
You see Phil involved in his first hand at this table. Such experience here.
Well, Phil Ivey, we don't know what he had. Hoping we can catch a glimpse, but right now,
to je doba.
Straight across at Ike Haxton.
Kde je tučko?
There's an ace of clubs.
And he's gone all in.
And he's moved all in. So Phil Ivey with a big move on Ike Haxton here. And Ike, look at that. His body language tells you everything.
We know that Phil's got the ace of clubs. And the ace of hearts.
Wow. What a hand that Phil Ivey was keeping from us. He had rockets. And Ike Haxton picked an incredible time to bluff off $75,000 on the turn. And
16. He's not getting the right price.
But he wants to, you can tell, can't you?
We all know Isaac has a lot of gamble in him. It'd be a bad call, that's for sure.
But he's assuming his king and queen are live, isn't he?
Well, he could be, yeah. I mean, Phil could have just any old overpair. He has the granddaddy of them all, unfortunately for Ike. Obviously,
I think Ike feels guilty.
I think he knows he's been caught with a hand in the cookie jar. I mean, Isaac had a legitimate hand. He was betting a draw with some overcards. Pretty strong hand. But it's going to be very hard to call off here.
I bet you he's wishing he took the free card now. It checked to him, and he elected to bet. Sometimes you should just check, shouldn't you? I can say that, it's easy on watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that was a $75,000 bet.
Well, the players look like they showed a little bit of weakness. Isaac was happy just to take it down. If he does get called, he's got the overcards and he's got the flush draw.
Well, he folds, and Phil Ivey will take down a pot of over $400,000 with a very creative check raise on the turn with pocket aces. Doesn't matter how long you've been watching him, he continues to amaze.
So in this hand, Ivy gets dealt the Rockets, pocket aces. The flop comes 3 babies with 2 spades. So now they've got 3 players to the turn, and Isaac's in position with king, queen of spades. He's got 2 overcards and a flush draw. He doesn't really have the overs because Ivy has the aces. Now he's in a tough spot and decides to bet $75,000. I'm surprised about that because it comes back to Ivy, and Ivy decides to go all in, and now he's in a tough spot. With the big draw that he has, he knows now the king or queen isn't good. He figures Ivy probably has a set and elects to fold it. But I'm really surprised, first of all, that Ike put himself in that spot. Was very impressed with Ivy's discipline to know his man and know that he's going to bet there so he can get the check raise in.
Melbourne is famous for having amazing food, and one of my favourite places to come is Bistro Guillaume. Now, we're going to be meeting the chef himself, Guillaume Brahimi, and he's got a very special surprise in store for us. Guillaume, I'm not a very good cook. I'm hoping you can help me out here. What are we making?
Thanks, Jerry. Well, today I thought we, beautiful sunny day in Melbourne, so I thought making a very simple salad was just perfect for a light lunch, and it's a version of the salad niçoise.
Is it bad that my mouth is watering already and we haven't even put it together?
It's actually a good thing.
Tell me about Bistro Guillaume and what it's all about.
So Bistro Guillaume is a bistro we opened in a Grand Resort 3 years ago, and it's all about the food you love eating in a Paris bistro in Melbourne. So the thing I love eating when I'm away from home.
Well, thanks for this, chef. All that's left is a taste test.
Bon appetit.
That is delicious.
We are back with the Aussie Millions High Stakes Cash Game, and as you can see with that last pot, Phil Ivey moves up. He is profiting around 160,000. Paul Newey around 114. Ike Paxton drops to around 60,000, and Lowell, he's down around about 150k in losses. So, but he looks quite happy. Very comfortable.
He's still got a nice pile in front of him, mate. From what I've seen so far, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing where those chips go and who they go to, more importantly.
Well, he's involved in this pot. We don't know what he's got, but he's involved. Over to Newey.
I don't even want to have a guess as to what Lowe has. I'd say 2 cards with pictures on them.
And the action around to Richard Young. Newey has kings.
Well, Paul Newey continues to card rack this table.
Richard Young has raised. Phil Ivey wanted to get involved. He looks disappointed, but probably a really good time. And Young's raised with it, would you?
Richard with the very creative 5-3 of hearts. Now Richard is known as a relatively tight player. I know in the big high stakes tournaments he is. He has a lot of money. Very successful businessman.
Well, Low folds and gets out of the way. Back over to Newey now. This must be Christmas.
I wonder how Newey's going to play this. He does cover everyone at the table. has pocket kings, the second best hand in Hold'em.
So far, he's up around $115,000.
Yes, Paul. A king and a king.
Sometimes you've just got to check again. And he will smooth call. Looks like he's going to elect to try and trap or see a flop and make sure he assesses his way through. Let's see if Richard Young and his gamble here will pay off. The flop, a 10, an 8 and a jack, 2 diamonds.
Very draw heavy flop.
Will Richard Young continue his aggression, and will Paul Newey give him the rope to hang himself?
Kings is a great hand, but I know that it is a 3-bet pot, a 4-bet pot, I should say. Jack, 10, 8. What hands does Paul Newey beat here? He does have a pair of kings, but what hands are Richard 4-betting with that kings beat? Queens, ace, king, ace, queen. Obviously, ace, king, ace, queen have draws.
Well, Paul Newey has elected to fire quite hard and not mess around. He's decided that he didn't like the texture of that board. Fired over 50k, and Richard Young decided, okay, my creativity pre-flop ends there.
Well, he took a stab, that's for sure, and I don't think he's going to be too afraid to mix it up a little bit.
Well, there is Paul Newey's player profile. He's a businessman from England, and he founded Ocean Finance in 1991 and sold it for £200 million. So I guess he wasn't short of cash at the cage when he was buying in.
It's decent couple assets he has there.
Well, he sounds like a smart man, and he's playing very well, collecting a lot of cash. At the moment, we've got Max Altergott involved in this pot, a King 10 offsuit. Pot's about 9,000, but gee, these pots, they escalate very quickly in this high-stakes cash game.
Yeah, they certainly do, Paul. Always good to watch these high-stake cash games because they play so deep. The effective stacks are always deep, as opposed to a tournament where you have 10 or 12 big blinds. You never really get that in a cash game.
It's around to Doug Polk.
There's a lot of play involved.
Looks like he wants to get involved. My understanding is during the Aussie Millions every year, this is one of the high-stakes cash games that everybody waits for. And year in, year out, everybody lines up to get it to these tables. They cost you $250,000.
Well, unless you're Low or Paul Newey, both in for $500,000. Paul doing very well. Low not as much as Paul.
Well, Low just wants to get involved. And he's picking up a lot of big chips here.
$4 there. And he uses 2 of them.
He makes a very interesting phrase. He's quite a character, is Low. And he has ace king of diamonds. It's a very real hand.
And he takes it down. The first legitimate hand he's had. And they give him respect.
And he gets the button. The blinds in the cash game are 1,000, 2,000, and there is an additional button ante for 2,000. That just puts a little bit in the middle to juice it up. Not that you need it with these guys. Phil Ivey profiting 160, and Paul Newey around 160 as well. Down the bottom you got Ike Haxton, who's in the red for about 60,000, and Low trying to make up ground from a very early loss. Well, if you want to play the high-stakes cash games, this is it. The Aussie Millions Poker Championships high-stakes cash game at $250,000 entry. You've got to have some nerves and you've got to roll with the punches. Join us next time for more high-stakes cash games at the Aussie Millions. 2007 Grand Final APBT winner Grant Levy. Grant, you played with a lot of these players. Tell us the difference between cash and tournament.
I've played with a few of them. I haven't played with probably about half of them, and that has actually been in tournaments, not cash games. But they're all high rollers. The big difference between tournament and cash is that you can reload. So if you lose all your chips, even if it's $500,000, $1 million, you just top back up, start again. Just as this man has low, he's already added 250,000 today.
Well, he's betting out on a draw here with King Queen, a Jack 10 3-board, and Paul Newey the Brit. He's up quite a bit of cash. He calls the turn a 6 of diamonds.
Big hand earlier where Lowe decided to raise the flop, double barrel on a complete air ball, with just about the nut low.
Well, the pot around $27,000. Will Lowe slow down now?
My guess would be no. Hasn't really shown a propensity to give up at any stage.
Probably one of the bigger differences in cash game also is you can hear a lot of chatter at the table. Very normal for a cash game, very unusual at a tournament.
Yeah, a lot of time in a tournament you've got guys that don't have a lot of experience playing live poker, or the money is so huge relative to their bankrolls, so they're a little bit more kind of reserved and quiet.
Well, speaking of huge, Lowe picked up a plaque, and just to remind everybody at home once again, those plaques are $25,000 each. The pot now, $61,000 over to Newey, who has ace king.
The plaques are $25,000. The orange chips that you see there, they're worth $5,000 each, and the blue chips there with the orange stripe, they're worth $1,000. Paul Newey grabs a pile of those.
Newey thinking about it and then letting it go. So Lo Xing Fung strikes back. He climbs up a little bit. He needs to get that red back into the white.
And that's a step in the right direction. Now, I think that's the first point he's taken down.
A wonderful view here at Crown Melbourne during the 2014 Aussie Millions. This is the high stakes cash game. A buy-in at this table will only cost you $250,000. And at any time, you can reload, right, Grant?
Yeah, as long as you're in the order of 250,000. You can drop below 15, as you'll see. Comes up later with the chip counts. You'll see a couple of guys have dipped under 250, but they did buy in for the minimum of 250. We have Lowe and Paul Newey, who are both in for 500,000.
We had Max Altegott from Germany straddle the pot. Grant, a straddle, please explain.
It's pretty much an extra blind. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Usually the guy that's under the gun decides to put in a third blind, and that is before he sees his cards. And the straddle, most of the time the straddle is not live. Therefore, if people just limp in, he doesn't actually have any options.
Oh, he's just making the pot juicy then, isn't he?
Yeah, it just builds a pot, and a lot of cash games actually incorporate a straddle just to build bigger pots. They like to gamble it up a little bit.
Well, Doug Polk raised with Queen 3 of hearts. Lowe called with Queen 10 having him dominated. The flops changing things. A 9-4 deuce with 2 heart flop.
And as you can see from the percentages, it's literally 50-50. It's a pure flip here. But given that Doug is the pre-flop aggressor, I can see him just continuing to bet with these flush draw equity, and fair chance he might take this pot down.
It looks like Lo Xing Fung is reaching for chips. He wants to take command of the hand.
Well, we've seen him bluff previously. He likes to put chips in the pot, put some pressure on his opponents. The problem is, his bluffs just don't tend to make a lot of sense sometimes.
Whenever they would need to take a break, we need to take a break out. Otherwise, we should just play.
Certainly having a long hard think about it. You can hear the chatter of the other players in the background.
You can see Paul Newey almost asleep there, just in the corner of his screen.
It's quite incredible to see all these players so relaxed with so much money in front, and yet the stakes are so much higher in so many ways. And Lo Xing Fung eventually sort of argued himself into a call there, and a king on the turn, Grant.
Yeah, well, he just called with the queen high, and now he's picked up actually a gut shot, and he leads out.
Wow. The pot now around
pressure. Polk knows that Lowe has played a lot of hands. He hasn't shown down every hand, so Polk hasn't seen some of the garbage that Lowe has been playing.
It doesn't look like he's going to go away. It looks like he's going to raise. Raises to 82,000, so Doug Polk showing some real courage here.
A little bit of gumption from Doug. Does have the flush draw. Looks like he wants to play a pretty big pot with it.
Well, Lowe electing to get a bit aggressive with a guts a draw. Now facing a very big decision. The pot, $180,000, and he picks up those $25,000 chips like they're a deck of cards.
And Lowe's line does look bluffy. Check call the flop and lead the turn. That turn does improve him, the king of spades. I'm just expecting a lot of the time just to check to Doug and let Doug continue with the aggression. The fact that he's let out, it smells a little bit fishy.
One of the more entertaining players I've seen, Lo Xingfeng. You can never quite tell what he's going to do.
I'm not sure he knows what he's going to do.
I guess being so unpredictable makes you so much more dangerous in a cash game.
Well, it does. A lot of the guys that aren't actually poker professionals but love to play high stakes poker, obviously they have a little bit of experience playing the game, not as much as some of their opponents, but the fearlessness with the money makes them very dangerous.
If Lowe pulls the trigger here, he would be picking a great time to do it. Even though Doug Polk's got drawing, he's actually here. Well, Lowe changes his mind, so once again we see Lo Xingfeng sort of arguing his way through the decision. A lot of poker players do that without actually moving, and Doug Polk, with a very big raise on the turn, takes a huge pot down. And we'll be back with more after the break at the Aussie Millions High Stakes Cash Game.
We're here at Melbourne's famous Yarra River enjoying Crown's Chinese New Year Festival. Now, this time it's all about the Year of the Horse. And there's so much going on here. The atmosphere is abuzz. There's over 50 market stalls, lion processions, live music and entertainment, feng shui, and so much more. So, let's get looking. Chinese New Year, or the Lunar New Year as it's often referred to, is a long-standing tradition in Australia. With over 2 weeks of cultural festivities, it's one of the biggest annual events in Melbourne. The bazaar attracts over 100,000 visitors every day. It's a great way to experience a touch of Asia, but for me, it's all about one thing. Looks good. Yum. With Melbourne being renowned for its food and restaurants, it's perhaps Asian cuisine that is the most popular. And it's not hard to see why when walking through the Hawker's Bazaar. How is this one stronger? Don't worry, this is my one. Okay. It's my favorite. Oh, yum. That's good. There is so much to do here, and I'm having an absolute blast. But I better get back to the poker room.
And thank you, Sherry. Welcome back to the 2014 Aussie Millions High Stakes Cash Game. There is the leaderboard slash, well, it's a balance sheet. Paul Newey sits atop with 156,000 in profit. With that last pot, Doug Polk moves up to around about 90k, and pretty much everybody else at the table needs to make up some ground. They're all in the red, especially Lo Xingfeng.
Yeah, he's certainly been involved in a few pots earlier on here. Things haven't gone too well for him, down about 180,000.
Action on Ike Haxton in the United States. He will raise it up.
Ike, no stranger to high stakes cash games, especially online. Been around for a long time now. Very successful.
Looks like Doug Polk's going to 3-bet him.
Isaac was just a straddle there, Paul, so Doug's opened the pot with the ace-10 of spades. Just a reminder that a straddle is just pretty much a third blind.
More That's out of the way. So 2 to the flop. And the flop, well, an interesting 10-4-3 flop.
Yeah, Doug being the pre-flop aggressor has flopped well. Now flop Richard, top pair, top kicker. Expecting to continue. And Richard, just in a single raise pot, quite possibly could float.
Makes it $23,000. Pot now $58,000 over to Richard Young from Malaysia, and he lets it go this time. So a nice pot for Doug Polk there from the United States, winning one off Lo Xing Fung a little earlier, and now Richard Young from Malaysia, bit of momentum. He's in the white too, doing very well.
You'd probably be up around about the 100,000 mark now.
There is his player profile online specialist, and his previous live winnings haven't been all that impressive. It seems like cash games.
Experience of big online knows in the last few years.
Dučko.
Winners online in that time. Plays under the
Napíš sa z Huňovi? Napíš Huňovi. Je čas. Je čas znovu obnoviť styky s Huňou.
12,000 is the bet. He raises it up with ace-4 of hearts. Richard Young from Malaysia throws chips in the middle. He has
Sure.
king-8 of hearts.
And as you can see, Paul, earlier on in this cash game, the raises were a lot smaller. The fact that there's now a straddle, there's an open to 12,000. Earlier on, we're seeing an open to 5,000, 6,000. So automatically, straight away, we're building big pots.
Well, it could be fireworks here. We've got 2 flush draws on a double heart board.
And the wheel draw as well for Max.
He's going to lay it out. And Richard Young with the second nut. If the heart deals here, he could be in big trouble money-wise. What a card. The ace of spades on the turn.
Well, it now has Richard drawing dead. He still has the second nut flush draw. Terrible shade. It's still like his hand, Paul.
Well, Max checks here, I believe, probably hoping to get a bet out of Richard, but Richard checks behind the river. A black 10 of 10 of clubs.
Richard gets very lucky there, not improving his hand. This pot could have been huge. They're both sitting with a quarter of a million. Going to get away with losing the absolute minimum, I think.
Well, the pot's 71,000 unless Richard Young gets a little bit creative. And Richard quickly folds, so that looks like around about 38,000 as the he's also got with a very nice pot there. Richard Young, well, he dodged a bullet really.
Just interesting on Max, he's known as a cash game player. The first tournament he won for $2.2 million in Monte Carlo last year.
Not a bad way to start. And we'll be back with more in the 2014 Aussie Million.
Ah.
2014 Aussie Millions. This is the high stakes cash game. This is the way it all works. This is not
Unavený som.
such. It's more like a balance sheet. If you're in the white, you're making money, and if you're in the red,
Chorý som.
guys in the red, there's more guys in the red actually.
Huňo nepíše.
Guys in the white. I mean, a cash game. You've got to get money out of other players. It's not like a tournament.
Yeah, well, they're all sitting with a lot of money in front of them. And just remember, all of those chips can go in the middle in one hand. This is no limit hold'em. And some of the guys sitting with 300, 400, 500,000. It's a lot of money. Has the most chips, covers everyone. He's raised with the ace-6 of diamond.
And Phil Ivey, he follows him into the pot with king 10 of diamonds. Round to Doug Polk. He's going to join him. 3 to the flop. Yet to find out what Doug Polk has. There's a nice flop for Ivey. There's a king 4-3 flop with 2 spades. Well, Polk also has a king. He has king jack.
So it's not a good flop for Ivy.
Not anymore. the turn, a queen of clubs.
The fact that it got checked through 3 ways on the flop doesn't all go well for Phil Ivey. Obviously, Doug looks like he's just taking a stab. I can't see Phil going anywhere with his top pair.
I mean, it's 14,000 up to 5,000 in the middle. Phil Ivey, top pair, by hole. Looks like he makes the call. Let's see what the river does. Now it looks like a deuce of clubs, so that doesn't change anything. Doug
The
Bolt
old
now,
brick there.
he's got to be betting into Phil Ivey. That's, well, how much would you bet here?
I think in cash game, guys go for value a little bit more. They tend to size their bets a little larger than he has. He's gone for about 40,000 or just shy. That's a good bet. The fact that they've got so much money in front of them kind of leads itself to slightly larger bet sizing, especially the value.
Looked across and said, I don't like that bet at all.
Ah.
Thought when he dropped his chip that he was making the call. It looks like he's going to anyway.
Well, he's not happy. He's really perhaps a bit more animation than we're used to from Phil Ivey.
Looks like he's got somewhere to go. Preparing himself to just pay off Doug and go for a bit of a walk.
And he does call, so Doug Polk taking a nice pot. Phil Ivey, he never looked comfortable making that call. Perhaps somewhere inside that man, poker genius, he kind of knew he was beaten. But did he have a hand good enough to call it?
Yeah, I think so. The fact that it got checked through on the
Kamat chodí.
he probably thinks that Doug's going to bet if he does flop top pair. And if he has a good king, he actually thinks Doug might 3-bet.
Kamat chodí.
Well, Doug Polk now with 150k sits atop of our leaderboard. Phil Ivey slipping a little bit, and only 3 players at this table are in the positive, if you like.
Kam na to chodí?
Players need to make up some of the dough they've lost at this table. $250,000 to sit down. And remember, in cash game, reload at any time.
We're yet to see a big cooler as well, Paul, so I'm kind of sitting and waiting. Hope we see a big clash.
That still makes me nervous. Max Halter got from Germany opens, and Antonius just called the 10s. Here's the flop. It is a king 4-3 flop, all diamonds.
Player has a diamond. It's often a case of whoever shows some aggression or actual will to win the pot is usually the winner.
No king of spades, but the game of chicken with right consequences money-wise anyway. Let's see the river. It is a 2 of hearts, doesn't change anything. So Antonius
Patrick's got to like his hand here too, especially when the second king turned.
checks to Patrick.
Steal the word Max beat. Is he going to hope Patrick's got jack high? A bare diamond, which is worse than a queen.
So maybe he's thinking about a raise.
We could raise. Raise could potentially work too. But Mackenzie representing just need to make something.
Well, he makes 10,000 with queen high. Patrick shows his 10s, and Max, well, he just was hitting 10 grand there.
Yeah, you're not believer.
You're a skeptic in poker, that'll cost you money. Patrick Antonius from Finland, no stranger to success here at the Aussie Millions. In 2012, super high roller now. Teams like Milano, Saigon, and Duan were all in there, but Patrick made it heads up against he even caught the lead at the flop, but Ivey hit the turn and took down the title. Patrick holds Australia close to his heart as he has had a lot of success right here at the Aussie Millions. And welcome back to the Aussie Millions high stakes cash game. A seat at this table will cost you $250,000, and there is the balance sheet. All players in white on the right hand side, they are in the money, and all the guys in red, they are losing money. Lo Xing Fung, yes, ladies and gentlemen, he's down $188,000. Cash. I'm sitting with Greg Levy, 2007 winner, the grand final, ABBC in Sydney. Paul Newey with King Jack of Diamonds, Phil Ivey, Jack 7 of Spades. Let's have a look. The flop, a King of 4 and a 4, 2 hearts. And look at this, Ike Haxton with 4-5. He's flop trips.
And Paul Newey with top pair, good kicker.
Ike out of position in the small blind here. Position is so important. Both the tournament.
Your position means you get to act after your opponent, so you get all the available information before you act on your own hand. Isaac out of position, but has the tricks, has the best hand. He's checked. All the bet 15k.
Ivy is folded. Back on 35. He check raises to 35,000. Gonna go into the draw straight away.
Four is certainly in his range, just calling out a small line here. Little suited makers, things like that. Also with 2 hearts on the board, he could be representing a flush draw here.
Now
Check raise.
does Paul think, well, I might be representing a 4, so is that what he's trying to do here? So if he knows that I know that he knows that I know, that kind of game?
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul will be thinking things through. He does have top pair. And he's made a good fold.
And he certainly has. So Paul Newey from Britain, or England, and he's made a very solid fold there. Ike Haxton with a nice little pot of just over $70,000.
I could probably be a little bit upset there that he didn't get a little bit more value.
Ike Haxton, a very prominent figure in the local world, with 6 World Series of Poker final titles and 2 main events. He's really come on the last few days, has Ike.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of came into the poker world really bang. Won PCA in the PCA World 2007. And since then, he's played the highest stakes cash games online and live. Done very well for himself.
Phil Ivey. Yeah, the best player in the world. Raises. He's got ace deuce of hearts.
As you can see, there's no struggle in his hand. So the raise size a little bit smaller, back to 6,000 again. So the pot going to the block. This is a single raise pot, obviously going to be a little bit smaller.
Hold forward to pocket ace. So a little bit of set money. And the flop. 9-10 flop, all hearts. Max Altergott joining us as well with Queen Jack offsuit. And Ivy's flopped the nuts.
Yeah, Ivy's flopped the nuts. And Max has an open-ended straight draw with the jack high flush draw. And Doug has an inside straight flush draw.
Ivy leads. Pot's about 36,000. Ordinarily, if you flop the nuts, you're very worried about how you're going to get paid. But right here, judging by what you're saying, Grant, is he's going to get paid.
Yeah, everyone's got a little piece of it. I mean, Max's hand looks pretty, but he's facing a bet and a call. He just has queen high. He does have a couple of draws, but those draws, and in this case it is correct, those draws might not be live.
Well, he hits his draw on the turn, so actually both players do. So Ivy with the nuts. Now Doug Polk with an 8 high flush, and Max Altergott with a jack high flush. So what's happening here? Just carries through. Ivy leads again. Pot's getting bigger now. It's up to 100,000.
I don't think Doug can continue with the hand after Max calls on the flop there.
Still with a straight flush draw though.
He does, but he has one out.
One
he can't
card.
like his 8 high flush.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Well, it's a chance, but he lets it go. That's the right decision.
Now Max with the jack high flush. Now Ivy's led on both streets here.
Well, Ivy led into 2 opponents on the flop, and he's leading into 2 opponents on the turn, even though the turn board are 4 apart. Now Max has got to think, what's Phil betting twice with in the 2 people that the jack high flush beats?
Max calls. The pot grows to over $150,000. The river. A jack of spades doesn't change anything really.
No, it doesn't. But if Phil bets here, Max has got to think, well, I only beat a bluff. I only beat the 8 of hearts, 7 of hearts, or 4 or 3, 2. The only flushes I beat. Phil's bet 3 times now. I just don't think Max can call.
$85,000.
turn was okay as well, given that a lot of the time if Phil doesn't have it, he's not going to fire a third time. So he's going to get to showdown relatively cheaply. Obviously this occasion Phil did have it, he bet big, Max made the right later.
So this is another multi-way pot where Ivy has ace of hearts and it comes beautiful. 10, 9, 6, all hearts. He's basically got the nuts unless someone has a straight flush. Now the other two players in the hand both have good hands. You got eights with a heart, queen jack with a heart. So it makes sense that Ivy bets here and they both call. Now the turn card comes a heart. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Ivy bets here because it's very unlikely they're going to call unless they have a set or two pair. Maybe he was worried about that, or maybe he's playing his image. The eights makes a really good fold, Doug Pope does, and then of course you get the call from Max Alderweireld with the jack of hearts. On the river, Max is smart enough to get away from the hand. Ivy went pretty greedy, betting a lot, over 8,000 in that spot, and Max was smart enough to fold, knowing that he was going to bluff by betting flop, turn and river without the ace of hearts.
There is the balance sheet leaderboard. Phil Ivey with a little over 200,000 now, as is Doug Polk from the United States, or nearly 110. All those players in red there, well, they need to make up that money. That is cash. And Lotion Polk, he's continuing to plummet. He's around $200,000 in losses. There is Richard Yong from Malaysia. He raised
Too involved yet. He's down a little bit. He hasn't played any monster pots, not like Lowe, who's got a couple $100,000.
just a couple $100,000.
Yeah, lazy few bricks there.
Patrick Antonius flat calls with ace king. A bit different from Patrick. A little bit cautious.
Perhaps trying to trap the lines there.
And the flop. 10-10. Usually goes check, check. Pot $17,000. The turn a nine of spades. Will anyone fire at this pot? Both players check. Passive line, the river, is a three of spades. Both players check. And Richard John will take down the Patrick Andrews. Now we say there was $17,000 in that pot.
Yeah, it's the smallest pot we've seen today. It's still $17,000. real hard-earned cash. But in this game, it's just a few big ones.
The most famous cash games in the world. My understanding over the last decade or so that all of these players, and so many players around the world, plan their trips around coming down to the Aussie Minions because they get so many selections in tournament. They get the 100k, the 250k, the 25k, the main event, and the cash game, which is, that is quite a schedule. And then of course you can just cross over the road and watch the Australian Open around the same time of the year.
And beautiful Melbourne weather in January.
Keď má oko.
5 degrees. Celsius, that is.
No one will make this. Max Alderweireld, Queen, Jack of Spades.
Lowe's called with, I guess, anything. He'd probably call with one, I'd imagine.
He's one of the more entertaining players at the table. Here's Ike Haxton.
I just put be playing pretty snug. Comes in with a big 3-bet there.
Well, he's got pocket aces. So, you can see the cash game. Go for a walk, they have something to eat. Cash game is it seems so much looser than a tournament, and yet the stakes are so much bigger in so many ways. Lots to think about here. Max Alderweireld, Queen Jack of Spades, facing his 3-bet from Ike Haxton. Max will get out of the way.
It's a big side 3-bet too.
Now it's over to Lowe.
if Low wins though, he wins the whole pot. If they win one each, I'll just take their money back.
Well, it looks as though Lowe is ahead on both streets here. He's won the first street and he's won the second as well. So Lowe will win the entire pot. Something you don't see every day in cash game, but you will see it here at the Aussie Millions at Crown Melbourne. And Ike orders another 250,000.
Well, in that hand that I just played with the aces, there's really no way I can hold it against anybody, but even more so against Ronald. There's 60 in the pot pre-flop and only another 180 or so to play. So I have pocket aces, as straights or flushes possible. I'm just getting stacked against anybody, but I'm even a little more excited to do so against him, I guess. I don't think things will play too differently going forward based on the fact that I lost that pot. I think any of the players at the table see a hand like that and they know the same exact thing would have happened to them if they were in my shoes. Maybe people will think I'm stuck little now, I might be a little frustrated, and that might make them either more or less likely to run a big bluff against me, more or less likely to call time, but I think
Championships in 2014. This is the high stakes cash game, and there is the ledger. Phil Ivey profiting around 211,000, but profit around 200,000 now. Now Low Shing Fung with that last point against Ike Paxton was $200,000 down. Now he's up $1,000, so he's on the way.
He's killing it now, Paul. He's in the white. One of only 3 players at the table. He's the most unpredictable player there, and he's sitting with 500,000 in front of him. That is pretty scary for some of the other players.
Ako stehno, ty si strašne masívny kaliber. Ty si strašne masívny kaliber, ty koňo. Neuveriteľné. Strašne masívny kaliber.
There is vision of Low. He also has contact offsuit. And he decides this time no, as does Ike. So only Phil Ivey and Max Holzgott. We know that Max now has ace-10 offsuit with waiting. Ivey has the flop. An ace-king flop with 2 diamonds. 5 of clubs follows. Both players check Ivey with ace-queen. And there is a queen on the turn. So Ivey
Actually improves Max's hands with gut shot now as well. Phil's going to get a little bit of value.
just throws in $10,000 like they're Doritos. Max Holzgott now. He's got top pair and a backdoor draw.
Just check through again like previous hand. Phil got value from a previous hand where... Sorry, Doug got value from Phil from a previous hand.
Max calls. Odds now over 50. The river a 6 of spades. So Phil Ivey's 2 pair are best. Can he get any more out of it?
It changes very little for, as far as Max is concerned.
Ivey just bets 40,000 so quickly, and Max snap calls him, so he's going to have to cough up another 40,000. That pot escalated right there on the river, got to over $130,000.
Yeah, the check on the flop was a good check from Phil. Just looked like he was trying to buy it on the turn there. When Max calls the turn, the river is a complete break. It's hard for him to fold. And he called pretty quickly. Was shown the bad news.
I thought this was your card when you were like that for some reason.
In a tournament, a lot of just the hands play themselves. You know, a lot of your decisions are based off of your chip counts and things like that. You know, in the cash game, there's just so much more to it. There's a lot more psychology involved. What a person's thinking, how we played a hand 5 hours ago. You know, is he trying to set me up for later? Am I trying to? Or does he think I'm trying to set him up? There's just so much more to it.
Phil Ivey, well, still regarded, and has been regarded for such a long time as the best player in the world. Grant, you know,
was certainly in the box seat here, even though he's only got king high at the moment.
Turn 5 of hearts.
So that's a good card. Should never really improve Phil's hand too much. And what I mean by that is, if he was behind, he's still behind. It just doesn't change anything.
Well, Antonius makes a big bet here. The pot's 44,000. Wow. Really asking the question of Phil Ivy's hand.
These guys have played thousands and thousands of hands together. Any two know what each other's thinking. You'll be these two here. Obviously, Phil can't fold. Has a second nut flush draw and an open ender with an overcard.
Well, the river is a queen of diamonds, so Ivy strikes his king high flush.
Ivy doing what Ivy does best, getting there on the river.
98,000 in the middle. Will Patrick take another stab here?
That's a disgusting card for Patrick's pocket twos, obviously.
Be a bad time to do it.
I don't think he will, Paul. Patrick has always been very deliberate in his action. Takes his time over his decisions, thinks things through, and always comes up with the right decision.
He checks it over to Phil.
How much value is Phil going to go for here? 75,000? Yep.
That's exactly what he bets. 3 flights. Can't imagine Patrick will call here.
Well, it'd be a huge hero call.
No, Patrick lets it go. So Phil Ivy continues to grow that cash game stack. And that is something that a lot of players at the table won't like seeing. That is for sure. But he's been doing it for so many years. Well, the chips were certainly starting to fly here at the 2014 Aussie Millions High Stakes Cash Game. Some of these players are no strangers to the nosebleeds, especially that man, Phil Ivy, who started quietly and began to grow. And that's got to scare a lot of players here at the 2014 Aussie Millions.
Hi everyone and welcome to Crown Melbourne to the Aussie Millions Cash Game. Now we're having a fabulous afternoon along South Bank here, but the exciting stuff is going on inside. With some of the highest quality poker about to be played, you never know what's going to happen in a game like this. I've got a feeling things are just about to heat up. Let's go take a look.
Welcome to the Aussie Millions Poker Championships High Stakes Cash Games here in 2014. There you see it's kind of more like a balance sheet with profits and losses. Some of the players, all the players in white, they're making money, and all the players in red, well, they are losing money. You can see there's some pretty big losses. There is our feature table. A seat at this table will cost you a lazy $250,000 to enter. Of course, in a cash game, you can reload at any time. So when you're running out of money and you're feeling a bit low, just top it up again. Some of these players have done that. I sit aside 2007 APPT Grand Final winner Grant Levy. Grant, we talk about the stakes at this table and the player quality. And we've seen Lo Xing Feng, who was very active and was down 200k, and now he's back up and sort of broken even. He's a very different kind of character. Do you expect the other players to focus in on him?
I mean, they might try to, definitely. He has shown that he's more than willing to put chips in the middle. He's an action player, but at the same time, they've got to be a little bit afraid that he's going to play for stacks every time he puts chips into the pot, so a little bit wary of him as well.
Well, there's a pot brewing between Antonius and Lo. Lo catching middle pair on a flop of 9-8-3, a rainbow flop. Bottom pair.
And Lo covers most. He's in for 500,000. There's only a couple of players that have bought in for that much.
And it goes bet call. The turn is a 9 of diamonds. The pot around $32,000. goes check, check. So low with a pair of eights is best, and the river a two of diamonds.
That changes nothing. Patrick's played a few pots that have just gone check, 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 check. He's playing pretty snug. Does have a pair here. He's checked the whole way down. If low bets, he might get a call from Patrick, just with his image especially.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. A quick bet, a quick call. The pot now $54,000, and low takes a nice pot off Patrick Antonius.
He's just so unpredictable, and he set that river bet up with some of the hands he's played previously. I know he's a little bit unconventional.
Well, he was down $200,000, and now you can see he's only down a couple of thousand. Ike Haxton, the big loser at the table at the moment, down almost $250,000, and Max or almost $200,000 down. Alternatively, Phil Ivey, the best player in the world with the most chips on the table, he's got $350,000 in profit in front of him. We are waiting for fireworks here, reminding our viewers that this is cash. Like you see, $25,000 each.
Go with that. Those orange chips are worth 5,000, and the blue chips are worth 1,000.
And a bit of a pot brewing here. Looks like Antonius is interested. He makes the call with King Jack offsuit. We know Max Holtergott has the ace of hearts. Low fold.
Amazing.
Ike Haxton now.
We saw like got a little bit of a beat with his aces earlier on in his cash game. Into the bottom set of low, got stacked.
Max Holtergott with ace of hearts. Ike Haxton. We're still waiting on one.
Mal by som ísť spať. Dorazím tento turnaj. A keď som unavený jak svinia, dáme si jedno. Posledný šmák. Posledný šmák. Dorazíme. Posledný šmák. Definitíva. Koniec. Príde koniec našich drobných. Skúsime to zahrať maximálne šmakovsky.
It's representing a little bit of strength. Bets about half pot. We do know that Patrick isn't going anywhere with top pair. Good kicker here. Looks like he's going to raise. Isaac has a gut shot straight draw. There has been a bet in the race. I'm sure Isaac's going to let this one go. Feels like he wants to get a little bit tricky.
He looks at his chips. Look at this. Ike Haxton is going to get it down $250,000. He's making a pretty big call here.
It's a ballsy play. There is. Max was the pre-flop aggressor. He gets two callers. He bets into two. One of those does call, and Isaac decides to overcall just with the gut shot and queen high.
Well, he got the information he needed and got out. Now $122,000 in the middle. Ike Haxton with a gutser draw and Antonius with top pair. And wouldn't you know it, the turn, an incredible 10 of clubs. So Ike Haxton strikes gold on the turn because he has a backdoor flush draw.
Well, not only does he fill his inside straight, he actually turns the straight flush draw. So he strikes absolute gold here. It's easy when you know it's coming, Paul. Patrick is in a lot of trouble here. When he sees his hand, he's not going to be too happy. Isaac makes a questionable call on the flop. The pre-flop aggressor bets out, gets raised by Patrick Antonius, and Isaac just decides to cold call with Max still acting behind him.
The question on Ike's mind, I'm sure, is how much do I bet?
Well, you could go for maximum value. Given Patrick's shown a lot of strength coming along on the turn there.
And just then, Ike Haxton announced all in. So the pressure on Antonius now.
And similarly, Isaac has shown a lot of strength in this hand. I don't think there's any way Patrick's going to call here with just the pair of jacks. Isaac is representing a much stronger hand. He does have the nuts.
A little bit of a smirk on the face of Antonius. And a sigh, and he folds. So he makes a good fold. And well, Ike Haxton, who, like I said a little bit earlier, he was down $250,000. That pot's got to help him quite a bit. Strikes gold on the turn. And we'll be back with more high stakes cash game here at the 2014 Aussie Million. Welcome back to the 2014 Aussie Millions Poker Championships. This is the high stakes cash game. And in that table, a seat at the table will cost you $250,000. Here is the balance sheet leaderboard. And Phil Ivey sits atop. He is profiting just over $350,000. Patrick Antonius lost a big game just a little bit earlier. He is now down to $200,000.
Poďme spolu lietať, pozri, ja už letím. Keď inžinier lietá, príde k nemu Ela. Príde k nemu Ela. Ela, Ela, Ela. Ela chudé stehno. Ela chudé stehno. Príde k nemu Ela. Unavený som. Vypadne z turnaja, idem spať. Ja chcem túčka. Ja chcem túčka. Chcem túčka. Podaného túčka. Ja chcem túčka. Podaného túčka. Podaného tučka. Dajte toho tučka. Dajte toho tučka. Ak z tohto turná nezarobím, tak nemám peniaze na poker. Vykesák, potom je to na tebe, aby si ma zasponzoroval. Tak zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Tak zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Tak zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Tak zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Zasponzoruj, Vykesák. Kto si dostane služby? Polovičku, čo vyhrám z tvojich peňazí, je tvoje. Pôjdeme 50-50, Vykesák. 50-50. A keď budem milionár, tak si zapamätám, že si mi prispel na začiatku a budeš milionár so mnou. Lepšiu ponuku ti nedá nikto. Poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím. Nemôžeš premrhať tú šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Tak nepremrhaj. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Tu masnú šancu. Tu masnú šancu. Tu masnú šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj šancu. Nikdy nepremrhaj. Vďaka, boss. Znova si mi pomohol, boss. Znova si mi dal ten flash. Vďaka za flash. Vďaka za flash. Vďaka za flash. Že si mi dal ten flash. Vďaka za flash, máš to u mňa, yes. Tak poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím. Keď dvaja letia, príde vykesák. Ďaká, boss. Ďaká za ten flash. Ďaká, boss. Ďaká za ten flash. Máš to u mňa. Máš u mňa ten flash. Máš to u mňa. Tak na vás by som bol nasrdený aj ja. Na vás dvoch. A tak je špako. Prečo má tento idiot 6000? Kto ho nafidoval? Vykesák? Kto ho nafidoval, zás Krist? Tak pomôž, boss. Daj mi 200. Ale nie nám, nie tam 200, nie na stôl, mne do ruky 200. Krist. Ale toto si veľmi často všímam, že to je ako v živote. Čím viac čipov majú, tým lepšie karty dostávajú. To je neuveriteľné, že sa to aj rímuje. Čím viac čipov majú, tým lepšie karty dostávajú. Čím viac čipov majú, tým lepšie karty dostávajú. Čím viac čipov majú, tým lepšie karty dostávajú. Čím viac čipov. To je, aj tuto je to tak. Čím si bohatší, tým viac budeš bohatší. A čím si chudobnejší, tým viac budeš chudobnejší. A toto je presne ono. Ja sa nemôžem do toho dovoliť ísť. Aj tak nezískam veľa, to je problém. Teraz do mňa pchá svojho vtáka. Pchá mi vtáka do zadku. Tak vďaka, boss. Tak vďaka boss, že mi pchá, že mi pchá vtáka do zadku. Vďaka, že mi pchá vtáka do zadku. Vďaka, že mi pchá vtáka do zadku. Tak vďaka, že mi pchá vtáka do zadku. Tak prosím, boss, daj mi flash. Tak prosím, boss, daj mi flash. Toto nie je toto flash. Toto nie je flash. Toto nie je, toto nie. Pchá mi vtáka do zadku. Pchá mi vtáka do zadku. Tak pchá mi vtáka do zadku. Vďaka boss, že mi ho pchá. Vďaka boss, že mi ho pchá. Vďaka boss, že mi pchá vtáka do zadku. Toto je katastrofálna hra. Po pravej ruke mám nafídovaného kokota. Toto je katastrofálna hra. Ale katastrofálna. Prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Prosím, boss, pošpokoj. Prosím, daj mi ten flash. Prosím, boss. Ak padne teraz flash, boss, a ja som to nemohol zobrať za tú sumu, ak teraz padne flash, boss, tak sa strašne zasmejem. Ale strašne. Úplne nehorázne sa tu popučím od smiechu. Ako tento poker je geniálny, poker je strašne veľká sranda. Na rozdiel od League of Legends, poker je neuveriteľná sranda. A neuveriteľná. Proste dojde nafeedovaný kápo a napchá ti vtáka do zadku. To sa mi v League of Legends nemôže stať. V League of Legends, keď to je nafeedovaný kápo, tak utekám a prdím mu na hlavu, hej? Utekám a prdím mu na hlavu. A tuto nemám kam utekať. Holy shit. Tak prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Prosím, boss. Ako boss, uvedomuješ si, že keď tento turnaj nebudem cashovať, tak nemôžem už hrať. Nemám peniaze, rozumieš? To znamená, ak tento turnaj nebudem cashovať, už sa ty na mňa nemôžeš smiať, že prehrávam. No boss, to je ono. Rozumieme si? Rozumieme si, boss? No. A teraz, ak vypadnem na tie 2 SA, lebo si dal niekomu flash, tak si uvedom jednu vec. Ak vypadnem na tie 2 SA, alebo si dal niekomu flash, tak si uvedom jednu vec. Že ja už nemôžem hrať. A keď nemôžem hrať, tak sa ty na mňa nemôžeš smiať. Dobre, rozumieme si, to je fajn. Ale stále platí to isté, boss. Ak nebudem z tohto turnaja úspešný, nemôžem hrať. Ak nemôžem hrať, nemôže sa na mne smiať. Prídeš o veľkého komika. Dobre, ako, mne to je jedno, ok? Zoberiem to tak, ja si dám Power of Exile a budem si v kule drtiť Power of Exile. Ja som v pohode. No biggie. No fucking biggie. Hej? Tak prosím, daj mi flash. Potrebujem zduplovať na 6000. Iba s výkesákom. Iba duo s výkesákom. Iba duo s výkesákom. Tak poď výkesák, dajme si. Tak po... Fuck. Asi zomiera. Asi zomieram. Čo spravil len ten?
I'd imagine that he's going to get cooled again at some stage. When you have those days.
Neviem, čo mám robiť, boss. Povedz mi, čo mám robiť. Daj mi znamenie. Daj mi znamenie.
He's dominated, but that's never stopped him before.
Well, Jack 8 of clubs is one of those cash game hands, you know, the guys like to play the suited connectors and suited one gappers, two gappers. Hands like that like to splash around a little bit.
You're absolutely right. Both players call. Three-way pot. 40,000 in the middle.
Easy call for Ike Haxton. Set mining here.
And the flop is a king 8 deuce flop.
To bolo zlé znamenie.
And low flops the best hand again.
Max also got 3-bet pre-flop. And he will continue the aggression. Throws in a plaque for 25,000. Over to low now, who
Dobré znamenie. Aké to bolo dobré znamenie.
looks at Ike again and thinks about it and throws it in.
Dobre, začneme sa z toho dostávať, boss. Začneme sa z toho dostávať.
Haxton gets out of the way.
Začíname chytať ten šmak.
To watch. Let's have
Tak prosím, boss, pomôž mi. Hej, ako rozumieme sa, boss, hej? Keď nemám peniaze, nemôžem hrať. Keď nemôžem hrať, tak sa na mňa nemôže smiať. Keď sa na mňa nemôže smiať, tak prichádzaš o veľkú zábavu. Hej? Mám rád vykesáka. Mám rád vykesáka. Mám rád vykesáka. Mám rád vykesáka. Vykesák je náš pán. Vykesák je náš pán. Vykesák, vykesák, vykesák je náš pán. Je to ten vykesák. Six. 9, 6, 10. 8, 9, 6, 10.
very nice play from the German. We'll be back with more high-stakes cash game at the 2014.
Dal by som si vyprážených si hranolky a Tatarsku. Mal by si zastaviť vykesák. Hladný som.
Thanks for joining us at the
Aha, boss.
high-stakes cash game
Boss.
here in 2014. A seat at that table will cost you $250,000. They are playing with
Boss.
You're making money, and if you're in red,
Stále platí to isté, boss, hej. Že,
$373,000, but it's not over yet.
že ak vypadnem na tie dve, sa nemôžem hrať, ak nemôžem hrať, nebude sa na mne smiať. Ak sa na mne nemôže smiať. Mne to nevadí, hovorím. Ja si napal v Exile, ja si dám NHL, hej. Ja sa netlačím do pokrov. Hej, sa nikde netlačím. Čo by Fedor? Čo by rozmýšľa? Tak prosím, vykesák. Prosím, vykesák. Čo by Fedor? Málo vyhrávam. Potrebujem all-in. Potrebujem all-in. Ale dal si mi 2x2 SA, nie? Toto bolo druhýkrát, čo som mal 2 SA, nie? Tento turnaj. To bolo druhýkrát, sa mi zdá. Wow. Wow, boss, wow. Ešte mi daj 2 kráľov. Tento začal oddychovať. Tento Greg. Dal si 11 000. Nejaký Slovák je prvý? Nejaký vypraženec? Nejaký vypraženec je prvý? Vypražený lek? Tak, králi sú fajn. Tak, králi sú fajn. Oh boy. That is fucking ugly. Ugly. Ugly flop. Ugly, ugly, ugly flop.
And he does check, so over to Richard
Ugly, ugly, ugly flop. Ugly.
Changes very little as far as Patrick's concerned.
Fucking ugly flop.
He would, if he thinks his hand was good on the turn, the three
Ugly.
shouldn't change too much, and Richard is going for value.
Ugh, ugly flop. Ugly. Very ugly flop. Nepevné veci sa tu dejú. Skôr si sa trafil. Skôr si sa trafil. A ja myslím, že to je šesky, to chcel ISO.
Richard's not really one that gets out of line too much. So,
Môj posledný turnaj. Nie, vlastne nie je môj posledný turnaj. Lebo vlastne, hej, sobotu. Sobotu o 3. výkesák. A v sobotu o 3. Mám sobotu o 3. mám 5000-kový turnaj. V sobotu o 3. mám 5000-kový turnaj. Jasné. Tento. Takže aj keď prehrám všetko, v sobotu o 3. mám 5000-kový turnaj. V sobotu o 3. mám 5000-kový turnaj.
just clarifying that no one has any objections.
Well, the man's got a dinner reservation.
He's got places to go. He's won enough. He's won a couple 100,000.
I wonder if he's going to... Is he one of those guys that's going to shout, or is he going to... Has he got short hands, you reckon, at a dinner table?
I think he might be one that shouts.
Škoda, boss, škoda toho. Nafidovaný kokot. Imbecil. Stupid piče. Kto vie, čo mal? Kto vie, čo držal? Asi 2 páry, alebo išiel na flash. Ťažko povedať. To je ťažko. To je ťažko. Možno nemal absolútne nič. Možno mal nič.
Oh, look at this. He's coming in for a raise.
He hasn't shown a lot of pre-flop aggression. This is a first.
And he's got Queen 9 off suit. I guess that's why. He's dominated by Altagot, but he's taken an aggressive line pre-flop. Round to Ike Paxton, who hasn't made it. So he might have something.
Remember, Isaac and have a little bit of history. Isaac lost with aces to a set of threes earlier on. It was completely stacked.
Yeah. Ugly flop.
As we can see, we know Isaac's lost about 380,000, but he's still sitting there with...
Ten kokot to zobral zo 4 a 10. Týmto ľuďom to jebe. Týmto ľuďom to totálne jebe na hlavu. Ale totálne na totálku. Ale vytretý. Ale vytretý.
Well, he's getting almost 2 to 1 on his money. I think his raise is to 35 and Isaac's in for 127. Got to call that 90 into 168.
He's really thinking about it. Well, if you're watching at home, that is real money they're playing with. This is not tournament poker. This is high-stakes cash game. And he folds, so he was about to take a gamble. Look at him. He really wanted to put it in there, but Ike Paxton takes a very nice pot of around $168,000 Australian dollars. So the chips are truly flying against Poker Championships. And we'll be back with more after the break here at the 2014 Aussie Mini.
Čo rozmýšľaš, Tučko? Čo rozmýšľaš, Tukan?
thought we'd take a sneak peek at the most exclusive of them all, the presidential filler. This one-of-a-kind villa expands over a full floor of crown towers, boasting opulent design, handcrafted furniture, and 360-degree views of Melbourne.
Hero call. Hero.
Yes, profit, ladies and gentlemen. If you're making money, if you're in red, you're losing money. At the moment, Ike Haxton is losing money. Lo Xing Fung, well, he goes from losing money to making money to losing money. He's probably one of the more entertaining players I've seen on a cash table. Just then you saw Paul Newey from England. Here is Patrick Antonius. He raises it up. He's been known for his cash game play for a very long time.
Oh boy. Oh fucking boy. What a fun. What a fun. What a fucking fun. Can't believe it. You simply can't believe it.
Waiting to find out what Antonius has.
Sandy Coppets.
Now remember, also in a cash game, ladies and gentlemen, you can reload at any time. So Yong.
What is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is he doing? What he got? What they got? Oh. What they got? I don't believe this shit. What they got?
65,000. The pot was 88. Over to Richard Yong.
What the fuck they got?
Look at this. Patrick with 2 pair, turn and river.
He got queen?
It's called, so Patrick Antonius will take a nice pot of
He got queen. God damn, this can be ugly. I was laughing before, but now I'm not laughing.
Yeah, I think Richard definitely made the right call, given the action in that pot. He has made a pair on the river. Second pair, good kicker.
Let's have a look at the balance sheet. Phil Ivey atop, Richard Yong.
Ship it.
Patrick Antonius is making money. Polk.
He got queen.
All in the white. Max Alter got Lo Xing Fung.
He got that.
All in the red.
He got that shit. Damn, that queen said. Oh, fuck my balls. That was fun.
Pretty much won almost every hand he's played.
That was fun.
I expect that from Phil.
That was fun. Fucking queen saved him.
He has more chips than anyone else. We know that those parks are worth 25.
Fucking queen saved him. Damn, that queen. That queen was a fault for me. That queen was sure fault. But it was heavy. Too heavy. Too heavy to fold that hand.
5-6-3 flop. Newey with king
Damn.
and Ivy with ace 4.
Damn, too heavy to fold that hand. Fuck. I couldn't do it. Som vedel, že má queen, aj tak som to call. To bolo nepríjemné. Som vedel, že má queen, aj tak som to call. A ja som chcel prehrať. A to sa neráta, keď prehrám na schvál. To sa neráta, keď prehrám na schvál. Ne, boss, už ma sereš. Dáš mi kokota, ktorý ma dáva do zadku, potom mi dáš 4 deviatky, aby si na posledné kolo dal vyjebanú queen. Ako naozaj? Naozaj? To sa robí, boss. Dáš mu queen za zobancovi na posledné kolo? To je tvoja chyba. To je tvoja chyba. Dal si mu queen, tak som povedal kadiť ťa. Katastrofa. Keby si mu nedal queen, tak sa môže baviť ďalej. Dal si mu queen. Kriste, páne. Sede. Dal si mu queen. Posledné kolo mu dáš queen. Queen? Naozaj mu dáš queen na posledné kolo? Prečo si to spravil? Na posledné kolo mu dáš queen a potom chceš do mňa, aby som to hral. Naozaj? Aj sem. Sem celý pičný život. Žijem na svete tupcov. Kde je tá vec? To. To. Žijem na svete vyjebaných tupcov. Prečo si mu dal na poslednú ruku queen? Ja to nechápem. Má polo peňazí, je zazobaný a ty mu dáš queen na poslednú ruku. Čo si čakal, že čo spravím? Sráť ťa. Sráť ťa. Čo mám plné zuby. Ako ja som vedel, že má queen. Ale sráť ťa. Dáš mu queen na poslednú ruku? Kvôli čomu? Má viac peňazí ako ja. Ja potrebujem tie peniaze a ty mu dáš queen na poslednú ruku? Prečo? Nedáva zmysel. Už sa nám nebude smiať. Už sa nám nebude smiať. Už nemám peniaze, nemôžem hrať, už sa dosmial. Tvoja chyba. Nemal si mu dať queen. Ne. Nebudem sa s tebou zaoberať, pokiaľ budeš dávať také karty. Aj náladu. Nemám náladu. Nemám náladu na nič. Unavený som, chorý som, umieram. Dáš mu queen na poslednú kartu. Na poslednú. Prečo by si to robil? Prečo by si to robil? Ja tomu nerozumiem. Dáš mi 3 deviatky, aby si mu dal na poslednú kartu queen. Dal si mu ace queen vyjebancovi. Dal si vyjebancovi ace queen zazobanému prasiakovi. A queen na poslednú kartu, aby dostal full house. Odmietam také veci hrať. Vieš, koľko čípov som investoval do tých deviatok? Vieš, koľko čípov som investoval? Do tých deviatok? Mám to plné zuby.
Like he said, Paul, he's been called it 3 times and he's only down 2 buy-ins. That's a win.
Well, Lowe is involved again. Phil Ivey just jumps off his seat. In a cash game, you can do that. You can go and grab something to eat or phone a friend. Round to Doug Polk, who will raise the button. Lo Xing Fung now. Only a king of clubs.
No, je pravda. Je pravda.
Some of the players
Ja som vedel, že má queen a nemusel mať queen. Mohol mať kráľa. Alebo dve SA. Alebo inú sračku. Ale ja som vedel, že má... Vedel som, že má queen. Tí kokoti vždy betujú, keď chytia niečo. To je katastrofa. Neriešime to. Veci, ktoré sú vyriešené, nemá zmysel ďalej riešiť. To je vyriešený prípad. To je vyriešený prípad.
Just the one overcard to Doug's pair. And Doug would be sitting there thinking, well, what does this guy have? He could have pretty much two cards.
It goes check, check. That's an interesting check from him. Would have thought he would have fired.
Dáš mu queen na poslednú ruku. Dáš mu queen na poslednú ruku. Mám to plné zuby, ty kokos. Mám to plné zuby, ak si zo mňa robíš piču. Opýtaj sa Vorvi, som ti povedal. Prečo sa neopýtaš Clegana? Si jebnutý? Si jebnutý? Máš reálny dôkaz u Clegana, že ľudia to bežne robia. A stále pičoviny trepeš. Ťa zabanujem, povieš do piče. Už si fakt jebnutý na ten mozog? Máš reálny živý príklad, čo robí Clegane. Jaké príbehy si myslela, jaké stories dala. A stále si položíš otázku. Na čo? Opýtaj sa Clegana. Clegane to vie, lebo Clegane to robí. Prečo sa neopýtaš do piče Clegana? Ja ti nerozumiem. To je jasné. Nafidovaní pičiaci, 20 000, 17 000.
Yes, indeed. You are with the Aussie Millions Poker Championship high-stakes cash game. Names you are looking at on that leaderboard, or if it's a bit of a balance sheet, the names that have numbers next to them, they're making money. The ones that have red next to them, they are not making money. So, to sit down at this table is a whopping $250,000 cash. In cash, you can reload it any time. You get up, go and have dinner, make a phone call, come back. It's much more.
Prečo ja to pišnú ruku?
Stakes are enormous. I sit next to 2007 APPT Grand Final winner Grant Levy. Grant, we've seen a lot of chips flying around at this table, and some names on it.
Yeah, we have certainly. The player that struck Paxton on that screen there. Changed seats. He's not sitting with low anymore. Because maybe he's getting a little bit of bad juju.
Veľmi divne to hrajú. Veľmi divne.
Have a bit of a pot brewing here. Max Alter from Germany with pocket eights. Patrick Antonius.
Veľmi divne.
High stakes cash game world. He has pocket sevens, and it looks like it's been a third bet a raise by Doug Polk. He has King Jack offsuit. We're out to a new player, Grant.
Yeah, Paul, that is Paul White, Hong Kong businessman. Spends a lot of time in Macau playing the high.
Dáš mu queen na poslednú šancu.
Mates with Richard Young, who we've seen previously.
Ne, jednoducho. Nie. Nie je možné, aby si dal za zubancovi kvalitnú ruku, a ktorý je zazubaný. Buď až nezabanujem. Ak ešte chvíľu budeš vykecávať, tak ti nedám ban. To sa ešte sa držím. Jak mu môžeš dať queen? Jak?
progress, so I'm sure he's going to lead out here.
Cash game is so much more about how much can you
Jak môže dať Queen?
very big factor in tournament, but it's real money.
It is real money, and there's a lot of it. They're a lot deeper in a cash
Ale to nerozumiem. Dáš na poslednú ruku Queen, aby si mi odstavil.
usually around about the 40 or 50 big blinds. Cash game, they're a lot deeper.
Well, that gets rid of Antonius a better 43,000, so Doug
Aby si mi odstavil. Aby si mi odstavil môj free of a kind. Dáš mu na poslednú ruku Queen. Aby si mi odstavil free of the kind. Prečo? Ja tomu nerozumiem. Co je tak dali tento život? Krist. To je katastrofa.
Let's see if he elects to get involved. Ivy with 7-8 of hearts, creative kind of hand.
It's a good cash game here.
Well, he comes in and 3-bets Phil Ivy. He sits down and raises the biggest player in the world. And Paul Newey behind him immediately calls. So Newey with 9 of diamonds.
Oni hrajú s kokotinami, tí ľudia. Oni nič nechytia a hrajú jak kokoti. Ďalej a ďalej. A ďalej. Nikto nedá väčšiu sumu, sú posraní. Tento človek nehrá dobre. On nehrá dobre. Ako sa dostal k tým čipom? Však hrá ako idiot. Však vôbec nevyužíva svoje postavenie. Hrá ako idiot. Ako sa dostal k tým čipom? To nerozumiem. Za 60 dáva je kokot. Za 60 dáva je kokot. Za 60. Aké pičoviny ja? To nerozumiem.
Phil Ivy is Phil Ivy for a reason, and he's the best in the business.
No, nisam z tohto.
Phil Ivy actually covers Paul Newey, and they have 600,000 minimum on the table here.
Dovolenku. Som na dovolenke.
That improves Newey to an open-ended draw, but it brings a third spade. Now remember, Phil has check called on the flop to represent a draw.
Oh, wow. Phil Ivy just picked up $100,000 in plaques and bet into Paul Newey.
As I said, Phil Ivy.
You just have to say.
Som na dovolenke.
Phil Ivy.
Action on the Brit now, who's got such a big decision to make. Now we talk about pressure in tournaments, but that is $250,000 in the middle. And the Brit, who's kind of represented a bit of a tight game, Grant.
Well, he was involved early and he hadn't played a hand for a little while. He bet just about full pot on the flop there. And Phil Ivy come along with the call. And now the flush has got there. And Paul Newey, I think, makes a good fold. Even though he's in front, he just can't continue with a hand.
And that will show you right there how Phil Ivy works. He puts as much pressure on any player as you can imagine. And you can imagine what kind of pressure it is when you're talking about real cash. And we'll be back with more high-stakes cash game here at the Aussie Million.
One of the many benefits of being a PokerStars Pro is getting chauffeured around in one of the Aussie Millions Chryslers. I jumped in for a ride with Selena Lynn on her day off from the poker tables. Selena, a past Melburnian, now...
Dáš mu Queen na poslednú kartu. Normálne mu dáš Queen na poslednú kartu. To som nevidel.
It's pretty much the Las Vegas of, Asia right now. But to be honest, I do believe
To som nevidel.
As relaxing as Melbourne can be,
neviem.
actually enjoy a lot of my time playing board games. I know it's such a weird thing to say, and at this age you're playing board games, you know. But it's just one of those things that you get over together, you get some snacks, you get a glass of red wine. It's really fun. It's so much fun. It's one of my favourite things.
Now I could happily spend all day relaxing in the back of a car as luxurious as this one, but for now let's get back to the table to see what's happening.
Welcome back to the Aussie Millions. You are watching High Stakes Cash Game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is real cash they are playing with. $250,000 to sit down. You can reload and cash up at any time. Some of the biggest players in the world, some of the biggest pots, and that is the biggest player in the world, Phil Ivey. He is raising it up.
And we can see those plaques there. They're worth 25,000 each. The blue chips, which Paul Fly has $1 billion of, they're worth 1,000 each, and the orange ones are 5,000. Every player here is in for a minimum of 250,000.
We have a four-way pot on an 8-7-5 board. Very interesting. We've got Ivy here with ace-4. Alcott with pocket sixes. That's interesting for him too. Newey with jack-3 of clubs. And we still don't know what Paul Fly has.
Alcott with the open-ended straight draw. He has the benefit of having 2 sixes, so there's blockers in the straight. He's got 2 blockers. So he's got to like his hand a little bit.
Checks around a deuce, a black deuce of clubs on the turn.
To je z vás je kokot.
Alcott still with the open ender. Still over with the overcard. And the double gut shot draw. Which means he needs a 3 or a 6 to make a straight.
Checks around.
Paul Fly has, who knows?
Well, he's got the option to bet and he's going to take it. He's on the button. 17,000.
Títo ľudia sú retardovaní.
Does that give us an indication?
Retardovaní ako svine. Nikto z nich nemal kráľa.
3 people checked to him and decided just to have a stab.
Oni sú retardovaní.
Basically anything here. No one showed any real.
Nikto z nich nemal kráľa. To čo spravili tí traja pičolízači. Traja retardovaní pičolízači. Ty kokos. Títo ľudia hrajú ako piče. Ako vytajté hovna. To čo spravili? Postupku vyhral? Ne, 2 páry. Sú jebnutí. Oni na stole je král a tá idioti blafujú, že každý má toho kráľa a nakoniec ho nemá nikto? Ani jeden z týchto kokotov? To čo bolo? Čo je to za idiotov? To som nepochopil. To je silná káva na mňa. Títo ľudia hrajú kokoti. To čo bolo? To čo bolo? To čo malo znamenať? To čo je za primitívou? To čo spravili? To prečo to spravili? Prečo to spravili? Prečo spravili to, čo spravili? Hente mal Jacka, hente mal 2 Jackov, a hente niečo foldol, neviem čo. Neviem čo foldol, čo foldol. Úplne to dosal, len ten joystick. To sú pokrví idioti. Títo ľudia sú retardovaní. Na stole je král a z 3 kokotov, ktorí sa bijú o ten pod, nikto nemá kráľa. To som nečakal. To som nečakal. Toto. To si má káva, no.
Max feels a little bit better about his hand now. Two pair.
Ako to neuveriteľné.
Doesn't matter what Foir's other card is. Max would be hoping he's got.
Len tak chce ísť all in. Čo dostal?
A little over 70,000 now. With that raise making it 123,000 with that bet, and Foir folds. So once again, Max takes another pot, gives us a little bit of a wave as well. He's a bit robotic with those sunglasses, but I assure you, he knows how to play. He's no robot.
Idiot.
We'll be back with more high-stakes cash games.
On je retardovaný. On je retardovaný. On je retardovaný. On nič nemal chytené. Nič nemal na flope. To je kokot. To je primitívna hlava. On nemal nič a išiel za 5000. To sú kokoti ľudia.
This is the leaderboard which acts as a battle chart for us. On the right-hand side, you'll see the figures in white. That means the players are winning
Ten
money.
mŕtvohlavec je ten joystick. On to úplne sere na úplne nič. To prečo spravil zase? To prečo hrá jak imbecil? Som vedel, kedy vypadne svojou imbecilitou. Si ho neúplne vytratí. Tí ľudia robia kokotiny. A idiotiny. Kto z nich má 5, kto z nich má 3? Zas nikto? Bože, to je kokot. 2 esa ide all in. Ide all in, lebo má 2 esa. To som nežal. To som nežal. Nevie foldnúť esa. To som nevidel. Ľudia sú strašne sprostí, tága.
It's still a very good there's now 3 diamonds.
The pot now $101,000.
Certainly know that Lowe's going to stick around, but not going to go overboard.
He calls, wants to see the river. The river is a 5 of hearts, so Lo Xing Feng has the best hand. The pot's 136,000. Haxton has been the aggressor. Will he fire again?
You might check it back.
No, it checks back. So Ike Haxton with a very good check on the river there. He's going to be loath to see.
And Isaac actually said, I have a very good hand, but I'm scared you have a flush. No, Isaac, still has you beat.
And look at that cheeky smile on Lo Xing Feng.
And Isaac says, I'm not feeling very welcome.
Lo Xing Feng asking Ike, when you come to Macau, maybe he plays a crown in Macau as well.
It's a sick needle from Lo Xing Feng. He's taken so much money off Isaac Haxton, and he's just said, all right, mate, let's come over to Macau. Drop a few more million to me.
Action on Ike Haxton, who's getting a bit beat up by Lo Xing. Ivy, cards in his hands, round to low, folds.
Now you saw Phil Ivey just check the button. I mentioned earlier that he was away from the table. The fact that he's come back in, it looks like he's posted the blind that he has missed, because he's missed his blinds while he was away.
The flop, a king 10 deuce flop. You know 7 offsuit. Gets out of the way. The turn and 8. Wyatt and Ivy. We still don't know what Phil's cards are.
To je nejaký pomalý.
Mysterious Phil Ivy. It's hard enough figuring it out. Maybe if we could
Ja, toto je ten dlhý turnaj. Ten vyjebaný. Jasné. Tento... Nespať. Mám to dosť... to je strašne vtipné. Strašne vtipné.